Madam Chair, council members and participants, we are now live.
Thank you. I understand that state law currently requires that the following announcement be made at the beginning of every remote public hearing as follows. Due to the current public health emergency, city council committees are currently meeting remotely. We are using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to the hearings and can also be found on phlcouncil.com. I now note that the hour has come. Rachel, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are in attendance will please indicate that you are present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image will be displayed on screen when you speak. And Rachel, I'm going to ask that you start with members of the committee, but there are also several other members of council who are joining us who are not formally members of council, but will be participating in this hearing as if we were in our council chambers. Thank you.
Vice Chair Derek Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am present, looking forward for today's conversation.
Councilmember, I don't believe Councilmember David O is on yet. Councilmember Helen Gim.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm here.
Councilmember Curtis Jones. Councilmember Brian O'Neill. Councilmember Maria Quinones Sanchez. And Councilmember Mark Squilla. I know he was on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues. I am present. I was muted. Thank you.
Yeah. So and we are also joined by Councilmember Gilmore Richardson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for this very important hearing. Thank you for your work.
Councilmember Alan Dom.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues, and Rachel.
Councilmember Isaiah Thomas.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues.
Councilmember Jamie Gautier.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and Philadelphia. Present.
Councilmember Kendra Brooks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues.
And I believe that is all the council members who are currently on. Councilwoman Parker, are you having issues with your technology?
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing is now called to order. This is the continued public hearing of the Committee on Law and Government regarding resolution number 210295. Rachel, will you please read the title of the resolution?
A resolution authorizing the Committee on Law and Government to hold hearings examining the decision to permanently move sheriff sales online and further to explore the ramifications of and any unintended consequences that may arise from this decision.
Thank you. Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this public hearing is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to being recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for the questions or comments they have for witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available in Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Now, before Rachel calls the first panel, I want to make a few opening comments. And the first one is, colleagues, you saw me get kicked off at the end of council. My internet went out. If, in fact, it were to do such in the midst of this hearing, our Vice Chair, Derek Green, has been given the script for this hearing, and we will be moving along. With that being said, I want to be very clear in stating for the record what this hearing is not about. And I want to repeat, is not about. It is not about whether sheriff sales should resume. And it is not an attack on the sheriff or her office. It is solely about the vehicle through which the sheriff has chosen as an independently elected official in the city of Philadelphia to conduct the sales which have been ordered by the court. On April the 8th, I introduced a resolution authorizing this committee to hold hearings examining the decision to permanently move sheriff sales online, and further to explore the ramifications of and any unintended consequences that may arise from this decision. Now, as many of you know, sheriff sales resumed virtually on April the 6th using a firm called Bid for Assets. Now, while the sheriff's office has recently indicated that the move to virtual sales is a pilot instead of a permanent move, the questions contained in the resolution still remain. The decisions to conduct sheriff sales via an online platform could have much larger land use implications beyond just even individual homeowners. And we need to understand how this new system will impact both homeowners and the neighborhoods in which they live. Now, I know my colleagues share my concern that if the process changes too much and too quickly, this could accelerate and exacerbate negative trends such as homeowner displacement, neighborhood instability, and a proliferation of investor-owned rental properties. In fact, many of my colleagues who are not members of this committee asked to join the hearing today specifically because they're so concerned. And I want to, for the record, let them know that I appreciate them taking the time to participate in the discussion on this very important issue. I hope that today we can get to the bottom of the numerous questions and concerns that have been raised. I want to, for the record, thank the Sheriff's Office for coming to testify and for communicating so well with my office in preparation for this hearing. I also want to thank all of the panelists who are prepared to testify today. Representatives from other jurisdictions, including Allegheny County and Cleveland, Ohio, the legal aid organizations, other governmental entities, including State Rep Jason Dawkins and Angel Rodriguez from the Land Bank, neighborhood and community groups, local purchasers, and concerned and interested constituents. And I want you to know for the record that if you submitted your testimony in advance and as we circulated it through council, we spent last night reading every single piece of testimony that was submitted to this committee, and we're going to make sure that we hear each of you. This may be a little lengthy. If in fact for any reason you have to jump off, we understand. We'll make sure your testimony is of course included on the record, but I am asking you, wholeheartedly asking you, to do your best to stay with us so that you can read your own testimony and put it on the record. I want this hearing to proceed in a respectful manner. As City Council, we respect that the sheriff is an independently elected office, but we are also exercising City Council's authority to ask questions. Now, for those of you who are viewing at home, again, this may be pretty lengthy, and I expect it to go well past 5. We will hear from a series of panels of testifiers and then allow public comment, where constituents who have reached out to my office in advance of this hearing will be dialed into the hearing by Council's tech support. I appreciate everyone's patience in giving this issue the thorough examination that it requires. I also want to note that for those who were interested in speaking during the public comment period, the deadline, according to Council's standard operating procedure, was Tuesday. That was the deadline to call, to note for the record that you were interested in participating during the public comment period, and I just needed to say that for the record. With that being said, Rachel, will you please call the first panel we have to testify this afternoon on resolution number 210295?
I think Councilwoman Gim has a quick comment.
Sure. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gim.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just also wanted to thank you for your leadership on this issue, and for holding this hearing and for laying out what I believe will be a very thorough and lengthy discussion of the importance of the proposal that the sheriff has made. A couple of things that I also wanted to note. I also had a chance to talk to Sheriff Bilal, and again, repeat your, comments that we absolutely respect the independence of the office. But the important thing about this issue is that sheriff sales not only impact the broader residents of the city of Philadelphia, but we have a devoted land bank. We have, we have the city of Philadelphia. We have the school district of Philadelphia. We have Philadelphia Gas Works. We have entities that are deeply tied to this issue. So it is important for us to have this be fully discussed, and we expect a really robust conversation, and I look forward to that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim, for your comments. They are greatly appreciated. The chair, for the record, also wants to recognize that I just see that member of this committee, Councilmember David O, has just arrived. Thank you, Councilmember O, and your name will be added to the attendance.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman.
Rachel, you can please call the first panel here to testify.
Sheriff Rochelle Bilal.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you well. Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Good. We made sure our whole team came in here today, so you can probably see everyone. That's technology for you. So let me open up. Dear committee members and council people, we appreciate this opportunity to address your concerns about the sheriff sales going virtual. I will summarize the package that was sent over to you, over to the committee, and after that we will welcome any questions and suggestions that you may have to help us with this process. First, let me introduce you to my team that helped put this all together. Curtis Douglas, Esquire, to the right is the undersheriff.
Good afternoon.
Tyreek L. Shabazz, Esquire, is undersheriff apprentice. That's what we call him.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Janae Ayers, Esquire, that is sitting to my left, is my chief of staff. Daryl Stewart, director of real estate. Daryl, raise your hand. Melissa Simpson is deputy director of real estate.
Good afternoon.
Greg Salisbury, Public Information Officer.
Good afternoon.
William Swank, IT. He should be on electronically from another location.
Good afternoon.
And Teresa Lundy is our communications person. In March of 2020, the city shut down due to COVID-19 pandemic. I repeatedly asked the courts, which were also closed, to postpone sales because there was no place for us to hold them while keeping our staff and bidders safe from COVID-19. During this time, when sales were put on pause, we researched alternative ways to fulfill our legal duties. The sheriff's sale generated revenue for the city, so it was crucial for us to determine how we were going to proceed safely and efficiently, according to the rule of law, while also keeping in mind the citizens who have been affected. I established a constituent service department to better provide and offer information and assistance to those in need. This department was created to serve the homeowners from providing them with information and resources on how to save their homes, to informing them about how to recover any excess balance resulting from the sale of their home. In your package, you have the statement from the Undersheriff Curtis Douglas that explains why and how we chose Bid for Assets as our platform, compared to the other online platforms we investigated. Bid for Assets was clearly the best choice to produce a virtual sale that most closely mirrored our in-person sale. Throughout the process of transitioning to virtual sales, I did my best to postpone all sheriff sales, but in December of 2020, we received Court Order 67 and 68, which clearly stated that all sheriff sales must resume April of 2021. These orders also stated sheriff sales will be conducted via virtually platform. With those orders in hand, my team worked diligently for months to make sure we had secured and manageable platform, and that all the protections, and I mean all the protections for homeowners was still intact. During this process, we made sure to take into consideration the issue that the city had, such as LLCs buying properties. Accordingly, we made it mandatory that LLCs had to submit real person's name, address, phone number, etc., in addition to their corporate information. We added a fraud alert and suspicious activity division as well to report any observed patterns of concern. Initially, I stated the virtual sales were permanent. I walked this statement back on numerous occasions in the media. In government, nothing is ever permanent, and there is always room for improvement. During the implementation of this new platform, my office must review the matrix to determine if this process is the most beneficial to our city. And if we determine that it is not, then we will proceed accordingly. If you look at Bid for Assets contract, you will see that it gives the sheriff office leeway to opt out if virtual sales are not good for our city, and we can do that without penalties. I am a person who strongly believes in efficiency and proactivity, identifying and preventing potential problems. I focus on resolving problems and finding new ways to make sheriff office more structured, successful, to ensure efficiency and transparency. The primary reason we decided to go virtual is simple. We were faced with a pandemic and we did not have a space to safely hold in-person sales. We now have a cost-efficient, state-of-the-art platform that allows us to save money by removing the cost of an auctioneer, the rental space, and fees so that homeowners can benefit more from the resulting excess funds, and my staff can maintain their jobs in my budget. I was elected by the citizens of Philadelphia to bring change to the sheriff's office. Part of my mandate includes making changes to the sheriff's sale process, changes that will result in more excess money to give back to those who have lost their homes to the foreclosure process. I am willing to work with this committee and review the matrix and look forward to receiving feedback and suggestions to improve the virtual sales for the city and the county of Philadelphia. I am a child of Philadelphia. I grew up in the neighborhoods of this city. I understand wholeheartedly the spirit of everybody's suggestions and the impact that they believe this may make. We will take all suggestions and we will work with your committee to tweak if need be. We will work with your committee to review those matrix and we will move on from there. Thank you, council and committee. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Sheriff Palau, for your testimony. Getting a little beat. Okay, it just went away with whatever you all did. Thank you for your testimony, Sheriff Palau. I want to start with this first question. One, I just want to state for the record, I heard you just state just now that you had walked back that the decision to move to the virtual platform was a pilot and that it was not. And you said you've said that to me verbally on 2 or 3 different occasions. You said that in news articles, but I want to state for the record that your website still implies that it's permanent. So hopefully we can update that whenever your team possibly can. But let me get to my first question. 12 members of council sent you a formal letter, Sheriff, after we had our briefing where we, in a very informal manner, and this is extremely important to get on the record for the benefit of the public, that before we get to the point of hosting a public hearing or even having to formally write a letter to a department, standard operating procedure amongst this legislative body to do our best to work with the administration, all of the independent offices, to see if we can, hammer out a compromise, work diplomatically when any of us have any questions or concerns about any actions being proffered by any office. And it's with that in mind, Sheriff, that I'm trying to understand when 12 members of council sent you a letter asking you to request from the courts a postponement of sheriff sales in April and May after we learned about the fact that you were planning to move to this virtual platform in a newspaper article, not because we were a part of any previous discussions or planning. And we wanted that postponement so that we could, have this hearing first. We also, Sheriff, got a letter from the courts in preparation for this hearing that we're having today, and it is being submitted on the record today. And the court's letter implies that all you as the sheriff had to do was to ask for a postponement. And the courts would have granted it. But it appears, Sheriff, that you chose, and we talked when council had a briefing. You remember I formally asked on behalf of council during that briefing. You checked and said that was not something that you could even do. But the courts have just told us that you and only you, in essence, have the power to change the dates. So I would like to know, Sheriff, your rationale or reasoning behind not even attempting to make the ask as a a courtesy to this legislative body and to the Philadelphia community, many of whom learned about this move via newspaper articles. And I'm going to go on mute and listen, Sheriff, to your response.
Okay, thank you for that. And I've said over and over and over again to you and to, I think, the few council people that came on a conversation that we sent out for council to come on to have this discussion. In order for me to postpone the sale, I had to have a legitimate reason. One of the reasons what I was not going to do was lie. I basically stated that the court order said that we are going in April. I couldn't come up with a legitimate reason or a truthful, honest one to postpone it because I could not lie and say there was a problem because there wasn't. I couldn't lie and say that any technical stuff was going on. There wasn't. The reason why I asked for postponement for the whole year was basically because we could not do our legal duty because of the pandemic and not being and move it up and down.
Hold on. If you open, make sure you open it up. Yeah, I have the actual document. Yeah. That's it. Okay. There you go.
All right, so we're part where it says that. Are we in this letter?
Says what?
Which paragraph?
Sheriff, let me just state for the record that you and your team feel free in your response to identify any particular pieces of this letter that you deem appropriate. But I do just want to state for the record that the sheriff's office can have one interpretation of this letter. We have another, but plainly the letter says that the sheriff's office chooses the dates. The sheriff's office chooses the dates.
No,
It does.
that's it.
Yeah, we do choose that date, but it's about postponing.
Right.
Okay. I think the interpretation and may be understood by us and not understood by you.
Oh.
We actually choose the dates in which the sale is held, but as far as postponing the sales, it does not state that. I'm the only one that can postpone the sale for a legitimate reason. The dates fall in the category of tax lien sales, tax sales, and mortgage foreclosure.
So, Sheriff, I thank you so very much.
Wait a minute, but we haven't finished responding to that.
One second, Sheriff. Let me just state for the record that I thank you so very much for letting me know what I don't understand. Thanks so much for the record. We're gonna go listen.
Look, Councilwoman, I'm not saying that you don't understand. I'm just saying we understand it one way, you may understand it another way. So I'm not trying to get in a fight with you at all. I'm just making clear as to how we understand it versus that. And I'm dealing with my real estate people as far as the dates. So I'll let Darryl answer that. Darryl?
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to speak. Once we receive a court order from, whether it's from the attorneys representing the banks or it's the Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson, or GRB, which are tax lien services for the city of Philadelphia, and the city law department to schedule sales. We receive a mortgage for a mortgage foreclosure. We'll receive a writ of execution, and that writ of execution expires within 3 months. So the attorneys are given a sales date. They decide when they want to send us a writ for us to follow all the court the statutes to expose that property to sheriff's sale. It's a very lengthy process, and normally it takes about 3 months for that property to be exposed for sheriff's sale. So, and we can't actually pick a date, but we have to honor the court order and schedule that property within that 3 month time period. Normally, it's 3 months. The same thing is expected of us for the decrees that come over from the tax servicers, Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson, and GRB. They send us over decrees. The decrees have an expiration date of 3 months, and that's when we schedule the properties. We advertise the properties pursuant to the rules of civil procedure at least 3 times prior to the auction. We have to print up handbills that we post on properties at least 30 to 21 days prior to the sale, and at that expiration, then we will then it's scheduled for sheriff's sale. But that writ or that decree does have an expiration date set forth by the courts, the Court of Common Pleas.
Thank you. Thank you. Listen, I appreciate you giving that explanation and putting it on the record. Want to state for the benefit of the viewing public, it is very unfortunate from my perspective that an informal and formal ask by the members of the City Council of Philadelphia responsible for appropriating the budget of the Sheriff's Office, responsible for doing our best to preserve and enhance the quality of life amongst neighborhoods throughout the city of Philadelphia, learn about a process via a news article, informally and formally asked for the sheriff's consideration in delaying the months of April and May so that we could have this hearing and in a very transparent process walk through the decision making and the rationale around why we were doing this. It is very disheartening to me today to learn that in and of itself is not, Sheriff, I think you called it a legitimate reason to request a postponement, and particularly as it related to April and May. With that in mind, I want to say this. Our interpretation of the memo from the courts may differ, but it is my understanding that all the sheriff who has the power to select the dates had to do was to ask for a postponement, and it could have occurred. And I now understand your answer on the record, and that reason is that you felt like you had no legitimate reason to ask for a postponement, but I appreciate you admitting on the record, Sheriff, that you could have, but you chose not to. So I just wanted to just say that for the record. In addition to that, Sheriff, help me with the next question.
Council Chair, Milton person. May I respond to that? I'll have Tariq respond to that.
Sure.
Good afternoon. So that we're clear, each of the times in which the sheriff's sale was postponed, or the sheriff requested by letter or by meeting with the court to postpone the sheriff's sale, it was due to the inability to carry out an order of the court. When in fact a request of a court order is made to postpone, there are several things that are taken into consideration. You're asked why. Now, I think that there's a misunderstanding, I would submit, with the term legitimate. I think that the term, a better term to use may be legal reason to do so. For example, if we couldn't do it because we couldn't carry out the function because we didn't find a property, or if in fact the paperwork wasn't done in a proper manner and we couldn't carry out the function, or if in fact the paperwork requiring that a mortgage sale take place within a certain period of time had expired and we couldn't carry out the function. Those are all legal reasons to request of the court to postpone or to continue an order and to not carry out that particular function. I don't think that, and I'm going to be very, very clear, and I don't think I'm taking for granted the feelings of the sheriff. I would submit to you that we spend a lot of time on this, and I understand her feelings. I I don't think that the sheriff meant to imply, and so that this record can be clear, I don't think the sheriff meant to imply that this was not a legitimate reason. I think that the better term to use is it wasn't a legal reason. You can't just go before a court who has ordered you to carry out a function that is part of your responsibility and say, Judge, we need to continue this because we need to have a conversation to explain further to counsel, or that we need to have a hearing. Because although that is a legitimate reason to say, court, look, can we do it this way? We have to say to them that we can't carry out that function. There was nothing that existed that would prohibit the sheriff office from carrying out its ordered function. So we have to look at it in that vein. And I'm not submitting to you. There are people that are on this council that I'm very familiar with that are attorneys. And so they're familiar with the processes of continuing cases or continuing particular actions. We're not saying to you, not at all, that is not legitimate questions or concerns. In fact, we had the initial, I believe, teams trying to kind of allay some of the feelings. It could have been done in a different manner in terms of discussing it with City Council. There's no doubt about that. But I think to make sure that the record is clear, the sheriff is not, and if it was taken that way, let me clarify. The sheriff is not saying that concerns of City Council or the citizens of Philadelphia is not legitimate. It's not what she's saying, or it's not what she meant. The better way, or the better term to use, is that there was no legal reason. We have to understand that the mortgage companies, the banks, they have a right when they have an order to receive money for their debt, and they got a legitimate order from the court to have that order exercised. And if we try not to exercise that matter that order in a timely manner, we expose the sheriff and the city of Philadelphia to civil liability. That is a concern that we have in the sheriff department that is different than maybe the major concerns that maybe City Council would have with respect to constituents. We're concerned with them as well. We're concerned with their feelings as well. That's why there was literature put out. That's why we had classes on how to do this. That's why each time the sheriff goes out for delivering food and doing things during the pandemic, we handed out pamphlets telling people where to go. We're concerned about that as well. But I submit to you that what we're saying and what the record should clearly reflect, that the sheriff is not saying that she's not concerned about the questions that you may have or the legitimate questions that anyone may have. But we are saying that we had no legal reason, no legitimate legal reason. And being concerned about giving information out is not a legitimate legal reason for postponing an order. At least I haven't found that in my 33 plus years of practice, going before a judge and saying, Judge, I just want to continue the case so that I can have a discussion for 2 months. Or I wanted to continue your order. I want you to delay your order so that I can have a discussion. This letter does not say that all the sheriff had to do was write us a letter and request that it be continued. In fact, the letter says that the sheriff continued it, but the reason for the continuance was, one, federal and state and city agencies weren't doing any of this at that time. And then when it became available and the order was set, we had to do it in a timely fashion. So I would like the record to reflect that. And I presume that the letter from the judge will be part of this record as well. And I don't want to talk any longer than that.
Thank you so very much for your response, and we appreciate you getting all of that on the record. The judge's letter, the letter from the courts, will be included as a part of the public record. I also appreciate your acknowledging that this, could have been handled in a much more conciliatory, informative, and perspective, from a different perspective, with a strong intergovernmental cooperation and planning spirit to it. With that being said, Sheriff, although, again, the website still says permanent, you were saying the program is going to be a pilot, and Council Members Gim and Gaultier, I want you to know I see you in queue, and I'm coming to you in a second. You said that it will be a pilot. What's the piloting period, and how are you going to evaluate the program? What factors are you going to use to determine whether or not this change should remain a pilot or stay permanent?
package, that was one of the questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, that was one of the concerns as what the matrix are. We are coming back probably about 6 months. We said 3 to 6 months so that we'll be able to measure how this is working for Philadelphia. And it all still depends on whether we are opened up if we need to go to another plan. And it gives you the matrix. I think that is Exhibit I. In your packet, Exhibit I gives you the matrix that we're going to be looking at. Added to those matrix, let me get I up for you so I can read it basically from there. Is it there? Do you have it?
Here, sir.
Yeah. And it matrix for virtual sheriff sales. We're looking at properties, addresses of properties for sale, buyers names and residence, city and state, ratio of LLC buyers to individual buyers, number and type of buyers of multiple properties per sale, bidding process and sales, number of registered bidders, number of bids per transaction, number of unique bidders per transaction, mortgage foreclosure sales, percentage of property sold to third parties, percentage increase of sale price over reserve price, tax lien sales, percentage of property sold, homeowners protection, number of stays prior to, during, and after the sale, number of type of constituent inquiries, read virtual sales, also tracking our office response to these inquiries. If there are any other matrix that your committee think that we need to look at, just you can basically submit that to our office and we will include that as part of the matrix.
So thank you, Sheriff, for your response to that question. My last question before I go to Council Member Helen Gim, and we'll come back around in a round robin. You stated that the only thing changing about the sheriff's sale process is the venue when we had our briefing. Yet the following aspects of the process have changed, which are pretty significant. And I want you to describe for me why the changes were made and like the decision-making process that your office engaged in order to make them. A deposit requirement. In order to bid, $10,000 for foreclosure properties and $1,500 for tax foreclosure properties. The buyer's premium, which for the benefit of the public is on top of the sales price, 1.5% for mortgage foreclosure properties and 10% for tax foreclosure properties. And then now the full payment by a winning bidder is due within 15 calendar days instead of the 30 calendar days. What's the rationale behind that decision making, and why were those decisions made, Sheriff?
Good afternoon, Council persons. My name is Curtis Douglas. I'm the undersheriff, and I'm going to talk about the types of sales that we have. First, let's talk about the mortgage foreclosure sales. Mortgage foreclosure sales require a $10,000 deposit. One of the reasons that we require the $10,000 deposit is that we have many properties. The properties are priced very high in this day and age. And so we felt that 10,000 was a good metric when it came to keeping people who may not be able to pay the full amount out of the bidding process. And what that means is this. One of our last sales, we had 204 people who actually came up with $10,000 and put it into the system to bid. If you cannot afford $10,000, I'm not sure that you would have been able to outbid any of the 204 people who actually did come to that sale. So it was a way to prevent persons who do not have money from making a bid, getting a bid, and not being able to put in the rest of their money. Because as you'll read in our conditions of sale, if you're unable to come up with the 10% the day after the sale, you lose whatever deposit you have. And if you cannot come up with the full amount at the end of the 15 days, you will lose whatever deposit you have. So the sheriff felt that it was not fair to the small person to have them come forward and bid against those who could put that kind of money there and actually end up losing their money to the sheriff. As the sheriff always says to us, we're not in this to actually take money from the taxpayers, be they bidders or the homeowners. So that's how we arrived at that conclusion. As for the tax sales, it's $1,500. That's the minimum bid. Because we have lots and other price properties that are low price, we felt that would be a good starting point. So persons who bid for that, again, $1,500, and you have to pay. And the reason that we came up with these fees or the add-ons, the 10% to bid for assets, the 1.5% to bid for assets, is that we found a company that could mirror our sales and not charge us anything. And the way that they are not able to charge us anything is that they add a buyer's premium. So that buyer's premium is what you get with that 1.5% on the mortgage foreclosure sale or the 10% on the tax sales. I think I have answered your question. I'm not sure if there's anything else, Councilperson.
The last thing was the full payment by the winning bidder, due within 15 calendar days instead of 30.
I'm sorry. Yes. One of the reasons that we did that is we were looking at a way to get the money into the coffers of the city, and we found that 15 days would work better for us. It's also becoming a pretty big accounting nightmare if we had to go through 30 days. So what we chose was something that would help us in the accounting function, as well as putting money in the coffers of the city. So we chose 15 days.
Thank you. Sheriff, is this still standard operating procedure that we will not have any bidders who are tax delinquent in the city of Philadelphia? Is that still your standard operating procedure?
That's correct.
So no one should be bidding that is tax delinquent in the city of Philadelphia. I just want to make sure that's clear.
No, the process goes this way. You can bid, but in order for you to come in and finish up the sale, you have to get a certification from the city to ensure that you are not tax delinquent. So they have to get a certificate to basically prove that they are not tax delinquent in the city.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any bidders that are tax delinquent.
You will have that. See, it's not about whether you bid, it's about finishing up the sale. That means you can bid, but before you can come in and pay the balance on the property that you are buying, if you're a winning bidder, then you have to have a certificate from the city that says you are not tax delinquent. If you are tax delinquent, then you cannot finish up that sale without paying up the taxes that you owe the city.
So they're not vetted pre-sale, I guess is what so that's what I want to make sure of. Somebody is not going to be taking up the space of another resident and bidding, and they're tax delinquent, right? So they could knock me out. They're tax delinquent. So are they vetted, pre-vetted? I get what you're saying, that they can't make it to the process unless they're certified. They can't make it until the end. But am I allowed to participate in the process if I'm tax delinquent and potentially knock out someone else who's interested in the same property? And then
let's answer that. Which one do you want to?
Just so that we're clear, in a live sale, anyone could show up and bid. The same thing goes with the virtual sale. Anyone can show up and bid. There was no vetting of whether people were tax delinquent in the live sale. If they weren't tax compliant, by the time they came to pay their balance, they were not able to complete the sale. That has not changed. That is the procedure of those tax sales. that anyone can bid. It's a public auction. We cannot stop people from bidding. But they have to be tax compliant with the city before they are allowed to complete that sale and we issue a deed into their name.
Got it. I think that's what's happening is that some bidders, and we'll come back to this, maybe using LLCs to try to get around that, but we'll come back to that. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gim for questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I think one of the questions that came up was what would be a legitimate reason to postpone the implementation of this? And I feel like a very important legal and legitimate reason to postpone would be to ensure that whatever the new process was, that it would have to be compliant with laws and regulations on the books. And it sounds like there are significant concerns that have been raised, particularly around the land bank. And Angel Rodriguez will be testifying later about it, but I want to be able to put Mr. Rodriguez's concerns forward. Are you aware of the concerns that have been laid out by the land bank? And did you have a conversation with the land bank prior to the implementation of this process?
Yeah. We took the Darryl Stewing, the director of real estate. We're very familiar with land banks procedures and the agreement that they entered into with the City of Philadelphia and Limeberger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson, as well as GRB. Same rules apply. We mirrored this
could you
online.
just, before you continue, sir, could you answer my question? Did you enter into a conversation with the land bank prior to the implementation of this and announcement of this process?
No, we did not.
Okay. Now you can proceed with your comment. Thank you.
We didn't have a conversation with them, but as I said before, we are very familiar with their practices, and we took into consideration when with our bid for asset that land bank would be participating in the auction. So just as land bank would provide.
Excuse me, can I get a clarity on this? It's not that the land bank would be participating in the auction. It's that the land bank has the right to participate in every auction that includes their items. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding. They entered into an agreement with the City of Philadelphia, and as I said, the tax lien servicers. And we understand that they are going to participate in the sale. So the only thing the land bank, they need to follow, they will follow the same procedures that they followed in the past. Nothing has changed. They will provide us a list of all the properties that they have an interest in. We will enter that information into our TeleSoft, into our systems, and we will follow the same protocols, rules, and regulations that we followed during a live auction.
Okay, so one of the obligations that the land bank has laid out is that the land bank's potential bid must be included in all tax sale notices on the sheriff's website. That is a requirement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this notice should be, in my opinion, quite prominent. And in the past, it should be well notified to all participants in a sale that the land bank has the right to bid and can submit its bid at the beginning of each virtual sale. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Why then is the land bank's notification at the very bottom of like a 21 paragraph, as information form on the website? Why is it not more prominently displayed? If that is your understanding, and if that is the land bank's understanding, why did you bury that information?
Barry? Excuse me.
19 out of 21 paragraphs would be pretty low, right?
Well, I don't think you can say, Councilwoman again, let me just say this. The land bank has an agreement with the city law department in reference to the tax sales and tax lien sales in reference to properties. Their agreement is with them. Their agreement is not with the sheriff's office. Though we understand that they are listed on every sale. But when it came to this sale, my understanding, and check me if I'm wrong, that the land bank had no funds in order to enter into any of these sales at this time. But we do see that. But if you say that, if you're saying they're at the bottom, and I didn't see that, then I don't have a problem with making sure that they are up in it. Look, we are into correcting mistakes. If that's a mistake that we made, we don't have a problem with correcting it.
I think that the issue is that, and to be clear, Barry is my terminology, but the belief that if you appear in paragraph 19 out of 21 paragraphs on an information form, when you can be a primary bidder, would be something that the land bank itself has concerns about. The concerns I'm raising to you are not about personal opinion. The memorandum of agreement is also not with the law department. The memorandum of understanding between the city of Philadelphia and is with the city of Philadelphia and the land bank, and also involves other entities, which includes the school district of Philadelphia, Philadelphia Gas Works, multiple law firms. If there needs to be a change in the process that impacts the memorandum of understanding, why wouldn't the sheriff's department have talked to the land bank ahead of this? And it sounds like you have multiple issues to work out with them.
Well, we didn't change the process in reference to the land bank. You're saying it's just not listed in the top.
No, I have multiple concerns. That look, I'm asking these questions because Mr. Rodriguez is going to testify after this. These questions need to be brought to the forefront. You are asking why should you postpone? And one of the reasons to postpone is because a very important partner on this, which is the land bank, and all of us are here because we do not want to see distressed properties, being snapped up irresponsibly by large-scale operators who have tanked the real estate industry time and time again in other cities. This is what we saw happen post-2008. This is what we could see happen post this, pandemic. And it is our responsibility to work collectively to ensure that the city of Philadelphia does not fall victim to larger schemes that have been in play before. We've seen this before. This is not about, fear-mongering or anything like that. We know this is a process that frequently happens. You have made dramatic changes that Councilmember Parker laid out that have profound impact on the ability of the Philadelphia Land Bank to be able to be a participating partner. Not only are there issues that were laid out in terms of the fact that the land bank being a right to bidder and is able to present its bid ahead of time. Not only is that not clearly presented in your informational work, but that the land bank bids must be presented at the beginning of a sale as required. It is at the beginning.
Okay.
Second of all, and I'd like to finish. Second of all, the land bank is now, as Councilmember Parker laid out, must now submit a deposit and a registration fee. And most shockingly, it must now pay a 10% premium if winning a bid. Now, those dollars of, the land bank is meant to protect Philadelphia properties, to use it for responsible purposes, and to potentially move it into affordable housing, to be able to move it to community gardens. It could go out, to nonprofits that could use it for purposes other than just a massive, I don't know what people want to build these days. But it's not just in those hands. But the land bank paying a 10% premium that had never been done before when it's Philadelphia tax dollars in place is a serious issue.
Okay, let us respond to that. Let Melissa, Deputy Director of Real Estate.
Councilwoman Jen, with all due respect, the information that you received regarding the land bank and this process is incorrect. We spoke with the tax lien servicers that we deal with, GRB, Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson, and the city law department. The process within which land bank purchases properties has not changed. They never dealt directly with our office with discussing which properties they wanted to purchase. They dealt directly with.
Did you have a conversation with the land bank?
Can we finish? Look, we are trying to respect you and not interrupt you. And allow her to finish her conversation, please, Councilwoman.
I'm sorry. Let me explain.
Excuse me. Can I finish?
No. Point of order.
Yeah.
Point of order, please. This is not what we do in hearings in the City Council of Philadelphia. Please, we're going to make sure we're respectful and we're going to listen to each other. Councilmember Gim, please make your comment, and then we're going to put ourselves on mute and allow the sheriff's office to respond.
Yes. So what I want to make clear is that one of the things that is at issue here is that this is not about what we understand the interpretation to be. The issue is that the Philadelphia Land Bank is a major partner. It is an investor in this city, and it has a responsible role to play in the long-term growth. I understand that you want to clarify that with me. I think the issue is that you need to clarify it with the land bank, with a sit-down discussion with them, and potentially with other council members in place. But this needs to be a broader discussion with them. That is the issue that's here. And I understand that you may explain what Linebarger has said, or what your tax lien attorney has said, or what anybody else has said. But the issue fundamentally is not so much whether you can, explain all these things, but that conversation needs to happen with them. And because there are significant responsibilities, regulations, including a formal memorandum of understanding in place with public agencies and entities, that this requires the sheriff's department to step back for a moment, take time, and meet with them. Could you agree that may be a process?
Councilmember Gim, we're going to, before the sheriff's office respond, the chair recognizes Councilmember Quinones Sanchez for a point of information on this matter.
I'll let the councilwoman finish that statement because I want a point of clarification on the sequence. So let her finish that. I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Gim.
Yes. So my question to the sheriff's office is not to necessarily explain what Mr. Rodriguez is going to testify to later, but can you agree that you should postpone so that you can have a longer, fuller conversation with the land bank, with its partners, and with the city to work out some of the concerns that have been raised?
Yes, please respond, Sheriff.
Melissa?
Okay, so with reference to the land bank, when we first started taking on land bank purchase properties, that was something that the city talked to the sheriff's office and stated that we were required to do. The land bank communicates directly with the tax servicers. They let them know in advance what properties they want to buy from sheriff's sale. The process is that they then give us that information. So Linebarger, City Law, and GRB then provide us with the information of what properties land bank is purchasing. And we then announce that at sale. We still have that procedure in place to where whatever properties land bank is going to purchase will be shown on the website. That is something that, because the discussion initially with regard to land bank happened with City Law and the tax servicers happened, we discussed that concern with them. So that procedure, the way that it has been happening since the institution of the land bank and purchasing sheriff's sale property, the procedure is the same. Land bank does not come directly to us with regard to what properties they would like to purchase.
And let me respond. The answer is no, because land bank properties don't even come to sheriff sales. They're not responsible for 10% nothing. They don't have to put down a deposit of anything. That process starts before those properties go up for sale. They pull them off the list. They do not even go on the list because the land bank pulls them off the list from the beginning. They don't even go into a registration part. They don't go into a 10% nothing. That's been the process in person, and that's the process virtually.
Right. Land bank has never had to make a deposit on sale. They pay the balance once they state that they want to purchase the property.
So the land bank is essentially exempt from the entire virtual process.
That's correct.
Yes.
So any properties that would be listed by the land bank would then be immediately removed.
Yes, they are shown on the website as sold to land bank at their purchase price. There's no bidding allowed on any of the properties that the land bank is interested in.
Okay. And then how is that going to be communicated? Because I think one of the concerns that the land bank has laid out very clearly is that they're not aware of, like they were not necessarily made aware of the most recent sale because you put it up on the virtual sale.
Madam Chairwoman, this is one of the points of clarification, if I can get in here just a little bit. And look, I completely appreciate the fact that we are talking about a process notification. I appreciate the sheriff acknowledging, all of these things. I just want to make it clear that tax sales are derived by our revenue department and our law department. And so we have some issues around connecting the dots around the sheriff's sale that are fully on the administration side. The revenue department decides what properties go to tax sales for the purposes of land bank being able to bid on them. So I just want to make sure that we separate those issues. This is why, and by the way, I am totally against the MOU that we have to even go through this process, right? But I just want to kind of clarify it that the person who makes the decisions for tax sales is the revenue commissioner and our law department. So I just want to clarify that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your point of information. And I do want to just state for the record that all of the questions and concerns that you've heard Councilmember Gim acknowledge today, these are sort of not just her pulling those concerns, off the top of her head. When the land bank gets the opportunity to testify themselves, you will get to hear about these concerns that they've clearly laid out in their testimony. And Sheriff, we did send that to you along with all members of your team. Councilmember Gim, any more questioning?
I think the only last question that I would have is what is the amount of estimated sales that the sheriff's sale totaled in 2019?
You're saying all the sales?
Right. Mm-hmm. What would be a total amount?
$62,493,109.
So based on that, bid for assets in 2019 would have received a $6.2 million contract from the department. Is that right? Because that would have effectively been the quote unquote cost of the contract.
No, that's not correct.
How do you calculate it?
Mortgage foreclosures is 1.5. Tax lien sales is 10%. So there's a difference in what you're saying because you're going straight to 10%, and that's not correct.
Okay, so how would you have calculated it? Based on that figure, what would you have calculated bid for assets?
I haven't calculated because you just asked me that. I haven't calculated that. You just asked me that, but I can break that down and send that to you. But I haven't calculated because bid for assets was not a part of this contract in 2019.
I'm aware of that. I'm trying to understand, based on a 2019 model, what would be the estimated amount of money that bid for assets would have been able to have collected.
will.
That should be basically.
Since I have these figures here, I didn't calculate that percentage, but I will calculate that and give that to you before we finish.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Madam Chair. I'll just say that I would urge the Sheriff's Department to have a fuller conversation, to settle the questions with a number of different groups. They are compelling reasons for the Sheriff's Department to get this right. Sheriff Bilal, you were very passionate when you ran for office that you wanted to take control on these sheriff sales because you know what they can do to families, and especially children and families and women. And what I want us to be careful about is that we have covered our bases and we are changing a system for the better, not to just make it more efficient. We can make things more efficient and we can make it terrible for the people who experience it. Our job is to change things for the better. I'm not convinced that this move will do that, and I have serious concerns about that as a result. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. Chair recognizes Councilmember Gaultier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to hear about the steps the Sheriff's Office has taken to address the concerns voiced by both residents and council about the accessibility of the new online process. And by this, I mean the fact that many of our residents don't have internet assets and that many people may not be as technologically literate. Can you speak to that?
Well, first, I will say this. What we have done is this. For all those persons, and again, it's Curtis Douglas, the undersheriff. For all those persons who are not technologically savvy, and I consider myself one of those persons, we do have a form for those. It's a manual form, and that can be submitted to bid for assets. That helps. Another thing that I would suggest is this. And the sheriff has also suggested this, is that we're attempting to train persons, because what we feel is this: senior citizens who are most likely affected, it's a really difficult ride for them to actually get on the train or get on SEPTA and go somewhere where there's 600 people and actually put in a vote or bid that would get them a property. So we would like to help with the training for those so that they too could get on the system, learn the system, and make a winning bid. So we would like to do that also. I'm not
you
sure
would like
if that
to,
answers.
or did you? You would like to do that. Have you done any of the training?
Have we gone out to anyone? Is that what you said?
You said you would like to host trainings for residents. Have you hosted any?
Yes, we have training. We have done demos, and those are posted on our website. We have done multiple demos that are posted on our website, so it is available to those who want to see it.
Let me add to that. We have, as far as getting it out to the people, we are in the process of what we've done so far. That is not only on our website, it's also on Bid for Asset website. And if you cannot get on the internet, and if you're not technologically savvy, which a lot of people may not be, there is a manual bid form that is basically on the website, or calling our office, or picking it up in person here at the sheriff's office on the 5th floor. We have those available. What we need to do is get it out to all the council people's offices so that you will have it available. Now, what we plan to do as far as the continued outreach as we get this out in this community is basically come to every district or wherever people want us at to go step by step on the process with them. But right now, if you are technologically savvy, you can go on for Bid for Assets, and there's videos that take you through the process step by step. So we're looking at other suggestions on how to get it out. We don't have it all, but if you have ideas, you can just send it to us and we will act on it.
It seems to me that the methods that you listed were mostly online methods for people who have access and who are savvy. But we know that in our city there are lots of people, particularly the most vulnerable people who might not fall into that category. Can you talk about your efforts to reach those people and to make this a more accessible, friendly process for them? And can you also say, just give your general opinion on whether you think it's good to launch into this big of a change without having done that outreach beforehand?
Can you hear us? Because I'm looking at me muted. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you. Did you hear? Can you hear me? I might be having problems. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll let Craig, our public information officer, answer that, Councilwoman.
We are currently hampered by the fact that we're still in the pandemic and we cannot safely have these mass in-person gatherings to do that kind of instruction. In its place, we have done massive outreach on our YouTube channel, on the sheriff's site, as well as our social media channels through media. We also, as the sheriff indicated, we've got multiple ways for people who don't have internet access to get the paper bidding. We have copies of it here at the sheriff's office. People can call, we will mail it out to them. If they have friends or family who do have internet access, we have it listed in multiple places on our website where they can download it and print it out for them. And we are also in the process of working on an app that will, for phones, that will also help people get easier access to that. In addition to the numerous ways that Bid for Assets has provided instruction on their website.
Additionally, if I may, this was a creation of an emergency situation. It's a pandemic. It's a pandemic. So as a result of the pandemic, we had to create a way to carry out the order. And I know that everyone knows that. That's why we're here. I understand that. But I want us to keep focused on that when we're talking about or have some of the questions that we have. I've heard mentioned several times that, you chose to do this and create this new vehicle. The vehicle was created out of necessity, not because someone came in and decided that they just wanted to do virtual. So there are a lot of things that we were able to do virtually, and we were able to inform people virtually, and I'm talking about the people in the community and tutorial processes, etc. But there are other things that we are hampered from doing that. Now, and unfortunately, until we improve in how we're dealing with one another in the pandemic, we're not going to be able to do it other than to supply each council member with a copy, or they can go on the website and pull out the manual ones. We can actually deliver them. We can make DVDs if you think that that would be more appropriate to hand to individuals so that they can have that available to them. But at the end of the day, this was the growth process out of a tragedy that has faced this nation called the pandemic. And based upon that, the birth of this process has begun.
May I add one more?
I would just say, you're framing, having to move to this process as an emergency because we're in a pandemic, but residents who have lost their jobs, who may be at risk of losing their homes, who do not have the access, the internet access, and maybe sometimes the technological skills to participate in this process, that's also an emergency. So I don't understand, and frankly, I've heard the conversation about that us not having a legitimate reason. I don't understand why that is not a legitimate reason for us to delay this process. The situation that our residents find themselves in at this moment is also an emergency.
Absolutely. And let me say for the record, I agree with not the delay. I agree with what you have said with respect to the urgency of the pandemic and the effect that it has on our community, on the community of the people in the city and county of Philadelphia. But let us say one thing. There isn't a property, and let me say this 3 times. There isn't a property that came up for tax or sheriff sale that got in that condition based upon the pandemic. All of these sales that took place thus far and that are scheduled to take place within the next month or so are pre-pandemic. Some of these properties and some of these lots are as a result of 6 years of litigation, 3 years of litigation, or at least 2 years of litigation. So again, I understand your position, accept that position. That is to be the truth, with the exception of continuing or postponing it, because these are not the individuals that are having their properties up for sheriff sales. The people that are having their properties up for sheriff sales, their properties were up for sheriff sales prior to the pandemic. And in fact, had it not been a moratorium or a closing of the city back in March, had it been an opportunity to have sheriff sales in March and in April and May of 2020, they would have happened. They didn't happen because we couldn't. So these are not new people being targeted, respectfully. These are individuals that already had an order and already went through the system. And then I call again, if everyone has an opportunity, to look at the letter from President Judge Fox and Administrative Judge Sheridan Harris that puts down the procedure of how we get to this point, so that we can have a reference. And when we're saying about what people, because everyone is suffering, including the landlords that own the property that's not getting the rent, including the banks that are not. Everyone is suffering.
Well, I would submit
I don't mean to.
It doesn't matter if people were struggling before the pandemic. They're struggling worse now, and it seems.
Well, you have a problem then with sheriff sales, not a problem with you have a problem with sales, not a problem with virtual. Because
Excuse me, Mr. Shabazz. Mr. Shabazz. Mr. Shabazz.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we allow Councilwoman Gaultier to respond?
Absolutely, and Councilwoman, I apologize for interrupting you. You're absolutely right, Councilwoman Parker.
So what I'm not pushing back on the fact that people were struggling before the pandemic. I understand that, but people are in an even worse position now. And it seems to me that we're moving full steam ahead to make investments in our cities efficient, in an efficient, fast way for our city to take away property without making corresponding investments in our residents' ability to even understand this process. Every question that I asked you all about how we're helping people to understand the process was either you're putting things online or you're going to. We can't move full steam ahead on taking the property away without making a corresponding investment in our residents' ability to participate in this system. That's equally as important as efficiency and as money that we're saving. I have one more question.
Could I just answer that very quickly? Your question before was, how do we get the people into the process? And when you said the process, we thought you meant the virtual sale process. If you're asking us, how do we get those persons in the process to prevent having their homes taken from them? I think if you look at the document that Mr. El-Shabazz just showed, the judge shows the process that it takes. And before I leave, I also want to say this. We've had the CARES Act, which also helps save those persons who are not doing well, and it prevents their homes from being taken. There are also other options that were available. We had the banks actually opt into the program when we sold the foreclosed homes. Meaning, if they did not want to put their property up for sale, they did not have to opt into the sale. So we put things in place to help those homeowners who are doing bad, if in fact they can. But you have to understand this. Our job is to sell the property. Once the judge makes that decision that this property is up for sale, it's up to us to sell the property. We can't just stop it, but we have made that available. And I am with that, I'm sorry.
And council member, I did just want to add, I want to make sure you understand our outreach is not entirely limited to the digital domain. All of our town halls regarding this process and the transition are on channel 64.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. We read in some of the testimony that it seems that Bid for Assets is maybe not updating the list of properties for sale in as timely a fashion as people would like. So I think we read in the testimony from Savior Home Philly that the May 4th properties are listed on the site as preview when these sales have actually been postponed by the court or dismissed outright, which has caused a lot of stress to people. Can you talk about that process and maybe changes that we could make to that?
So as soon as we receive the information from the attorneys who are putting the properties up for sale, we update that information in our system. That then updates 2 or 3 times a day on Bid for Assets website. However, if we do not receive that information from the attorneys in a timely fashion, then it doesn't get updated. Such as with our tax sales, we usually end up getting a lot of last minute stays and postponements the night before the sale. And we go in, update that information so that the morning of the sale, that information is in. But, I mean, you would need to speak with the attorneys to have them get that information to our office. Because as I said, as soon as we get that from the attorneys, we are putting that information in, staying and postponing sales.
And we also advertise.
And that would be the same in the live auction system also.
Okay. From
Yes,
a perspective, is there anything that we can do to address that?
You know what, Councilwoman, we would look at when they need to be able to update it, but it's basically updated when we get it from them. We can't update it unless the attorneys, because the attorneys send in stays, postponements, and we want to make sure that that information gets in. But if they don't give it to us, we can't put it up there. Just note this, the protection is still there. If you or if any of your constituents or people that you know have postponed or got a stay, then that information, whether it gets updated on the website or not, it is still their protection. It's still there. So what we don't want people to do is get in anxiety about it, because if they have it, that protection is there. Even if it's on the website, it doesn't matter because the protection is still there. If we get it after the sale, that protection is still there, and all those funds will be funded back to whoever. None of these protections go away. They're all still there. So if they have it, it's there.
and I would just like to add to that, one thing that we did institute with the change to virtual sales is the ability of the attorneys to send us numerous faxes the night before a sale. And the in-person sale, we would get 100 or so faxes overnight staying or postponing a sale. In this instance, we have the attorneys themselves are allowed to go in during the sale to stay or postpone that property. And we have dedicated phone lines here. We also have a dedicated email for anyone to send in that information as far as a bankruptcy or anything, so that we can stay or postpone a sale during the sale. So as soon as we get the information, we will update the system.
Thank you. No more questions this round, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gaultier. The chair recognizes Councilmember David O. For questions, but before he comes on, let me just state for the record, for the benefit of the public, that we will be hearing from Allegheny County, which also went virtual, and they, chose what some would consider to be a user-friendly and much more friendly to the people of Allegheny County. But you're going to get a chance to hear the opposite side of the spectrum as well. Please proceed, Councilmember O.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. As Tariq El-Shabazz mentioned, I am an attorney. I've been an attorney for 36 years. I haven't practiced for the last 9 or 10 years while I've been on city council. But I will say that my knowledge of sheriff sales, unfortunately, comes from representing, the average citizen, the unfortunate person that finds themselves in a situation where their property is being sold. And back in those days, the issue was that, for example, they owe $100,000. I'm just making up the number. And when the process was said and done, someone bid $20,000 and got their property. And they still owed $80,000. The question was always, how come nobody was there to bid on my property? And their questions were always around the fact, is this fixed? Is something going on? Is there corruption? Did they just notify their friends? Are they intentionally selling my property for cheap? So, my questions kind of go along that line informationally. My first question, and you don't have to give me long answers. My first question is there more participation by the public, potential bidders, people in the community neighborhoods, by going online, or is there less participation?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman O, for those questions. First, there is absolutely more participation by going virtual. Yesterday's tax sale drew 4,000 bids, 4,216 bidders. So people had the opportunity to bid from home, from work, from different places. It actually takes away, I would submit to you, the intimidation that you may feel sometimes by some people in a crowded room. I also would answer to the question, because the first comment was about the $100,000 home and the $20,000 purchase price. Well, the opposite seems to be happening here. What seems to be happening here is that you're getting people into bidding contests where the highest bidder is going. In fact, yesterday's auction ended after 3. And it was supposed to end at 1, but if people continue to bid within 5, it gets extended and extended and extended. So that person that may have, let me do the opposite, may have a $20,000 debt on their neck, but their home is sold now for $120,000. After bills and tax liens and things are paid, that money, that excess money, goes to that particular person. If the person has $80,000 by virtue, and $60,000 is sold, they would have a $20,000 debt if it's sold for $60,000. But that's not anything that we can do with respect to that can't be done in an actual live sale. But it appears right now, and that's why we want to look at the matrix. And that's why it's important to see what's going on here, because we may see some problems, but we're going to see some things that are progressive as well. And what we're seeing so far in just four virtual sales, we're seeing bids of $4,000, 4,000 people, 4,000 bids, I should say. We're seeing, are we talking numbers now? What? We're seeing generally approximately $7,000. I'm sorry, did I say 7,000? Yeah. $7 million in those sales. And that's not just because prices are higher, because they do bid and they go up higher, but they're able to bid on multiple properties at one time. In other words, you put all the properties up there, and so you're able to bid without, if you go to the bathroom, you don't have to worry about it. You can come back and keep bidding on your particular property. Whereas at the live auction, if you left your seat and went to the bathroom, or if you came late, something held you up in traffic or what have you, and you would have missed your property. You don't have that now. Or you're at lunchtime. You bid on your property at lunch while you're working.
All right.
Or what people have been doing is waiting to, I'm sorry. I went too far. You told me not to go on.
No. It's a very thorough explanation, but I got the point, so I'm going to move on because I don't want to take up more time than I need to. But I get the point. That people have internet access, for example, on their cell phone or in a library, or now with kids in virtual school. Rather than going to a location, which is kind of intimidating, they can just get on a platform, and there's a level of transparency. So you're saying there's more participation, not less. My next question is this. Why does the money go to the city? I mean, the sheriff's sale is a function of a court order, and where does the money end up?
why there might be the proceeds.
So the reason why we have the sheriff's sales is because of a judgment or delinquency. So in the instance of the tax lien sales or tax delinquent sales, that's money we're collecting for the city. So the money that we collect on the sale of that property goes to pay off those delinquent taxes, that delinquent water bill, that delinquent gas bill.
That part I understand. Is that it? No, there isn't a path through with the city. It doesn't end up anyplace else. You're just talking about what is owed to the city.
Basically, because you're talking about Exhibit E, I think it is. Okay.
The fees. The fees.
Yeah. In your package on Exhibit E,
Yes.
you have what you call the sheriff fees. And it basically tells you where those fees come from. The following fees are charged on all cases except the city law department delinquent tax sales. The only thing the sheriff gets is the writ processing fee. And then you have a conduct fee of $300. Those funds are paid to the city of Philadelphia. The following fee is charged on every sold property and is paid to the city of Philadelphia. It's called poundage, which is calculated as 8% on the first $5,000 of the winning bid and 2% on the remaining amount of the winning bid above $5,000. And so those also go to the city. We conduct the sales for the city.
Councilperson, could I also say this? Once we've exhausted all those funds, if there are any funds left over, they go to the homeowner whose home it was taken. So I do want you to understand that person stands to gain money also.
Right. Okay. The next thing I'm going to say is this. I understood from this conversation, I appreciate that people on here like Councilwoman Quinones-Sanchez far more knowledgeable about land banks and all its details. But what I'm kind of getting after all of this is land banks are exempt from this process. They don't put deposits. They are not charged fees. Their properties are pulled off the list. I know we're going to hear from the land bank people, but basically what I'm getting from the sheriff's office is that some of the concerns raised are somehow like it's not actually in question.
Yes.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay. My last really point is really this, and yeah, I do understand about continuances. You know, I think I have some pretty good reasons for continuances, but the judge does not agree. And then we got to do the case because the judge is in charge. And I understand that the sheriff is an arm of the court. I will say, however, because I'm going to cast some blame here, that ever since I got on city council, we have been dealing with property assessments with the Office of Property Assessment, and council itself did a independent audit, and that came back that the methodology in this city is below industry standard. And I did introduce a bill, for example, and it's been a concern to all of my colleagues. We've all wrestled with this problem. I did a bill that basically reject the taxes, the overly high taxes based on improper assessments that I believe are a very important reason why people are being taxed out of their house and home and threatened by sheriff sales. But I would say that, you know, that is a real challenge for this administration. It has been a challenge for our city council, that if we're going to deal with the root of gentrification in this city, it has a lot to do with overly high, improper, in my opinion, illegal taxes on people's property, mostly the vulnerable. With that, Council Chair, I will stop my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the sheriff. I want to state for the record why I supported this resolution and this hearing, and I want to thank the sheriff for recognizing some of the reasons why we're here in this public discussion. First of all, it is council's job to to call for a public discussion on issues that it has concerns. And prior to this particular sheriff's office, administrator, Sheriff Belial, historically, council has had a tenseful conversation with anybody who's been in the sheriff's office about process, procedures, equity, and access, right? So this is a structural problem that has been ongoing, and City Council has done tremendous work. I know the chairwoman has, even prior to getting elected around. We want to keep people in their homes. The best homeless prevention strategy is keeping people in their homes, and I know the sheriff shares that goal. I want to just go on the record and say, as someone who's watched this particular system, and there's a lot of flaws to it, from the judges making decisions and how we hold them accountable around how they issue judgments, to the point that I brought up around the issue of the tax sales, the Department of Revenue and Law Department's role in determining that as part of their collections strategy, the sale of tax delinquency should go through this process. And that I would submit to the Madam Chair that we really need to have law and revenue tell us why they feel that as we're still in this recovery space, they have to do this. But one of the points that, that I think is hugely important, and I appreciate the fact that, you have to start this up again. Virtual sales, to me, even in this post-COVID world, are not going to lead us to equitable process and access. And so I just want to go on the record that I will wait to the 3-month pilot. Thank you again, Sheriff, for acknowledging that this is going to be a pilot and that, you're entitled as an independent elected person to go through the process. But I'm going to caution on some issues that I think are really, really dangerous in this process. One is that while you want efficiency around payment and deposits and who bids, if by law you are permitted to create a different tier system for LLCs that have become extremely problematic in this gentrification and flipping process, that you do so. We want individuals to have access to this sale, but a $10,000 deposit, a 15-day settlement, I subscribe to you, is not going to help in the process. It may help you in an efficient process, but I don't think it really adds to equity as it relates to that. So if legally you can do that, I'm going to strongly encourage you to consider creating a 2-tier system for LLCs and corporations versus that. The mortgage conversation is a broader one around, because we don't have control over mortgages in City Council, but we really do need to have a conversation even pre-pandemic. So my question is, please walk me through the conversation with the law department to get us to the sale. What were the recommendations of the city solicitor that you shared with this body that got us here? And what we in council can do to get to a more equitable, transparent space. If your hands are tied, what do we need to do? Because people are against sheriff sales. They're against sales right now in this recovery. So what was the discussion with law? And then where are your hands tied that legislatively we need to act on?
Start. Thank you again, Councilwoman Quinones, for your question, and I'm gonna try to be brief because I'm kind of long-winded. Basically, what aids us is orders of the court. For example, if in fact the law department saw fit to say, well, even though the sheriff's sale is starting again, the city of Philadelphia want to impose a moratorium so that we do not go on participating in something that is more stressful, that is against the economic, I would say, situation of the majority of people in the city of Philadelphia. They could have, at that point, at their choosing, indicate that we want to suspend the sale of the tax lien sales or the tax sales now. Once they give us that order, then obviously we are free and clear not to participate in that. It's a little bit more complicated.
Question:
Yes,
the list that they gave you, where are you able to put conditions on the list that they gave you for tax sales? Do you have the authority to pull owner occupied? What authority do you have with that list, or you must take everything that the judgment gives you?
let me do this.
Yes.
The conversation between the undersheriff and the law department and tax lien sales was back and forth for months as to making sure that they were supposed to be making sure that they were not homeowner occupied. And so the list in that area went extremely, they pulled about 100 and something of them off there. So they were going back and forth during this pandemic to try to make sure that none of them was occupied. The other thing that
was that your decision, or was that the revenue department's and law
well,
department?
our conversation with them is if they're putting this list together, and our undersheriff basically tells me that the conversation was that we got to not make sure that they were not home occupied, basically, so that they can pull it. They're the only ones that can pull those out of there. We don't have the authority to do that. They can. And so if we have a conversation with any of the lawyers in the law department, if they say you call us and say this property is up for sale, but it's been taken care of by the community, can you do anything to help? Our conversation is with the law department. Look, this is property. The community's taking care of it. It's a garden. What can you do to make sure, the community is dealing with it? They decide to pull it off of there. We can have that conversation, but they got to make that decision.
So, because I know we submitted a list of our concerns around the U.S. bank liens, and I think some of the folks who are going to testify are going to speak to these thousands of U.S. bank liens that we're not allowed to bid on with the land bank. So I'll leave that discussion for when those folks come on. Is there an articulated agreement between you and the law department that owner-occupied folks, because all of those folks would be eligible for UPA, which is legislative work that council did, is there an articulated agreement that they would be put on, and who's going to be held accountable to that?
There's not a written agreement between us and the law department. That was a conversation as we started this process. And maybe we need to look into a written agreement about that. And so I will make note of that so that our legal department, what'd you say?
I just wanted to add to that. After the discussion that our department had with the law department, yesterday's sale for tax delinquent went from 356 properties down to 28.
So we can have that discussion, and maybe we will pass that over to a conversation to get a MOU, because I found out in this office one day looking through a bunch of boxes that there's a bunch of MOUs around here, and just being a newly elected person, there's no playbook, but we can probably have that conversation to develop that MOU with the law department.
Well, I mean, I encourage you to explore that, but I encourage council, and again, this would have to come through law and government and our chairwoman. I would suggest that we really, as a legislative body, really need to look at how do we legislate some of that framework, Madam Chairwoman, because this is being left up to too much chance, too many MOUs, as opposed to what is going to be the policy of how we protect people. Council has spent the last decade plus putting together measures to protect people and their homes. And what we don't want is conflicting goals around tax collections to lead us to a situation where people are checking off the box and not connecting the dots. There should be very few people who are not eligible for relief programs that this council has put forward. But what you're telling me is that ultimately the revenue department and the law department still have the discretion, right, to not ensure that people get on UPA and other things. That's something that legislatively you can do your MOU, but we're going to have to look at, Madam Chair. And I'll reserve some of the rest of the questions with some of the other folks that have come forward. We are doing our jobs and having a public discussion. Again, I appreciate that both the chairwoman and the sheriff have worked through some of the major issues around communication. How do we strengthen it? How do we make sure we're one government? So when people out there, they don't, this is not the administration, council, the sheriff's office. It's us, right? We're all elected, and it's an us. And sometimes these public conversations need to happen to us to get kind of on the same page around this stuff. But, you know, many of us believe that this sheriff process and the discretion both by judges, the mortgage people who have a lot of money and influence, you know, all of those folks are not always in the best interest of the consumer and our residents. And that is our job to figure out what we need to do. So I hope these hearings lead to some legislative fixes around how do we ensure some of this process, Madam Chair. And I'm ready and willing to work with all of you to get to that place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Madam Sheriff. I do have a series of questions, but I just want to frame it first. That I do have a problem with sheriff sales. And as I talk about this, please do not take my passion as anger. And I'm talking about more process issue. I said before, in signing on to this hearing, I said that I would try to go through the process for clarity. So my questions are coming based on the process that there was a property I had my staff looking into since March of 2020. Then it came up for sheriff sale and the sign was on the gate, and we looked at the gate and made the phone calls to move that forward. And I decided that I would go through the process. So when we have the opportunity, I can ask questions more about the process. And hopefully it'll be supportive to some of the public folks that are listening. And I think I consider myself and my staff to be pretty tech savvy and computer literate in navigating this process. So I'm going to start with the process questions around bid for access at sets, and then I'll go into some of the logistical questions that I have about the process of the sheriff sale that just happened. I think it was the April 9th, I think the first tax and lien sheriff sale. So my first question is, your testimony indicates that $6 million in gross sales from 3 virtual sales since April 6th of 2021. What was the average number of bidder participants who funded a deposit in order to bid in each of these online auctions? And how many bidders typically would have attended pre-COVID for a live auction?
Isn't that part of the
Thank you for your question,
What exhibit is that,
Councilwoman.
so you can take it to
If you look at exhibit,
It's under the bid for asset thing, isn't it?
yeah, exhibit H. So we've provided our sale reports for our first 3 sales and we had a sale yesterday, which didn't end until 3 o'clock. So that information is not finalized. However, for the first sale, we had 204 registered bidders, and that is for the mortgage foreclosure sale with a $10,000 deposit. For the April 9th sale, we had 254 registered bidders, and for the April 14th sale, we had 307 registered bidders, and that is at the $1,500 deposit amount. We do not have figures from our live sales because we did not count how many people attended those sales. So we can't give you a figure to compare to. However, the participation that we have has been overwhelming to our expectations based on all of the scrutiny that we received about the ability of people to pay the deposits. For the mortgage foreclosure sale, we had 9 winning bidders. 4 of them were from Philadelphia. For the April 9th sale, we had 62 winners, and 52 of them were from Philadelphia. For the April 14th sale, we had 33 winners, and 18 of them were Philadelphians. However, overall, 29 of them were Pennsylvanians. And what the trend that we're seeing is those same bidders that would attend our in-person sales and purchase properties are the same bidders that are attending these virtual sales and purchasing property.
Are some of these LLCs or are they individuals? Or you don't differentiate between the two?
That information is provided in exhibit
H in this statement here?
Exhibit G,
G.
where we gave you a list of all of the persons who purchased property. And as you see, we do have quite a few individuals on there that have purchased property over the past 3 sales.
I also would like to talk about the revenue that Bid for Access collects per sale. For premiums, Bid for Access collects 1.5% on foreclosure auctions and 10% on tax foreclosure auctions from buyer premiums. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So before adopting an online bidding platform, did you research whether this premium is applied in all jurisdictions conducting online sales with Bid for Assets?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilperson. Thank you for that question. We did not find out if that was the bid for all of the counties. However, I did speak to Montgomery County, and I do not believe they had it in Montgomery County. However, we did, given the size and the complexity of the sales that we have here, we did not think it was unreasonable.
Okay, so it seems like the sheriff's office is imposing the cost of the sheriff's sales on bidders or those that are losing their properties or homes. Can that be stated?
No. You saying bidders. Bidders are the ones that bid on the property, not homeowners. Homeowners, the person that owns the home that may have lost the property, there's no charge on the homeowners. These are the people that you may see, LLCs or individuals that want to buy properties. So they pay that premium price, the bidders, not the homeowners.
So the winners of the auction are the ones that pay the cost.
The ones, say it again?
Yes.
The folks who, the winner ends up absorbing the cost of.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. So for the fees, you said roughly 1,000 online bidders have participated and put their deposits in, correct?
Correct.
Around 300, about 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And each bidder pays a bid deposit per storefront, $35 administrative fee for Bid for Assets. And that is different from the $35 per parcel one administrative fee. Am I correct? I think it's in Exhibit C from the information that you sent.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So if we do the math with me quickly, if we had 1,000 participants who funded a deposit in order to bid, approximately how much did Bid for Assets collect in the deposits per storefront, administrative $35 fee? And was the fee charged to the bidders a typical would that same fee pre-COVID? This $35 fee, was it something that they would have done before COVID? Like the sheriff's office?
It wasn't an in-person sale cost. No.
There was no in-person sales cost, correct, right?
And again, Councilperson, only the bidders or buyers would pay that, and that is actually a processing fee that Bid for Assets pays to process the monies that they receive, as well as setting the buyer up for the sales.
So it seems like Bid for Assets will be collecting large revenues by imposing fees on bidders who may not have any winnings, because the $35 is non-refundable. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you executed this agreement between Bid for Access, did you ask if about this bid deposit per storefront financial fee, and is it standard in terms of all agreements that they have participated in the past?
Can you speak up a little bit, because I'm not understanding your question?
You're breaking up a little bit.
And you're breaking up to us.
Okay, I'm been having internet connectivity issues all day. It should be ending in a few minutes because school should be over. So bear with me. I lost my point. Okay, so when executing the agreement between bid for assets, did you ask if the bid deposit per storefront financial fee was a standard term in all agreements made with cities that partnered with bid for assets?
We did not. And what we did when we spoke to bid for assets was talk to bid for assets not about other cities, but how they could make their virtual sales mirror our live sales. So that was not something that we discussed. The fees that they charge to other cities, we did not discuss that with them.
Okay. So I'm going to just go into my experience. When I attempted to bid in a tax foreclosure auction, I was charged an additional $100 fee that I did not see except on bid for access. And I don't recall that being mentioned in the town hall. Do you know what was the purchase of this additional $100 fee?
You know, a bid. You put down a $1,500 deposit, and
Right.
then your $100 is your first $100 bid on the property. That's my understanding. If that's different.
But it wasn't stated in all the other documents. I did not see until I went through the bid for access website and gave them originally $1,535. And then once I realized that the $1,535 wasn't enough, I went back to the bank and put another $100. Another $1,000 in to do a money wire. But none of these fees were mentioned in the earlier information that we did in the briefings, and it wasn't easily available on the initial sheriff's site website. I didn't see it until I got into details with bid for asset. Do you know what the purpose of that additional $100 fee is?
It's in our conditions for sale.
Okay.
When you go on to the website, what we stress is you read the conditions for sale. The conditions for sale states that, and all the fees under the conditions for sale. And it tells you bid in $100 increments.
Okay. So
that's what that information is.
Councilperson, can I just say this? One of the things that's stated in the conditions of sale is that there's a $1,600 minimum for all tax sales. So you only place $1,500 in reserve, so it would require an extra $100 on any bid to start anyway.
Absolutely. That's what I said. I did the $1,535, and then once I had already went and wired the money, I came and saw something else, so I went back and put more money to wire to be able to participate in the bid, but that wasn't clear up front when I did the first initial deposit. The reason I'm kind of laying this out is because, some of this conversation is making it seem like it's so much easier for working people. I was actually on a council hearing when I discovered that I did not have enough money and had to go back to the bank to complete a money wire in order to participate in this process as a layperson. So that's why I said I just want to go through the process just for clarity. And that's kind of why I'm going through it in this way, because I'm going through personal experience that I actually went through the whole process. So my other question is, how did you arrive at the $1,500 deposit cost requirement? And did you consider the ability for all Philadelphians to participate in the auctions with this deposit requirement?
Yes, ma'am. That's the $1,500 is the opening bid for all city delinquent tax sales. So once again, we wanted to mirror what we've done live or in person to the online auction. So that is the opening bid for all properties scheduled by the City of Philadelphia Delinquent Tax Department.
Who's the set by?
And you bid in $100 increments.
Who sets that deposit amount?
The city's law department.
The city's law department. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, they determined that that would be the minimum bid amount for every property that they sell.
So before adopting an online bidding platform, did you research whether online auction share sales raise the average price of auction properties relative to the in-person auction? And if you did, how much?
Yeah, you're breaking up, and we're trying to make sure we have your question clear.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. Before adopting an online bidding platform, did you research whether online share sales raise the average price of auction properties relative to in-person auctions?
Yes, yeah, I'll do it. Yes, we did. What we did was we looked at several counties in which Bid for Assets had been the virtual sales supplier or provider. And we saw that there were substantial increases in the number of properties that were sold, percentage-wise. So we did do that, yes.
And how much did you anticipate the increase in average auction arising to?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So the question was about the average price, the increase in the average of prices. Do you have a number on your anticipated price at the price of the auction properties? A percentage, maybe?
We do not, and part of the problem is because we have no idea what properties we're going to get. It's sort of a function of the homes that we get and where they are and what they look like at the time. So it's pretty difficult to say that. The only thing that I think our office can say is that in terms of the percentage actually sold, that would increase, but the percentage price per property would be very difficult.
Which other counties did you look at? Were they comparable to Philadelphia?
There are no counties comparable to Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. However, we did look at the surrounding counties, and what we found was this, several things. One, Bid for Assets was familiar with our internal accounting system. So they were somewhat familiar with the nomenclature that we use in our sales. They had been exposed to it. They were able to also mirror what we wanted. Now, they had different processes that they used, but when we spoke to them about the processes that we wanted, they were able to at least talk to us effectively about how to make it happen. So that was one of the big things with them.
Did you anticipate more properties being sold in the online auction than in person?
Yes. It would stand to reason that since we're reaching more potential buyers, that we would sell more properties.
So the main argument given for the online auction sales that I've heard is about increased access. Can you tell me more about how you have balanced this concern with us being the poorest, biggest city in the U.S. And this move to increase access, will be very likely to price Philadelphians out of communities, whether it's community gardens or lots, or even properties, and give more advantage to out of town developers. And like in my case, it was a lot across the street from my house that we could have used for parking. It had been vacant for quite some time, and even with me being willing to put a $2,500 up to $5,000 on a property across the street from my home, it went in auction for $25,000. Most of my neighbors cannot afford a $25,000 lot, including myself. So what consideration was given to maintain affordability, or to I think Councilwoman Sanchez alluded to make sure that neighbors and community members are able to participate in this auction fairly?
Let me start with answering that. We looked at the in-person sales, and it would have been the same thing as a virtual sale. That people come in and buy, whether it's LLCs, or whether somebody drives in from another city, or whether they send in a surrogate. It's the same amount that is the same participation in that area as far as in-person sales. And I'll let Melissa take it from here.
Yeah, I've been here for about 7 years, and when I first started, the properties were not going for high prices at the tax sales. However, over the past few years, those prices have drastically increased as to how much you would need in order to purchase a property from sheriff's sale. So the amounts that we're seeing now are not much different from the in-person sale, because we had a lot of people who would come down from New York. We had people flying from the West Coast coming over here to attend our sales in person to purchase property. So there hasn't really been a change in who attends the sales online compared to in person, because they were doing it anyway.
So you
And let me just finish on that. If we can find a way legally, and I understood Councilwoman Sanchez, as far as the council is concerned, legally, to be able to figure out a way to make that happen in the manner in which that you're expressing to us, then we don't have a problem with that. What we're trying to do, and this is the reason why we only advertised here. We didn't advertise around the country. We advertised here. The media ads went out on radio stations here, community papers here. And so that's the only area that we actually promoted these sales to. And I think that's why we got a lot more Philadelphians. But if there's a legislative way that you can make that happen, we don't have any problem with that. We are just, what we're trying to do, and this is, I have my discretion if you look at the bill of sales on these websites. We are looking at strategies on how people are trying to purchase these properties. We are looking at those who may be attempting to commit fraud. And I am the one that makes the decision to ban them from sale. And so we are tracking this. We're not letting it go as to some people trying to come up with a strategy, no different than how they got together in in-person sales.
And if I may, Councilmember Parker asked and received a memorandum from the city solicitor that I think was excellent, that outlined limiting out-of-state participation at the sheriff's sales. In other words, how can we do that? And it actually mirrored the law that we found. And it's just, there's no federal, state, or local law that will allow us to do that, because the definition legally of an open auction, especially a sheriff's sale, is that the property can go to the highest bidder. So that it actually puts us in a quandary with respect to Philadelphia residents and not. But as I said to Councilmember Parker, Chairman Parker, at during another conversation, we are looking very hard and very diligently for creative ways that will legally allow us within the power of the sheriff. I've been directed by Sheriff Bilal as one of the people that is responsible for trying to come up with legal ways that we can kind of ensure that we're protecting the interests of Philadelphians in this virtual sale. And I am. Unfortunately, I've been running against roadblocks legally, and that will expose us, expose the city, expose the sheriff. So and if any council member has any of their aides or anyone that in fact is coming up with a strategy that legally we can use that will allow us to do that, we welcome that. We welcome that. I just haven't found it when I worked with Curtis, the undersheriff. Together we haven't found it. Individually we haven't found it. When we work with the chief of staff, we still haven't found it. But if someone has a way to do it, as the sheriff said, we welcome that.
So
Thank,
this is my last
Council.
Yes.
Thank you, Council Member.
I'm close. I just want to close up with this. One of the things to that about eliminating barriers is definitely talk about those administrative fees that are imposed on folks not winning the bids. Similar to that in other jurisdictions that bid for assets work on. And I also said you mentioned that you anticipated higher prices and more sales with the online prices. With this online process, and I would really just how can we reconcile this in a way to be more equitable for all Philadelphians? Madam Chair, that concludes my line of questioning.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Brooks, and thank you for putting on the record your personal experience with this process is greatly appreciated. Chair recognizes Councilwoman Gilmore Richardson for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for your work on this hearing and on this topic, which is vitally important to our ability to preserve home ownership here in the city of Philadelphia, particularly for our longtime residents. A number of the questions I had have already been asked, so I want to specifically focus on the post-sale report that we received, the Philadelphia County Sheriff, April 6th, 2021 post-sale summary. I wanted to zero in particularly around the bidder statistics that were in the upper right-hand corner of that exhibit. And I think this question was asked by my colleague, Councilmember Brooks, but wanted to again get this on the record. Can you give us any data about the demographics of the individuals who have signed up with Bid for Assets to be bidders in Philadelphia County? And is there any way for us to have a chart that we can look at all the sales that have happened thus far to look through exactly what you've notated around where these bidders are from, how many properties they've bid on and how many they've won. And then also if you could provide us with a map of where those properties or parcels are located in the city, because I think that information will be helpful, particularly to our district colleagues.
You have a spreadsheet. On that spreadsheet, it has the mortgage foreclosure, which was April the 6th, 21. It has the book and writ, which is the numbers that we go by. It has the property address. It has the reserve price. The reserve price is the price that the mortgage company's attorneys set with all their fees or all their liens, all the money they're expecting to get back on that property. And then you have the winning bidder, which is next to that, which is the total amount of what the properties went for. Then you have the high bidder name. You have their name. In the next line, you have their company. In the next place, you have their address. And this is the mortgage foreclosure. You have the city, the state, and the zip code. You also have where you may see if they LLCs. Just note in the higher bidder where it says sold to the plaintiff, that means the bank bought it back. And those, that's in the mortgage foreclosure sale.
Yes.
So when you go down, and so this is the information that we're pulling off. And I hear what you're saying, if we need to pull off more, we do have other things that we can pull off from dealing with our matrix of what we'll be looking at. And so when you go down to the Lineberger tax lien sales, which was April the 9th, 21, you have the same thing, the property address, the minimum bid, which is set by the city law department, the winning bid amount, and who's buying, and whether they're LLCs, their physical address, because I stated in this, LLCs now have to have a physical address, name, and phone number, contact information. And by the way, we do vet that. And because we're a law enforcement agency, you know, in with just dealing with these sales, but we're a law enforcement agency, we had other avenues that we can deeply vet that information because it's in our purview that we can do. And it tells you what city and state and zip code they were from that were the winning bidders in it.
Excellent.
So that has that on, I think you got about 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. About 4 pages of all that information. 5 pages. I think the council chairwoman asked us for that and a list of things that we needed to send over, and we sent that over to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I think it's important, though, for our understanding, because, this may come to us, this process is easy, right? Because we do this every day. But I think it's important for the record and for the listening public and for Philadelphians who are tuning into this hearing currently and those that will watch later to have some of this information verbally put on the record by your office. So if you could provide some of that broken down by council district, that would be helpful. And then secondly, what I wanted to ask on the record, and I know my colleagues have covered this already, but I think it's important to ask you this question again. Until we have further clarity around the ability for council and for you as an independently elected official to work together more in this process to protect Philadelphians from sheriff sale, knowing the real estate environment that we are dealing with. And I think Melissa Simpson from your office talked about how when she started in the office 7 years ago, that the properties were not going for as much as they are going for now. So you understand the real estate frenzy that we are dealing with. So, Madam Sheriff, is there any way for you to halt sheriff sales and to request to halt sheriff sales until we were able to work through some of the nuances of this with you? Is that something that you can do? Can you make a request of the courts?
That's something that we cannot do because we are basically going on the court orders from the court. But if the city council committee can basically come up with something legislative to halt all sheriff sales, we will abide by that court order. We don't have any problem with that.
So my question, Madam Sheriff, though, is specifically regarding your ability to send communication directly from your office to the courts. Will you be willing to do that for the record, for the public?
For the record, to send something to the courts, I would need to have a legal reason why. And we explained that at the beginning of the council.
She's asking the chair.
Oh, she asking the chair to send it, not me.
No, I was asking you, Madam Sheriff.
Okay, Sheriff, because you sound like you're saying chair and sheriff.
Oh, yes, Madam Sheriff Balak. I'm asking you if you would be able to send something to the courts while we are working through this process with you because of the timing that we received this information. Can you just send something to the courts requesting that all sheriff sales be halted in the city of Philadelphia until we have an opportunity to work through this and understand what was happening, obviously behind the scenes, before council had any involvement in this process at all. In your purview and under your perspective and with the powers that have been bestowed upon you when taking oath of office, can you send a communication directly to the courts and to all the court officers requesting that sheriff sales be halted until you have an opportunity as an independent elected official to work with the legislative branch of government around what is happening with sheriff sales in Philadelphia? It is under my understanding that you have the ability to do that. You can do that. You can make the request. And if they say no, they say no. But you can make the request.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the question and for the follow-up explanation statement. I think the record is replete, or actually I shouldn't say replete, is filled with the reasons and the rationale as to why asking the court to postpone a legitimate order when the sheriff can conduct with COVID protocol a sheriff sale based on communications or I would say even to some degree a lack of communication with respect to the legislative branch and the sheriff, the independent office. I would submit is not a legal reason to ask to halt the sheriff sales. Why? And I'll try to be quick because I'm long-winded. One, because the mortgage companies, as was explained earlier, these are time-sensitive sales that have to take place within the time of a writ being issued or court order. Two, the debtor or the mortgagor having a legal order that allows them to collect to pay off a debt, and having us asked to continue or to postpone that without a legal reason exposes the sheriff to being sued and subsequently the city to being sued, because the only thing that we're trying to do is, in their eyes, is delay the process without a legal, and I don't want to say legitimate, definitely is a reason that's legitimate, but a legal reason. So it puts us in a position that we can't. What we will do, and what the sheriff has indicated that she's willing to do, is to continue what we're doing now, the dialogue and working together to work through the concerns and explain the concerns, and even to adapt the virtual sales if in fact it is shown through the matrix and through what we're understanding and through the community that it's causing an issue that is unfair and that can be corrected. We're willing to do that. But I think that we appreciate the request, but just for the record in the public, this isn't something that the sheriff can do, no more than anybody else that will deny carrying out an order of court. It's called being found in contempt.
And thank you so much for that response. But Madam Chair, just for the record, I need to get this on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Shabazz, I respectfully disagree with that interpretation. I do think, we should be able to get a communication from our sheriff directly to the courts, posing and asking the question. As you see, or as you will hear in the testimony that has been offered in this hearing, from all the testimony we received and that I've read through, there are significant concerns from all aspects of not only city government, but folks that interface with us to move property sales in and around our city. And that's down to the community gardens, the land bank. All different organizations have talked about how challenging this new process is and their lack of clarity around the process and not being included in the process at the onset. So I do respectfully disagree with that interpretation, particularly because I was a legislative aide here in City Council in this body when this body worked on the mortgage foreclosure prevention program with Councilmember Jones. So I remember how that happened, thinking back to COVID-19 and how all the sheriff sales were stayed last year. It's a simple request. So I will respectfully disagree with that interpretation for the public, for the record, and think it's important to note that, yes, Madam Sheriff, you can send a communication at least to ask until we were able to work through some of the challenges that have been notated in the testimony that we have received and that we will hear and you will hear this afternoon in the remainder of this hearing. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your latitude, and thank you, Madam Sheriff, and your team.
Thank you so much, Council. One second. Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, for your testimony. Not only did you just formally ask on the record here, but you will remember that we as a council, as I opened up this hearing, noting for the record that we did ask for the sheriff to use the powers that are bestowed upon her to simply ask the courts whether or not we could have a stay, not permanently, but just for 2 months, so that all of the testimony that has been provided, we will have lost some people, but several organizations have provided testimony in writing. And out of all the testimony from the community-based legal organizations, senior law, the unemployment project, and many others, if that does not provide a legal justification as to why, we believe there could and should be a formal ask by the sheriff's office directly to the courts, instead of us just thinking about how the courts are going to respond to our request as if they're going to deny it. We don't know if they're going to deny the sheriff's request until she makes a request, if in fact she did make a request of the courts. So I just wanted to get that on the record, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson, and thank you and Councilwoman Brooks again for both of your testimony, and also want to note that there are representatives from organizations based in Ohio who have been at this for some time, and they will be able to provide testimony as to some of the unintended consequences that have occurred in Ohio as a result of the move to the virtual platform. With that being said, the chair recognizes Councilmember Isaiah Thomas for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And, I guess I would just like to start by saying thank you to the sheriff and the team and the sheriff's team for being here today for this important conversation. And just thinking about the sheriff's words when the sheriff talked about being new. I can definitely relate. I think we were sworn in together. We won together, same election. And, I agree. There's no handbook to this. And I think for me, one of the things that I've found just being new to the legislative body here is that, everything is city council's fault. And I think what you're hearing today, Sheriff Bilal, is just some of the frustration that's been communicated to council members as it relates to this process from constituents, but then also some of the fear that's out there. And, some of those things might be true. Some of those things might not be true. But I think that's where a lot of the energy is coming from here today. Again, I know that there are a lot of members of council who support you and the work that you're trying to do. But I think that we're at a point right now with this particular issue where we just don't agree. I do agree with Councilmember Gilmore Richardson in her line of questioning recently. I do think it would have been a good faith measure just to put the request out, even if it was just denied, just to show that we are trying our best as government, because often the average everyday constituent, they don't see us as any separate entities. We're all government to them. And especially poor people and people of color in this city, they just feel like government is against them. As soon as these decisions were made, I'm sure that my colleagues can relate to people accusing us of doing things and being a part of a decision that we essentially had nothing to do with. So we're all in a tough position right now with what's going on. I do, most of my questions were answered, but I do want to just ask one or two questions. My first question will go back to the question about the company and the 10%. So I'm wondering if they did not get that 10% based on the way the process is set up, who would that money go to? Is that money that's coming out of the pockets of the homeowners? Because I know you talked about the fact that when there's funds that are left over after all past due balances are paid, those dollars would normally go to the person who owned the home. So with this company in place, does that now take away essentially 10% of the dollars that would have gone to the homeowner who sold the home, or is that city dollars, or is that being paid by the purchaser?
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. I appreciate your question. And I think in your package, and we also stated this before, that does not go on the homeowners. The excess proceeds go to the homeowners from the sale. None of these fees go on the homeowners. Matter of fact, when you see in your package, we have eliminated some of the fees that came out of the sale that would have been on the homeowners. And one of those fees were the rental of the place, the auctioneer, and the food for the staff, so they wouldn't be oppressed or tempted to do something difficult. So the fees that are the percentage goes to is on the bidder. It's on those LLCs or an individual investor. They pay for that. That is no way on the homeowners at all.
Thank you for clarity on that. Another question. I know earlier we talked about some of the legal side. Can you explain why we essentially have this legal pressure to move forward when the federal government has a foreclosure moratorium that is in existence until June 30th? Why are we under this pressure when we have these moratoriums already in existence? And again, I know that you're saying that legally you feel like we don't have any justification to be able to ask for some level of extension. I'm wondering why is the pandemic that you talked about, some of the other conditions, as well as moratoriums and laws that already exist, why is none of that or anything else that's been communicated today a good enough reason to ask for an extension? And then on top of that, I'll just go ahead and throw my last question in there now, just for the purpose of timing. What would it take for us to legally put ourselves in a position to ask for an extension? I'm assuming that everybody that's a part of the conversation on your side is just neutral, and you guys feel like from a legal perspective, your hands are tied. You must move forward. So help us understand, without having to introduce legislation, what will it legally take for your team and your experts to change their opinion and position on what's going on, and be comfortable saying that we can go to the court and request an extension?
Well, you say, thanks for the question, and you said several times a postponement. The same remedies that, and I have to put it this way, same remedies that goes to the debtor, those people that are in a mortgage sale in the process of maybe losing their home, or in a tax sale in the process of losing their home, they have remedies, and they can go to the court to get those remedies, even if they have legitimate legal remedies after there's already been a writ or order. That court will decide whether or not that remedy justifies halting the sale, and therefore inform the sheriff, order the sheriff not to make that sale. You're asking me, basically, what is it that I feel that will allow the court to give us a continuance or a stay or a postponement for 2 months from that legal order that we have to fulfill our legal obligation. And now you're asking me to read the court's mind. I can't. But what I do know is this. I can't tell legislators how to legislate. But I submit that unless you're practicing law or a practicing lawyer, to say to one person so that the public can hear it, that all it takes is for you just to ask the question, and some miracle is going to happen, that the same judge and judges that we have been dealing with in this office since the pandemic with respect to the sheriff's sale is all of a sudden going to say, okay, don't do it. That's not reality. We're dealing in the reality of facts, not fear, facts. So and the reality of facts is, if you want to get respect from the court and carry out your ethical obligation, therefore, ethically, every attorney can't go before a court and ask the court to do something that the attorney knows the court can't do. And that's ethically, you don't do that.
So,
we don't have that reason. This is what. Hold on.
Madam Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Shabazz.
Wasn't I
asking? Excuse me, Mr. Shabazz. Chair recognizes Councilmember Isaiah Thomas, who was trying to get a counter to just simply ask you for some clarification. Chair recognizes Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely appreciate it. And I did try to frame this by first communicating my support for the sheriff, because I think the tone of the conversation is going in a direction that it really, that's not it, right? Like we just have different opinions, and we're trying to get clarity on the issue. So I'm not questioning anybody's legal opinion or legal experience or anything like that. You guys, I said that I feel like listening to what's going on, you guys feel like your hands are tied. So I'm asking a question. My question is what would make you feel comfortable? Like you're telling us, like, I'm not comfortable doing it because the circumstances that we're in right now doesn't present a situation where you're saying that we should be making a legal request. So I'm asking you to create a hypothetical scenario where you would feel comfortable. What would need to take place? What needs to get done? I'm not saying, I understand you can't tell us how to legislate, and I'm also not telling you how to do your job. I'm asking you what would make you feel comfortable adhering to the request that at least 10 or 11, 12 council members had signed up for, plus probably another 3 hours of testimony, right? So we're just saying, like, help us. You're saying we're not there yet. You're saying nobody has said anything to make you change your mind. So I'm asking you to help us understand what would change your mind.
And I'm only hesitating because I want to choose my words carefully, because the last time the sheriff, in trying to explain a position, used the term as legitimate and a war broke out. And that was just a phrasing. That's not, I don't mean to upset anybody by saying a war broke out. What will make me comfortable is a legal reason. And I don't know any other way to put it. It can't be because you think that Aunt Sally, who is not technically able to get on a computer, is unable to participate because we have an avenue for that. It can't be because you suspect that someone is going to come from California and buy up everything, because we have the minimum data that we have right now shows that that's not happening during the virtual saying. It can't be the same reasons that people are saying that they don't like sheriff sales. It doesn't have to do with virtual. It just sounds like people are saying we don't like sheriff sales, and I don't like them either. But the reality of the situation is that the information that we're hearing, that we read the same things. We read the court's opinion too, and we read the opinion of the city solicitor, which gives advice to the city council about legal means of what they can do or can't do with respect to stopping things. Well, we get those same, we follow the same laws that the city solicitor follows. And if we're looking into the law and what we're able to do, literally able to do, that will be able to allow us to continue for 2 months, we would. I haven't found anything yet. And what I think, and I apologize, it's not I'm upset, I'm just excited in terms of what I'm talking, trying to get my point across, because it's not only I'm talking to city council, there are other people on here. So I don't want the public to think that all the sheriff has to do is write this letter, because that's the narrative, and that's not true. And I don't want people to think that, well, she's being stubborn, she just don't want to write the letter. It's much more sophisticated than that. It really is. And I've said this before. If there was a way, I'm sorry.
Can we just again, I'm so sorry. I really want to just move on. But I heard what they said. I heard a lot of things that they can't do, right? So and I can really be done with my line of questioning. If they could just give me one hypothetical scenario, one something that they can't, like what do I hear what they can't find, what they can't do, and what they're not able to. So what would you need to find? What is an example of what can, I know we are aware that the letter of loan will not allow the postponement because we know that the court will have to make a ruling. We are clear that you are not comfortable sending the letter. Like that's clear. I do get that. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what is an example of something that can happen that will make you feel comfortable so we can kind of understand your perspective and where you're coming from as it relates to what would make you get to that point. Madam Chair, did that make sense?
It's once, and just for the record, very much you just made sense, Councilmember Thomas. Mr. Shabazz, is there an example or an explanation that you can give citing what a reason that the sheriff would ask the courts for postponement and or stay?
First of all, I can't ask for a stay. That is either from the lawyers on any mortgage foreclosure. And just to reiterate, Councilman Thomas, the ones that deal with tax and tax lien sales, we already stated that is the law department. They can pull all of that at any time. That's not what we're dealing with. We basically focusing on mortgage foreclosure sales, which are not the ones dealing with the pandemic. They have been there pre-pandemic. That leaves us open for any lawsuits and basically asking lawyers, if I can find a way to do this and just say stop all the sales and not be sued and be open for exposure that way, I would do. But
thank you, Sheriff. Thank you so very much for that clarity. I hope you have, Councilmember Thomas, gotten the answer. I think both Mr. Shabazz and Sheriff Bilal have been very clear in their responses. And so while we may not like the response that we are receiving, they have in fact been as direct can be to let us know that even with all of the testimony and preparation for this hearing that we've sent to them for all of the panels who will testify in that testimony, nor in the letter that we sent from council, nor in any of the glitches because there have been technical glitches. And if you read through the testimony from, that was in the information that we submitted to you, Sheriff, that's in there. And with all of that, none of that is enough for the sheriff to make the formal ask. And I respect that. Councilmember Thomas, does that conclude your line of questioning, Councilmember?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just go on the record and say that the tone is just a little disappointing. I think, I was just trying to get some clarity. This has been for me, extremely informative. We just want to be able to provide citizens with quality information. And, I'll apologize if folks feel like this is a personal attack or anything like that. I think we're just trying to do what we feel like is just best for the people. So thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I look forward to the rest of the testimony throughout the course of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Thomas, for your questions. Sheriff, we're about to move to the second panel. Before we get there, Sheriff, I want to state for the record and for the benefit of the public that we did send the Sheriff's Office a memo last week requesting a litany of information in efforts to prepare council members for this hearing. Sheriff, thank you and your team for responding to the best of your ability. One of the things that we asked for was a copy of the executed contract with Bid for Assets, as well as any subcontracts that Bid for Assets has entered into, and in order to carry out Philadelphia Sheriff Sales on its platform. And again, thank you. We received the contract with Bid for Assets, and it was received. The contract was dated on March the 16th, 2021, but we did not receive any subcontracts. And apparently, under the contract with Bid for Assets, the sheriff has to approve subcontracts. With that in mind, Sheriff, aside from the direct contract with Bid for Assets, did Bid for Assets contract with any subcontractors in order to carry out their duties that were outlined in the contract?
No. Bid for Assets have no subcontracts.
So they issued no subcontracts. Okay, so no one else Bid for Assets did not pay any other subcontractors to do anything associated with moving this sheriff sale to a virtual platform?
No.
Sheriff, did Bid for Assets find you, or did you find them, Sheriff?
No. I don't understand. I think it was a search.
No, did you put out an RFP and they responded and multiple firms responded? How did that happen?
Curtis?
Thank you, Chairperson. That's actually a great question. This is Curtis Douglas, the undersheriff. As the sheriff stated earlier, there was a pandemic that started in March. So what the sheriff did was started to think out of the box because we were unable to have sheriff sales. So starting in August of 2020, the sheriff started looking for other avenues through which we could have those sheriff sales. And that started with that's when the term virtual came up. We talked to the people from Allegheny County, who I believe you have current today. We talked to Bid for Assets, as well as another auctioneer. So there was a process that we used. We saw the demonstrations by all three, and we discussed with them what they could do to make virtual sales happen for us, and that's what happened. But we found virtual Bid for Assets. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Undersheriff. And just help me again, just for clarity. You put out an RFP for firms that had the ability to move the sheriff's sales to a virtual platform, and Bid for Assets was just one of the firms who responded to the RFP, and there were three firms who responded to the RFP, and after review from your team, you made a decision to select Bid for Assets.
Okay, we did not issue an RFP. I'm sorry, Councilperson. We did not, or Chairperson, we did not issue an RFP. Because of the pandemic and because we were already 3, 4, or 5 months into not having sheriff sales and through the use of COVID, we felt that there was an emergency because the sheriff was unable to exercise her duty as dictated by the law. She was not unable to execute sheriff sales. So we went through the process of trying to find someone who could come in and execute those sheriff sales for us or help us do it virtually. So we went through that process where, as I said, we interviewed, talked to, and looked at 3 separate providers, and Bid for Assets was the one we chose.
Thank you. I just wanted to, the simple answer, and I appreciate your response, Under Sheriff, was whether or not you used an RFP process or you did not. You interviewed several firms, but there wasn't a formal RFP process, is what you're responding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In addition to that, Sheriff, one of the things, after we read about this in a newspaper article that you have made this decision to move to a virtual a platform, you told us afterwards, when you realized that we had so many concerns, you said, well, wait a minute, maybe I said permanent, but I don't really mean permanent. You said instead of it being permanent, it will be a pilot. And then in response to questions today, when we asked about the pilot period, you talked about 6 months. Let me ask you this, Sheriff. We looking at the contract with bids for assets. It's dated March the 16th, 2021, but the contract is effective until December 31st, 27, unless otherwise terminated. If we viewed this, and if you viewed this, Sheriff, as a pilot program, is there any rationale for the benefit of the public why the contract would be entered into through December 31st, 2027? And I know you have mentioned to me, and I do want to get this on the record, that you said that there's a clause in the contract that will allow you, I think, to terminate it, if my memory serves me correctly, because you said this verbally, both you and Mr. Shabazz, I believe that was 90 days, that you can at any time with bid for assets, determine that you will want to terminate their contract. And is that accurate? And why is the contract to 27 if it was temporary, if it's a pilot?
Okay. Basically, having a conversation and the concerns that we heard, and basically saying permanent, and really did not look at the fact that we are going to be reviewing this on a metric basis to see how this fits for the city. So I walked back permanent, because in the contract, it basically says that we can terminate it with a 90-day notice for any reason. We want this to be permanent. We want this to work out for the city, because we viewed it as something that benefits the city in many ways, and that it would be good for the city to do this virtually from this point on. It's basically the way of new things, doing a lot of things online, and this cell will be, we want it that way. So the contract is a multi-year contract, but as I spoke, in making it a pilot program so that we can review it. If we review it in 6 months and it turns out to be excellent, there will be no reason to terminate the contract. If we review it and it looks like it's not fitting for Philadelphia, like it has fitted around other cities, then we have that option to terminate the contract. So we didn't get into a contract that will penalize us or the city if it did not work out. So that's the reason why, with my attorneys here going over the contract, as to bring it back to 70 days, I can say, well, we'll just make it a pilot program, see how it works. We like the virtual sales. We think it's a benefit for it. We really want it to be permanent. But after looking at it and everybody's concerns, and we go back and review the matrix, and it's not a fit for this city, then we have an option to terminate the contract and move on to something else.
Thank you, Sheriff, for that response. And I just wanted to know if this was something that we thought would be a pilot, and the contract was entered into 2021. Why would it be multi-year and go to 2027 if, in fact, it was a pilot? And I appreciate your response. Councilmember Helen Gim has a point of clarification. Here recognizes yes. Councilmember Gim.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think you kind of hit on it, but I just want to make clear for the record. There was no RFP process for a 6-year contract with bid for assets. Is that right? There was no RFP process at all.
That's correct, Councilperson. However, I want you to understand that the process that we went through actually mirrored the RFP process, and also we were operating under a time when the mayor had had stated that we were under an emergency, and that the line persons or line managers, which the sheriff would be one of, was under under pressure to execute her duties. So because of that, executive order issued by the mayor, the sheriff felt that in order to actually perform her functions, she would have to do what she would have to go through this process. And just so I would say this, the RFP process, we would still not have been able to do a live sheriff sale if we had to go through a process. At this point, we would still not be there.
Sir, I understand that. There is a fundamental difference between whether an RFP process formally occurred or whether you felt like you went through something that mirrors an RFP process. An RFP process is not from your perspective. It's from the perspective of other potential bidders. So it does seem to be of concern for me that a contract that could potentially be tens of millions of dollars is embarking on new territory where we have multiple individuals who felt like they were not adequately consulted, and entities also did not have an RFP formality to it. I don't have any other questions. Do you have any other contracts? Is it your normal process to go through an RFP process for contracts from the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Is there any other contract that you currently have that that did not go through the RFP process that is for 6 years?
No.
And you're arguing that you wanted to do a 6-year contract because there was an emergency right now?
That is correct. That not only is that it was an emergency right now, but based upon our research, there were only 4 companies that were capable of doing that. 3 of them we actually interviewed. So we felt that we did a pretty fairly extensive vetting process when we chose the one company who mirrored us and did not charge us anything.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ma'am, again.
I think I'm fine with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been listening to the conversation throughout this afternoon, and I understand some of the challenges and dynamics that Sheriff had in reference to trying to have a sheriff sale process, considering the constraints of the thing and trying to find a location within the city of Philadelphia, be able to have that type of regular event, but still maintaining the dictated by Dr. Farley and public health perspectives, and also trying to find a location that will be large enough that would also not be exorbitant from an expense perspective. And so I guess my question is that, considering that dynamic and the fact that the sheriff's office is an office of the court, is it my understanding is that, considering that sheriff sales have not occurred for a period of time, and that there was a need to have sheriff's sales going forward, that was the decision to go with this online format, and the reasoning and not asking the court for additional delay of sheriff sales is based on the fact that there's already been a delay for a period of time, and it was a concern regarding litigation by not going forward with sheriff sales, and by doing sheriff sales in a virtual format. Am I correct in my understanding?
You are breaking up, going in and out on your connection, Councilman.
But yes.
Yes.
Yes, you were correct.
Okay. And the fact that because there's been a delay for a period of time because of the pandemic, and that in the past we've had other sheriffs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have decided to delay sheriff sales because of emergency situations, going back to Allegheny County in the 80s, and then also here in Philadelphia during the predatory lending perspective. The the understanding I'm gathering is that going to the court to ask for additional delay, even though we're in a pandemic, we would not be able to do that because of the need to have the sheriff sales, because we haven't had sheriff sales for a period of time.
Not exactly, because we have a way to perform the sheriff sale and adhere to COVID-19 protocol where we keep people safe. That is not, we don't have to cancel it because of weather or snow or those type of inclement situations that occur. So we have the ability now to conduct sheriff sales. And because we have the ability to conduct it in a safe environment, in what we believe is a fair environment, and what we believe is a secure environment, that's the reason.
And there are other jurisdictions within the Commonwealth that are doing the same.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear what you said, Councilperson. You're breaking up a little bit.
You said
could you repeat that?
There's other people, other jurisdictions.
There are other jurisdictions within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that are doing the same.
That is correct. And we actually spoke to several of them prior to bringing Bid for Assets on as our provider.
And ultimately, based on all that information, that was, I guess, the reasoning of not asking the court for additional delay in having sheriff sales.
Well,
no. In November, as I kept asking the courts to postpone because we had no place safely to be able to hold sheriff sales. I think it was November that the courts asked me when would we be able to go. And this is dealing with mortgage foreclosures mostly because of the court proceedings that gets to this point. And I'm like, April, because we were looking at virtual sales. And the comment was, we're going to hold your feet to the fire. And so in April, we basically worked diligently to find that avenue, which was virtual, that we were looking at, that mirrored Philadelphia sheriff sales, and that is technologically able to pull that information from our county suites that basically compatible to what we do here, even technologically. And so therefore we was able to have an avenue that kept my foot to the fire to go in April.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. To Sheriff Bilal and all members of her team, we want to say thank you so very much for your testimony here today. We would, Sheriff, like it if you and/or members of your team, maybe not all, but if you could stay around, Sheriff, because we have multiple panels to testify. And if anything comes up, Sheriff, and we need to sort of call on you and/or members of your legal team to respond to any of the information that is on the record. Obviously, we would greatly appreciate that. And Rachel Meadows, please don't kill us when we do this. But Sheriff, the last question that I have for you is that is Bid for Assets now handling the advertising functions that were previously handled by the Sheriff's Office? Or do you still have, sort of control over that aspect?
Yes, I do. No, they're not.
Okay, so they're not doing that. In addition to that, is there sort of any kind of auditing to ensure that Bid for Assets is, in essence, remitting the correct amount of funds to the office of the sheriff?
Yes, ma'am. We built that into the system. Basically, prior to me coming in for sheriff, there was a whole lot of accounts all over the place. Bid for Assets, for each sale, has its own account. So therefore, everything is accountable right there and then. Yes, we get the sheet as to what was sheeted to us. Everything that comes out of that is on that report. So yes, we are basically making sure that nothing happens there.
So, Sheriff, I want to thank you for your response there, and just want to note for the record, just like your office had one interpretation of the memorandum from the courts, and also maybe a different interpretation of the the opinion that we received from the law department, from our reading, right, of the contract, that is not what the contract says as it relates to auditing. And although we have to move on to the second panel, one of the things I'm going to do is to ask my technical team to work to make sure that we send that portion of the contract back to your office to review, and maybe you can provide some clarity, because that's not what it says. Again, I do want to wholeheartedly thank you for being here, and want to ask you if you can, Sheriff. I know it's a long day, but to ask you if you could just stay around for us.
This one more thing, Madam Chair. Our auditing process is within the Sheriff's Department. I have a CFO.
Excuse me, Madam Sheriff, excuse me, not for the auditing. I'm sorry, I asked two questions. One was as it relates to the advertising functions, and then the second question was about the auditing, and you answered both of them. But what I was referring to was not the auditing, it was the advertising functions. And the contract says something different about advertising. But again, I've asked my team to highlight that and to send an email back over to your office immediately, because it's, we wanted to make sure that you still controlled those functions. The challenges we had in making sure that Black and brown communities and newspapers and other mediums got access to the opportunity to advertise. And the contract just says something different according to our interpretation.
Okay,
so we will speak with that to you.
May I respond to that? That's talking about bid for access advertising in the community here in this city. That's their advertisement, not our advertisement. So what's in the contract is telling you that they are advertising in neighborhoods. That's their money advertising in neighborhoods, bid for assets virtual, not our funds that we get, sheriff sale funds that we get to advertise with. That's what they're saying in that contract. I just wanted to clear that up. They do not have control over the advertisement. We still have control over the advertisement, our responsibilities on the two papers, and the deal that was made prior to me that we continue to advertise in community papers. And I felt the need that still should be done, because the communities don't get the legal intelligentsia or they don't meet either one of the circulating papers in the city.
Sheriff, we have not agreed on much of anything in 3 hours and 17 minutes, but I am proud to note for the record that we have finally found common ground on one issue, and that is relative to that advertising. So thank you. Are there any questions or comments from other members of the committee? Hearing none, Rachel, I'm going to ask you. I'm not even going to call the number of the panel because we've lost some people. So just call the next panel that we have to testify this afternoon on resolution number 210295.
Yes, the next panel is Gina Descola from Allegheny County Sheriff's Office, and I believe she will be joined by a couple of her colleagues.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker.
Excuse me, Gina, before you go, I also see Jane. Is Jane also going to be on this panel? Because I know we were about to lose her.
She's going to be on the next panel.
Okay, Jane, I just don't want to lose you, okay? Gina, thank you all so very much for being here. Good afternoon. You are ready and connected. Please proceed. State your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Sergeant Gina Descola. I am a sergeant in the Allegheny County Sheriff's Office. I've been a sergeant in charge of the real estate department for about 7.5 years and have conducted all of our sheriff sales for the last 7.5 years. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210295. I've been asked just to come on and explain to everyone how we move forward with the virtual sale in Allegheny County. So I'm going to explain a little bit. I won't be long. If you have questions, I'll take them. And I also want to clarify something that was submitted earlier today. I will do that in the end of my presentation. So we had a sheriff sale in March of 2020. Pandemic hit. We did not have sheriff sales in April and May 2020. Sheriff Mullen says we have to find a way to move forward with these. Now, let me tell you, anybody that knows me will tell you I hate sheriff sales. That is my least favorite day of the month. my predecessor who trained me to protect the homeowner. So I have, for the last 7.5 years, protected the homeowners of Allegheny County in losing their homes. I make sure the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed before any properties are sold. So come June 2020, Sheriff Mullen says we have to find a way to move forward. I said, okay. I was very, very against virtual. We sat down and we talked about how could we do this so it would be as realistic as possible as me doing my normal monthly sheriff sales. We played around. We looked at Zoom. We looked at Google Classroom, I believe it was, and we looked at Microsoft Teams. We found out that Allegheny County already had a contract with Microsoft Teams, so we decided to try and make Microsoft Teams work. So what we did is we got a panel together of our local council and some of our regular third-party bidders, and we did some testing on Teams to figure out how we were going to do this. We decided upon a PowerPoint presentation to show only the property address, not the pictures of the property, just the property address, case number, sheriff's cell number, defendant's name, and attorney's name, which were always stated in any open forum when we did sheriff cells live in person. So we worked June and July, and on August 3rd, 2020, I'm happy to say that with a court order from the administrative judge of our civil division, we were able to move forward with a virtual sheriff cell. We use Microsoft Teams for those that wanted to bid. You had to be registered bidder in order to participate in Allegheny County Sheriff cells. We use Teams as the bidding process. Everyone bids in the chat box except for plaintiff's counsel. They are allowed to unmute and talk. We also had to find public forums to use this. So Facebook Live is a public forum that everybody could go and watch it live. We also had to find a way for those that did not have access to the internet and what they were going to do. So in our court order, it allowed for up to 25 people in our gold room. Our gold room is the biggest room in the Allegheny County Courthouse, and that is where I used to conduct all the sheriff cells when they were in person. The court order allowed for 25 people in person to come to the gold room. They would go to the gold room. There's a deputy there with a laptop who takes over the technology for them. They verbally make their bids. The deputy puts it in Microsoft Teams, and I move forward with my sale. We conduct sales the first Monday of every month. That has been in Allegheny County probably for the last 30 years. We haven't changed how we do them. We do them once a month. They are mortgage foreclosures and tax sales together. We average between 300 and 400 sales a month. I have to say that due to the pandemic and everything that's going on, we probably expose somewhere between 75 and 100 sales per month. Majority of them are absolutely pre-COVID. We have a few that may have come up during COVID, but the bulk of them are everything that happened pre-COVID that are being auctioned off. Sales are advertised in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and the Pittsburgh Legal Journal. We also have our website, sheriffalleghenycounty.com, that we put our list. We put our list that is our current sale and our list that is our postponed sale that are going for the following sale. We keep the results from the month before on there, and we have the information for the upcoming month's sale. Stays and postponements are announced at the very beginning of my sheriff sale. So when I conduct my virtual sheriff sale, and if anybody would like to see how I do it, you can go on the Sheriff of Allegheny County's Facebook page. You can also go on our website. I believe our IT guy has put one of the virtual sales on there and see how I conduct it. I open the sale by reading the conditions of sale that are in the newspaper. Our conditions of sale also include the land banks. Our land banks are done. At the end of our sales all the time, it is a sale conducted strictly between myself and the land banks. No one else is allowed to bid on them. After I read the conditions of sale at my live sale, I then move forward announcing all the properties that have been postponed to future months and all of those that have been stayed. Let me see. I'm just going over a list of questions. We did not have to increase any staff for this virtual sale. We did not have to spend any money doing this virtual sale other than $70 for a piece of software that took the software that we have now and converted it into the PowerPoint presentation. So that's all we have spent on it. Does it take a little bit of teamwork? Yes, it does take teamwork to do the sheriff sale. But you know what? We did teamwork when I did it live in person. So it's nothing new that we're doing teamwork now. We did teamwork when I did it live. We do teamwork when I do it virtual. It's the same people working virtual as it was live. Everyone must register to bid. They must be registered to bid the week before the sale. We do have deadlines. They are in our conditions of sale and they are published. Registered bidders, whether they're an individual or an LLC, must provide to us their photo identification. And if they are an LLC and they're the first time bidding, we do make them bring in proof of their LLC when they come in to pay their 10%. They must show that to us. So we do have their identifications. We do not charge anything for people to register to bid. There are no fees up and above what we did before. The only thing that we collect are poundage and our upfront costs that we have done for years and years and years. Let me make sure I went over everything else. Technical issues. Anybody's going to have technical issues, whether you use an online platform or you do something virtually live like I do every month, okay? And they are minor, very, very minor. One day I couldn't get my microphone to work. It took a minute or two. We got it to work. We had a few technical difficulties on Facebook Live, and in the package that you got from the Philadelphia Sheriff, I believe it's on pages 23 to 26, the excerpts that are in there are excerpts of people that are just watching it late on Facebook Live. They are not people that are part of the sale. They're just people that are watching it on Facebook Live that were just commenting on the sale. So no matter what kind of technology you use to have any type of virtual sheriff sale, whether it's using an online auction format or using Microsoft Teams like we do, technology has its glitches, but we've been able to work through minor ones. Before we went live in August of 2020, we did have several testings with our local law firms, like I said, and our local third-party bidders that we use all the time. We have noticed an increase of the amount of bidders. We have noticed an increase in how much the properties are selling for. I think I went over just about everything. Let me just double check my notes. Like I said, we didn't have to spend anything additional. So we're not paying any additional fees to any outside third-party vendor. Bid for Assets has reached out to me several times, and so have several other ones. But I think I have pretty much stated everything. I just wanted to make two clarifications, and these were in whenever the Sheriff of Philadelphia did observe us. When she first observed us, it was very early on in what we were doing. Our PowerPoint presentation does not have photos of our properties. It just has the property address and the caption. And also, there's one other thing I wanted to say. We did not have too many technological problems. I think that's all. I covered it all. So if you have any questions,
Yes, Gina, I want to thank you for being here with us today. Your sheriff, I want to see how another county was able to present a third party with you had. You said something else to me that was extremely interesting, and that was because I actually was for some state like this, and when they call you, what was the message that you received from them? I'm sorry, I didn't love this yourselves.
They didn't lobby or call me my first sale in August. I did have a phone call from a auction firm that was in Ohio. I did talk to them, but I was pretty upset about the amount of cost that would it be either for the plaintiff that was bringing it to sale or the third-party purchaser to pay on top of what they're already paying for a property. I thought that would be detrimental even to the defendant if they were trying to redeem their property or whatever to pay any additional sales. When they did call me, I said no thank you because when we decided to go virtual, I wanted it to be as realistic as possible. I wanted to stay connected with the attorneys. I wanted to stay connected with the people that I deal with all the time and to stay connected with them and to be realistic is the way I wanted to keep it. I did it the way I wanted to. I have had Bid for Assets call me. I have had auctions.com. I probably have 6 or 7 of them that continually email me and call me. It's got to the point where I told my staff, tell them I'm in the meeting. I'm not talking to them. We have successfully done this. Our attorneys are happy with it. Our third-party purchasers are happy with it. Our homeowners are happy with it because, like I said, my main goal is to protect every homeowner that they are not losing their property without the proper paperwork being submitted and they being notified properly. Like I said, if the I's are not dotted and the T's are not crossed, I do not move forward with that sale.
Thank you so very much, Gina, for your testimony. And, it's really interesting when I listen to you. I think about some comments that we've heard from many lay people in that we do know that people who are in the business of buying real estate will hire folks in a particular area to actually go to represent them at a sale. And that it is true. When we heard that earlier, that listen, people can hire people to come to our in-person sales, and they in fact did do that. But when you're talking to a lay person, the only thing they get to see is that, wait a minute, you mean to tell me now that a person, and I'm just using some random locations across the world, sitting in their penthouse in Manhattan, in California, in China, in Russia, in Germany, you mean they can, buy Philadelphia property, just online now. They don't even have to, hire a person in Philadelphia, which is what they would normally do. Because I don't want to give, the impression that I'm attempting to say that, out of country or out of state or out of city, buyers were not active prior to us moving to the virtual platform. But this platform is a vehicle that makes it easier for them to access our share of sales. Would you agree?
I do agree. And the other thing I did not want to get locked into is a contract with somebody because, moving forward, when we can all get through this pandemic, I'm hoping that one day we do go back to in-person sales. I don't want to always talk to somebody on a computer if I don't have to.
Got it. Gina, again, thank you so very much for your testimony here today. In addition to that, because you just learned that Allegheny County has, in essence, and Gina, this is the way I would describe it. We in the City Council of Philadelphia had to find a way to meet, right, virtually, because we couldn't go back into our chambers. And our council president and technical team did exactly the same thing that you guys did. We have a contract with Microsoft Teams, and we, in essence, conduct our city council hearings virtually, but we use it through the Microsoft Teams platform. And the technical team, and Gina, I'm not a technical person at all, but we have a very savvy technical team here in the City Council of Philadelphia in-house. And we've watched them from the time we just started up until now. And our council sessions, aside from something during the mayor's budget address, that had nothing to do with us, that had everything to do with them. But we've been sort of moving, seamlessly to host our council sessions. And I also now, because Bid for Assets came up, I need to state for the record for the public that we invited Bid for Assets to testify. That we, in an effort to plan and schedule for this hearing, had Bid for Assets on the first panel with the sheriff to answer the questions of members of this legislative body. Unfortunately, after acknowledging that they did receive our email the first time we sent it, the invitation, we have not received any communication from them. So, Gina, if they are one of the entities that is still emailing you and calling you, we wish they would have emailed and called us back as well. But I also want to state this, and this is relative to City Council subpoena power. The instant hearing investigating the decision to permanently move sheriff sales online was authorized by resolution number 210295 that was adopted by City Council on April the 21st, 2021. Under our home rule charter, state law, and the rules for the government of council, this council has the authority in the course of its current investigation to require witnesses to attend hearings and to compel documents and other evidence to be produced. Subpoenas issued by this committee in the course of its inquiry or investigation can be enforced by the courts. So the last question that you heard me asking the sheriff during her panel about the contract in and of itself, and if there were any other subcontracts that Bid for Assets engaged in order to carry out this sheriff's sale online, and the sheriff had to answer that question. That was really a question that I didn't want the sheriff to answer. We wanted Bid for Assets to answer that question directly, and unfortunately, they they chose to not respond to our invitation, and thus decided it wasn't important enough for them to be here to answer our questions. So Gina, listen, thank you so very much. And we will be in contact with you really soon. And maybe if we need some technical assistance. Oh, you have your finger up. Any other?
Yeah, may I just say one thing, and it was included in your resolution, and this is very, very important to me. And this is another reason why I did not want an online platform. I'll make this very brief. What happens with those properties that are postponed and continued? They are to be publicly announced. That, I believe that's in the rules of civil procedure, that they are to be publicly announced. So I did see that in your resolution, and that was definitely concerning to me because I do announce those at the beginning of my sale. I know that they're online and you can see that they were stayed or postponed, but I don't know that the rules allow you not to publicly announce them. So that's what I had to say in conclusion. But thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, Gina. Are there any comments or questions from any of my colleagues? Hearing none. Excuse me, Sheriff. We're on another panel. She is allowed to testify. So we had you on the panel. We asked you to be here to respond if we as a council have any questions for you, but not to comment on any testimony provided by any of our other witnesses. Thank you.
That's what I was trying to find out. Thank you.
Sure. No problem. Thank you, Gina, so very much for your testimony. If there are no other questions for this panel, Rachel, I'll ask you to call the next panel scheduled to testify.
Yes, the next panel, we will start with Angel Rodriguez, followed by Kate Dugan, Ebony Griffin, John Dodds, and Jane Nyland.
First, let me just start by thanking each and every one of you so very much for your patience with us here today. We want to start with you, Angel, and then we'll just go through in the order Rachel identified. We'll just ask you to state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony. And Angel, I heard a lot of people talk about the land bank today, and a whole lot of it was a whole lot different than what I read in your testimony. So I'm looking forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Angel Rodriguez, the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Land Bank, and I'm here to testify on the resolution number 210295. For the record, before I go into my testimony, I do want to state that our intention upon hearing that the virtual sales were going to begin was to go. And also, I want to stipulate that I did attend all of the Sheriff's Department's trainings, myself and my staff, and our intention was to send a list of these concerns because they weren't addressed at the training directly to the sheriff. So I do want to apologize to the sheriff for not having the opportunity to speak to them directly about that. But the land bank has procedural and financial concerns about the move to Philadelphia taxing foreclosure sheriff sales to a virtual platform via bid for assets. And the concerns specifically about the impact of this change are in the following areas: the process deficiencies, notice of the land bank priority bid and announcement at sale, conditions of sale, calculation of the priority bid amount versus acquisition price, time frame for provision of the deed to the land bank. Those are 5 areas that we had concerns. Again, after hearing the beginning of this testimony from the Sheriff's Department, I believe that a lot of this could have been resolved if we had been able to have a conversation prior to the beginning of the virtual sales. But I will go for the record that the land bank and myself and my staff were not contacted by the Sheriff's Department prior to the decision to go or prior to deciding to go to a virtual format. I find that a little bit concerning, considering that we do have a memorandum of understanding about how to exercise the priority bid, which the land bank enjoys. The second issue is that we have concern, which I know Councilwoman Gim notified, that the notice of the land bank's potential bid or activity in the sheriff sale notices. They are on the sheriff sales website, but not clearly outlined in bid for assets platform. So that is also a concern. It's also a requirement under the state statute. Also, there's no indication in terms of sale or anywhere else on the bid for assets platform that the land bank bids will be presented at the beginning of each virtual sale. The sheriff's office has not provided any information to us to that point other than what I heard in the testimony today. I will state as well that in the previous panel, we heard from the sheriff from Allegheny County. Typically, we have the land bank's acquisition list is presented in the beginning, I think predominantly because of the sheer volume of properties that the land bank acquires. The next issue we had was conditions of sale. In-person sales, the land bank priority bids are announced at the beginning, and it's the first item of business, and no other properties are announced. Forbid until the land bank's bids have been announced, the sale pronounced as final for each bid, and a receipt issued to the land bank for each property. Now, this brings up the issue as to why in-person sales, I always have land bank staff in attendance, and also to the point that was raised that, land bank, properties don't come to sale. It's a requirement that they be read out at the sale so that the land bank can actually accept the properties with clear title. In virtual sales, there has been no indication to us that we would not have to register for each sale at which time it intends that we have to submit a $1,500 deposit by certified check or wire transfer and pay a $35 registration fee for each sale. The land bank attends all three tax sales per month. That would mean an additional $4,600 approximately and $55,000 a year. And this is not, part of what we had, part of our agreement under our MOU. The next question that we had about the move to virtual sales on the bid for asset platform is, and I'll show the difference, in-person bid amount pursuant to the state statute and the memorandum of understanding with the city, the school district, and PGW, is that the land bank is responsible for all city liens, and that includes real estate taxes, water and sewer bills, other municipal liens, including PGW liens. The land bank does not submit deposits for 10% on any of the bid amounts that we do at the time. Also, the amount after the sale, the land bank is, under our MOU, we would pay the lesser of the amounts, whether the OPA value or the total real estate taxes, gas and water lien. So that was not clear to us. Under virtual sales, as been discussed today, bid for assets, expects a bid amount plus a 10% premium on total purchase price, which includes sheriff sale costs, transfer taxes, which I'd like to point out, transfers into the land bank is exempt from transfer taxes and any recording fees. And also the other stipulation that no later than the day following the sale, the winning bidder must pay 10% of the total purchase bid price plus the $35 to bid for assets. Does not fit with the MOU, where typically we are invoiced by the sheriff department and we then make payment at that point. I'll just, since I've already submitted my testimony in writing, the only other issue would be the time frame for receipt of deed to the land bank. So typically, and under the state statute, the land bank the sheriff department is required under the state statute to issue the land bank a deed within 30 days of the sale. As it's been outlined in the virtual sales, the process that's outlined on bid for assets platform states that the sheriff will file in the Pronothicari's office a scheduled distribution for 30 days of date of sale, and this will be followed by 10 days, a 10-day period in which exceptions to the proposed schedule of distribution may be filed. Only thereafter will the sheriff's deed be acknowledged and recorded. So, again, I'm going to close with this statement that I believe a lot of this could have probably, been addressed had we had the opportunity to sit down and talk before the determination was made to go to virtual sales. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you so much, Angel, for your testimony. We greatly appreciate it. And we're going to ask, we know we've held you a long time. Council members after this panel may have some questions. If you could stay on with us, we greatly appreciate it. Next person is Kate Dugan. Kate, are you on?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Kate. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Kate Dugan, and I'm an attorney in the Homeownership and Consumer Rights Unit at Community Legal Services. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210295. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to provide counsel with information about how the decision to resume virtual sales via an online platform may impact homeowners in Philadelphia. As counsel knows, Community Legal Services was established by the Philadelphia Bar Association in 1966 to provide civil legal representation to low-income Philadelphians. As the city's largest provider of free legal services, CLS assists approximately 12,000 of Philadelphia's poorest residents with their legal problems every year, including hundreds of homeowners facing mortgage and tax foreclosures that put them at risk of losing their homes at sheriff's sale. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, homeowners have experienced extraordinary stress and uncertainty as sheriff sales were postponed multiple times by multiple court orders, often with little or no notice to homeowners. For the past year, CLS has worked closely with the city, courts, and sheriff's office, and mortgage lender attorneys to ensure that vulnerable homeowners don't lose their homes during this unprecedented time. Over the past, our clients have lost their jobs, their savings, and their loved ones. They are trying to figure out how to contact legal services, navigate the court system, and reach their lenders to get information about their payment options. While many of the problems low-income homeowners are facing right now are not directly caused by the move to virtual platform, this change has added a layer of confusion to an already overwhelming year full of new rules, regulations, and options. For this reason, it's especially important that any significant change to the sheriff's sale process be accompanied by accessibility, clarity, and transparency. Although the change to virtual sales has the potential to impact owners of all kinds of properties, we're especially concerned about the impact it may have on owner occupants. We're grateful to the city, the sheriff, the court, and Lenders Council for their willingness to work with us in our ongoing effort to ensure that no Philadelphia family loses their home during this pandemic. But with the first sales of Philadelphia properties proceeding via the online platform just a few weeks ago, much remains to be seen regarding the impact of this new process. While some mortgages are subject to a moratorium, which prohibits lenders from proceeding with a sale, many mortgages are not. And there is no moratorium preventing the city and its collectors from selling homes with property tax delinquencies. As a result, Community Legal Services represents multiple clients whose homes were listed for both mortgage and tax sales in April and May, despite repeated public statements that no owner-occupied properties were listed for sale. Thankfully, CLS was able to work with lenders and the city to protect our clients. But we fear that homeowners who heard these announcements may conclude that there is no immediate need to seek help to save their home, and may instead choose to prioritize other expenses, when in reality their home is slated to be auctioned this or next month. When clients do realize they need to take action, they may find that they're too late, as access to the courts is limited right now, and self-represented litigants may find that they don't have immediate enough access to City Hall to file a timely motion or petition. We're also concerned, as many community members are, that the change to virtual sales will result in an influx of out-of-town investors who now have an easier access to Philadelphia's sale process. According to Bid for Assets, there are 750,000 registered users on this platform. It remains to be seen how many new out-of-town buyers will purchase property in Philadelphia. There are others testifying today who are speaking to the impact this could have on the community as a whole, but we're particularly concerned about the impact this might have on homeowners. We're concerned that these new out-of-town buyers will not be familiar with city and Commonwealth laws relating to the rights of those whose homes have been sold, such as the law prohibiting self-help ejectment and eviction, and the right to redeem following tax sales, which provides former owners with the right to buy property back within 9 months after sale in certain circumstances. CLS often represents homeowners who are facing threats, harassment, or improper attempts from the share of sale buyers to remove them from their homes during the redemption period. We're concerned that this predatory and illegal behavior will only increase as sales go forward. I'm pleased to report that Bid for Assets has been supportive of our efforts to educate new buyers about occupants' rights, whether those occupants are tenants or former owners, and is assisting us in creating and distributing educational materials. However, we need to ensure that these efforts to educate both buyers and occupants are permanent and robust before proceeding with sale, so that no Philadelphia resident falls victim to illegal or predatory tactics after their home is sold. It also remains unclear how or if the switch to virtual sales will result in a financial benefit to homeowners. While the Sheriff's Office has noted that the use of Bid for Assets will result in no fees charged to the homeowner and that the office will enjoy substantial cost savings, we don't yet have clear information about whether those cost savings will be passed on to homeowners or to the public. It's essential that homeowners facing the trauma of losing their homes have ready access to any excess proceeds from these sales. We also still lack a clear sense as to what, if any, information about out-of-town buyers will be shared with the public or former homeowners. The sheriff has announced that companies registering to bid will be required to share at least one natural person's name with Bid for Assets, but we don't yet know whether or how this information will be shared publicly with former occupants or with anybody else. Homeowners and occupants must have access to this information to enforce their rights, including to redeem their property or legal tactics. And the public needs this information to understand who's buying property in their neighborhoods. Finally, moving forward with sales, especially on this virtual platform, has resulted in our clients and community members getting repeated and aggressive phone calls from investors, potential buyers, and scammers. These calls have intensified dramatically in the past month, suggesting that moving forward with sales may be driving this behavior. In the best of times, dozens of phone calls a day can be irritating, but for vulnerable homeowners who are already dealing with tax problems, mortgage problems, utility bills, food insecurity, repair issues, and health concerns, the calls are having a much more serious impact, and the risk is high that homeowners may fall prey to these tactics. Given that this is entirely new territory for the Sheriff's Office in the city, CLS urges caution and asks that any decision about the sheriff's sale process be made only after full consideration of its impact on vulnerable homeowners. In addition, last week, the U.S. Department of Treasury announced that Pennsylvania will receive over $350 million to help homeowners who have fallen behind on their mortgages, property taxes, or utilities as a result of the pandemic. This homeowner assistance fund was part of President Biden's American Rescue Plan. With help for homeowners on the way, CLS would welcome the opportunity to work with council, the sheriff's office, and others about how to ensure that homeowners don't lose their homes before they have the opportunity to use this funding. Community Legal Services and I thank Council Member Parker and other members of Council for providing a forum where we can explain these concerns. We thank you for your commitment to ensuring that Philadelphians are informed and protected, and I am happy to stick around and answer any questions that Council members might have.
Thank you so much, Kate. Next person scheduled to testify is Ebony Griffin. Ebony, are you still on with us? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ebony. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ebony Griffin. I'm just going to read my testimony really quickly. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Ebony Griffin, and I am testifying about Resolution number 210295 in my capacity as an environmental justice attorney at the Public Interest Law Center. Thank you for allowing me to testify today about this issue, which very deeply affects my practice and the preservation of green space in communities of color and low-income neighborhoods in Philadelphia. The Law Center commends you for convening this hearing to ensure the city's sheriff sales are held in an equitable way, prioritizing the needs of communities most impacted by COVID-19. In our environmental work, the Law Center uses a variety of methods to ensure that Philadelphia's most vulnerable residents have access to a healthy, natural, and built environment, but also that they have a seat at the table and a voice in what happens in their neighborhoods. The Law Center's Garden Justice Legal Initiative accomplishes this by providing pro bono legal representation to urban farmers and community gardens in Philadelphia in efforts to protect and preserve the city's green space, which is being lost due to development pressure. This development pressure in part stems from the 1997 securitization of tax liens. The 1997 tax lien securitization and remaining privately held liens contribute to gentrification, displacement, urban blight, and a reduction in green space. Allowing sheriff sales to proceed without removing the obstacles caused by privately held tax liens will further contribute to these problems. This testimony explains how and provides potential solutions to the problem. So for a bit of background, in 1997, the city bundled together 30,000 tax liens and sold them to U.S. Bank, a private corporation, in order to raise revenue to address the school funding crisis. The city lost money in this effort when investors were unable to collect on many of the securitized liens. The Philadelphia Department of Revenue, in a November 2013 report, described the results of the 1997 sale as the worst-case scenario for a tax lien securitization. We have heard from neighborhood redevelopers across the city that properties whose liens were sold remained in limbo for years, unavailable for redevelopment because tax balances continued to be uncollectible. Public agencies could not acquire the property without first paying the lien holder the value of the lien plus their fees, which stymied efforts to get vacant tax delinquent properties back into productive use. In fact, then Chief of Staff to Mayor Rendell, David L. Cohen, acknowledged the city's miscalculation regarding the uncollectible amounts in a quote that appeared in a 2001 Philadelphia Inquirer editorial. Quote, the rating agencies missed it, the underwriters missed it, the insurer missed it, and the city missed it, end quote. The problem. The consequences of the fallout from the 1997 securitization are still evident today. While the exact number is unclear, data from the city estimates that between 3,600 and 5,500 properties in Philadelphia are encumbered by U.S. Bank liens. The liens on these properties are between $18 million and $20 million, with a total debt to the city of approximately $41 million. Approximately half of the potential clients to reach out to us for help in preserving a garden manage lots burdened by a private tax lien. The problems associated with private bank liens on a garden parcel manifest in a number of ways. The law center regularly receives requests for help from gardens threatened with losing parcels to sheriff's sale. Under normal circumstances, removing a parcel from the sheriff's sale list necessitates a phone call to the appropriate councilperson's office and a subsequent conversation with the Philadelphia Housing Development Corporation, or PHDC, about acquisition of the parcel and eventual disposition to the gardener. However, more often than not, we learn that the parcels were part of the large-scale securitization of 1997. In these instances, even with council support, little can be done to save the garden, as growers are often unable to pay the lien and the exorbitant fees that accompany it. This usually leads to a developer purchasing the property and replacing the garden with luxury housing units out of the reach of the existing community. This dynamic ultimately contributes to a sharp increase in property taxes and displacement of long-term lower-income residents. One such garden in Council District 7 was lost to a developer because of a U.S. Bank lien. An elderly resident who used the produce from the garden to feed himself had been caring for the garden for many years. He had previously reached out to the city inquiring about a title transfer. However, the presence of a U.S. Bank lien made this impossible. Eventually, a developer purchased the garden at a sheriff's sale and plans to replace it with the luxury condominium. These private liens even make it difficult for low-income gardeners to use the law as a means to preserve their gardens. Because of the increase in gardens being lost to sheriff's sale, the Law Center developed a training program to teach other attorneys throughout the city how to represent gardens. Since April 2018, we have trained hundreds of attorneys interested in assisting with our mission. However, large firms represented on our list of volunteers often have conflicts of interest and cannot represent clients on parcels with privately held tax liens. Unless the potential client is immediately able to pay the tax lien, along with the usually exorbitant interest and fees, the client is left with very few options to acquire the parcel. Further, because the lien holder's main incentive is a monetary return on their initial 1997 investment, they are usually reluctant to agree to even a short postponement of the sale to allow our clients an opportunity to raise funds to purchase the properties themselves. Just a few weeks ago, the scenario played out almost verbatim for a gardener in District 3. This gardener, an elderly woman who had been maintaining a parcel next to her home for over 30 years, reached out to us frantically after seeing a sheriff's sale notice posted on her fence. Our first step was to seek to postpone the pending sale while we found an attorney to assist the client with filing an action to quiet title. We learned quickly that the presence of a privately held bank lien on the property prevented the city from postponing the sale. Additionally, with significantly reduced operating budget and a blanket ban on acquiring these types of parcels, PHDC was also unable to help. We then turned our efforts to finding a private attorney to take on the representation. The private bank lien presented a conflict of interest for every firm that expressed interest in helping this client. The garden ultimately sold on April the 9th. We are still searching for ways to return the client's beloved 30-year-old garden back to her and prevent it from being developed into market rate housing. The presence of U.S. bank liens significantly impairs the ability of PHDC to put vacant land back into productive reuse. As such, long abandoned parcels remain overgrown, littered with trash, drug paraphernalia, and other debris. Abandoned tax delinquent properties create a vicious cycle of blight in urban areas throughout the Commonwealth. With approximately 43,000 vacant lots, the problem is particularly acute in Philadelphia. The majority of vacant land in Philadelphia is clustered in Council Districts 3, 5, and 7. These districts also have the highest poverty rates in the city on average. Over 300,000 Philadelphians live on blocks with one or more abandoned houses or parcels. This large inventory of vacant land not only decreases the value of neighboring properties, but burdens residents and local government as vacant properties create significant health and safety issues. Suggested solutions. To mitigate the inevitable and continued gentrification, displacement, and loss of green space facilitated by the presence of U.S. bank liens, the city must develop a short-term and long-term strategy. As a first step of the short-term policy, the city must place a moratorium on sending garden parcels to sheriff sale until it can ensure that it has the ability to acquire those parcels if U.S. bank liens are present. This will prevent the gardens from being lost to developers while the city develops a longer-term solution. Secondly, we strongly encourage the city to pass legislation authorizing PHDC to acquire parcels with U.S. bank liens, re-empowering them to work towards putting vacant, blighted parcels back into productive reuse. Finally, for gardens able to pay a portion of the U.S. bank liens, the city must negotiate an easily navigable, accessible system that eliminates penalties and allows individuals to enter into payment arrangements for the principal balance. For the long-term strategy, the city must, and I repeat must, allocate funds to pay off the U.S. bank liens in their entirety. The estimated total cost to the city to pay off the U.S. bank lien balance is $41 million. However, the city likely could negotiate a reduction in penalties with the lien holder. Additionally, while the exact amount of U.S. bank liens on garden parcels is not technically yet available, the amount would be significantly less. Finally, the city must commit to developing an equitable property tax collection system that does not include securitizing land containing community green space or real property that threatens Philadelphia's most vulnerable residents. The Law Center looks forward to continuing the conversation around eliminating private bank liens on the city's vacant land, and we are happy to engage and work the solutions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. We greatly appreciate it. Ebony, if you could stay around because we may have some questions if you can. Next person is John Dodds. I see you on my screen, John, so I know you're here. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, John.
All right, very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the committee. My name is John Dodds. I'm the director of the Philadelphia Unemployment Project. And we are concerned, as is council, about putting sheriff sales online, which we fear will open up our housing market to speculators from all over the country. This step needs to be studied thoroughly before it is implemented. However, I want to focus briefly on an immediate problem facing homeowners in Philadelphia with regard to the sheriff, the resumption of sheriff sales in the city. PUP has a long history of working to prevent mortgage foreclosures for people who are caught in recessions or other economic issues beyond their control. We are in another difficult recession right now, and PUP is working with other housing and labor groups to prevent foreclosures in the period ahead. We are concerned about the resumption of sheriff sales that have begun to take place in Philadelphia. This is particularly concerning as the growth of long-term unemployment caused by the pandemic is reaching historically high levels, as well as the coming availability in Pennsylvania of over $350 million from the Homeowners Assistance Fund, which was included in the American Rescue Plan. It is unconscionable for families to lose their homes as this massive amount of funding comes to the state to prevent foreclosures. Pennsylvania is receiving over 3.5 times as much federal funding as provided by the Emergency Homeowner Loan Program during the Great Recession of 2008 to 10. We believe that the sheriff sales should be paused to allow homeowners to apply for the new program. There is much precedent for this in Philadelphia. Back in 1983, sheriff sales were halted by President Judge Bradley while waiting for the passage of the Homeowners Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program in Harrisburg. He acted on a request from the then Sheriff Joe Sullivan and PUP. Sheriff sales only began again after the legislature enacted HEMAP in December of 1983. In 2008, as the housing crisis of the Great Recession unfolded, Sheriff John Green canceled the sheriff sales at the request of community organizations, including PUP, and President Judge Darnell Jones and Judge Annette Rizzo took over and held up sales until the foreclosure diversion program was established, which continues to this day. In 2010, sheriff sales were halted on Christmas Eve by Judge Pamela Demby as homeowners waited for HUD to complete guidelines for the new federal emergency homeowner loan program. The stay lasted for 3 months and allowed HUD to complete guidelines in time for families to apply for assistance. Over 3,000 Pennsylvania families were asked. Over 3,000 Pennsylvania homes were saved as a result. We are in the same situation today. Assistance is coming to protect families, but sheriff sales need to be halted until that aid is coming available. We call on Sheriff Bilal to pause sheriff sales and join with us to petition the courts to halt sales until the Homeowners Assistance Fund is available to homeowners in Philadelphia. We believe the courts will be sympathetic as they have been in the past. We also asked City Council to pass a resolution calling for the sales to be halted pending this program becoming operational. An initial $35 million payment to the state will be made available in June from the Homeowners Assistance Fund, so help is on the way. There is no reason for families to lose their homes because of the pandemic. There is no reason to rush to resume sheriff sales without allowing homeowners to avail themselves of the American Rescue Plan that was rushed into place by the Biden administration to protect them. We call for action by the sheriff and the courts to give people time to receive the aid that is being provided. Let's protect our homeowners and families. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John, for your testimony. And you've been on, but please stay with us because we have some questions for this panel.
Sure.
Jane, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Jane. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Jane Nyland. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and the members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Jane Nyland. I've been invited to testify on resolution number 210295. I am the supervising attorney of Philadelphia Legal Assistance's Save Your Home Philly hotline. PLA operates the Save Your Home Philly hotline in coordination with the court and the City of Philadelphia. The hotline serves as a central point of contact for homeowners in Philadelphia seeking legal advice and information regarding mortgage or property tax foreclosure or other homeownership issues. At the start of the pandemic, PLA was able to seamlessly transition into handling remote work with no interruption of service. Paralegals on the hotline continue to take live hotline calls without pause. As a result, the hotline has heard firsthand from homeowners who struggled and who continue to struggle with the economic, physical, psychological, and emotional toll of this pandemic. Since the start of the pandemic, the hotline has fielded calls from more than 1,000 homeowners, and in the last month alone, we've handled calls from about 200 homeowners, many of whom are facing the loss of their home at sheriff sale. Based on our conversations with homeowners, we know that people are still struggling. We also know that there has been enormous confusion surrounding foreclosures over the past year, and that homeowners have had difficulty getting information about what their rights are and how to access help. The confusion has been particularly acute for homeowners who had a pending foreclosure before the pandemic hit. Over the past year, previously scheduled sheriff sales have been postponed multiple times pursuant to multiple court orders due to the pandemic. As a result, it has been difficult, if not impossible, for many homeowners to figure out if their home is actually listed for sheriff sale. It is against this backdrop of a year of confusion and conflicting information that the sheriff resumed sheriff sales on April 6th. Moreover, as council is aware, when the sheriff resumed sales, They did so for the first time via a virtual platform, contracting with a company called Bid for Assets. Over the past month, the hotline has received numerous calls from homeowners confused about the process and startled to learn that their homes were scheduled for sheriff sale in April. In fielding these calls, the hotline has discovered that the Bid for Assets website, which lists the properties scheduled for sheriff sale each month, is not being updated until shortly before the sheriff sale date. This has led to significant stress and confusion among homeowners. Currently, the May 4th mortgage foreclosure sheriff sale list uploaded to Bid for Assets includes dozens of properties listed as preview rather than postponed, even though we know that the court has postponed the sheriff sales of those properties or in some cases dismissed the case outright. We do not expect that these properties will ultimately be sold on May 4th. However, it has been a significant source of stress for homeowners to see their homes listed for sale online when they've been told directly by their mortgage lenders that their sale has been postponed. I would like to give an example of a client who called the hotline recently, terrified that she was about to lose her home in the midst of a pandemic. On April 12th, one of our hotline paralegals received a call from a frantic homeowner. This client was receiving inpatient treatment at a local hospital when her son visited her and let her know that a notice had been posted to her door with the April sheriff sale date. The client, scared of losing her home and her only safe space, discharged herself against medical advice from the hospital to go home and figure out a way to try to save her home. In tears, she contacted the Save Your Home Philly hotline. Our paralegal was able to request a postponement of the sale on client's behalf and is now working with this client to apply for a low-income payment agreement to resolve the tax delinquency. And the client was able to go back to the hospital to continue receiving her medical treatment. However, this is just one story of dozens of cases with similar stories that we've handled in the last few weeks, and we anticipate seeing the number of these calls ratchet up as we face the much longer sheriff sale lists of May and April. The pandemic is not over. About 2.7 million homeowners are in forbearance or behind on their mortgage, according to a February estimate from the Mortgage Bankers Association. These statistics are consistent with the hotline's experience speaking with homeowners. We know that many homeowners are still struggling with the economic effects of the pandemic. Some of these homeowners may have fallen behind for the first time during the pandemic, while others fell behind before the pandemic, but the pandemic prevented them from being able to get back on their feet. Thankfully, help is on the way. It's so close. More than $350 million, as John Dodd said, in federal aid is coming to Pennsylvania for homeowners assistance. No homeowner should be losing their home at this moment in time. Federal guidance was just issued last week by the Treasury Department. Philadelphia homeowners can use these funds to cover delinquent mortgage payments, as well as delinquent property taxes, utilities, and so on. Many of the homeowners currently facing sheriff sale will likely be eligible for this fund and can save their homes if only there can be widespread agreement that all sheriff sales in Philadelphia be postponed for just a few more months. We request council to urge the sheriff to either use its discretion to postpone the sales or petition the courts to postpone the sales to allow homeowners time to apply for funds that could resolve their mortgage delinquency or tax delinquency and save their homes that have been in families for generations. The sheriff does have the discretion to seek a temporary stay of a sheriff sale from the court when it's in the public interest, and prior sheriffs have done just that. Philadelphia Legal Assistance thanks Councilmember Parker and the other members of council for providing this forum where we can express our concerns about the resumption of sheriff sales via virtual platform in the midst of this pandemic. I'm available for any questions the council members may have.
Listen, Jane, thank you so very much for your testimony, and each and every one of you on this panel for just staying with us. through this long day. Kate, I want to start with you. In your testimony, you said something that we as well heard during our briefing with the sheriff's office. When we first learned about this in a newspaper, we expressed our concern. The sheriff's office worked with the office of the president, scheduled a briefing for city council, and one of the things we were told is that no owner-occupied properties would be included, but they were. How do we know how many or how frequent that was?
So can you hear me, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think so. The answer, as of a few months ago, was those original lists. Those lists that were originally on Bid for Assets had numerous owner-occupied properties, and that was always the understanding. Because while there are some mortgages that are subject to a moratorium, that only applies to certain kinds of mortgages. So other mortgages, if a lender's council wanted to opt in and proceed to sale in April or May, they could. With the city, I will give the city credit. We've been working with the law department very closely to try to identify owner-occupied properties and, do investigation and make sure they don't go to sale. But it's tricky to identify what's owner-occupied. So, as the list stands now, we feel reassured that the number of owner-occupied properties is much lower than it had been, thanks to the city teaming up with us to try to make that happen. But I can't say for certain that, I'm absolutely sure that there are no owner-occupied properties left.
Thank you for that. Ebony Griffin, let me say thank you for your history lesson about 1997. Although you made me feel ancient, because I remember that sale, and when cities with limited revenue generating capacity, have something like their public education system on the line, you're in a frenzy to do what it is that you think you can do, and ultimately it was affirmed that was not a good decision for neighborhoods throughout the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank you for giving us the history lesson. John Dodds. Oh, when we were talking with the sheriff earlier today, when we had our briefing with the sheriff and ultimately conversations afterwards, we as a council, constantly affirm that we do not have the authority to, in essence, ask the courts to delay sheriff sales. And so we informally asked the sheriff, before we even had this hearing, if in fact she would, ask the courts for a stay. The history, not a stay, a delay for 2 months, April and May, so that much of what each of you have described in your testimony we could walk through. But John Dodds, you gave us a history lesson of multiple occasions on when sheriffs made a decision to ask the courts for reprieve to delay sales. What is your response? What is your response? And I'm going to ask each of you the same question. I want each of you to respond to this. What is your response when you hear the sheriff's office say there is no legal reason? There is no legal reason. They don't have a legal reason to ask the courts to allow them to delay the sales. What is your response to that statement?
Well, obviously, it's an elected official who represents the people of Philadelphia, and she has every right to petition the court to stay the sales. And that was done in the 80s. It was done during the Great Recession. John Green stopped the sales without even the court, and the courts then stepped in and continued that. There's no reason that she should not be doing this, particularly in light of the fact that there's tremendous amount of resources coming to this city to help people not lose their homes. And if the sales go on now, a lot of people who should be getting that help are going to be out in the street. And I can see no reason in the world why she should not be doing that.
You're on mute, Council Chairman.
Chairwoman, you're on mute.
Yeah, you were.
Can you hear me, Jennifer?
No.
Oh, now you can hear me. Jennifer, I'm going to ask you because it's how I see. Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. And I'm asking you because it's how I see you on the squares on my screen. What is your response, Jennifer, to the sheriff's office stating that they do not have a legal reason to ask the courts to delay the sales?
I believe you mean Jane.
Who we got here?
I see a Jennifer Greenberg.
Hi. Yes.
Jennifer has not testified yet.
Okay, so
Not yet.
Ebony, you're the next person I see. What is your response, Ebony, that there is no legal reason to ask for a delay in sales?
It's hard for me to really have a response without having the time to kind of go through the legislation and what, acceptable legal excuses, I guess, for lack of a better word, would be. So it's really hard for me to say or have an opinion on that.
Do you support a delay?
I absolutely support a delay, 100%.
Thank you. Jane?
Sure. So I do know that in 2004, as John Dodds has mentioned, under similar circumstances, the sheriff joined in a petition to postpone sales of 156 properties, and that postponement lasted about 4 months. There are cases upholding the sheriff's discretion to not conduct a sale when it would cause public harm or unnecessary harm. And also, these circumstances are nearly identical to what they were in 1982, when the president judge upheld the sheriff's petition to postpone all sales of residential owner-occupied properties while HEMAP was being implemented.
Thank you. Kate, any response?
I'll just echo what my colleague said. John walked you through a fabulous history that shows there's precedent for this kind of thing. To the extent the sheriff or the law department has advised the sheriff that there's not a legal basis, we'd certainly be happy to follow up with them and help them think through this.
Thank you so very much. Chair recognizes Council Member Sanchez for questioning.
Thank you, and I don't want to prolong it. I also want to thank everyone on this panel for waiting and being so patient, and for all the work you've done all over the years. Yeah, special shout out to Ebony. We've had this discussion about the U.S. bank liens. I have a map in my office, Chairwoman. When people come to my office and ask me why I'm against this stuff, I have the map of the 1,351 properties, and we've lost several hundred of them over the last couple of years. So I really just want to say thank you. I do want to as it relates to the mortgage foreclosure, just one for clarity, and maybe Kate, you can respond to this. For the mortgage foreclosure, if the sheriff chooses to file a motion or not, can council, do we have standing in using the precedents of the past to say mortgage foreclosure in light of the money that's coming from the feds, do we have standing to do it?
So I don't know if my answer could differ significantly from what the sheriff's attorneys are telling you. So I guess the answer is it depends. I certainly think it's possible, but I think we would have to defer to what the sheriff thinks is necessary. And I did hear the sheriff say earlier today that it is possible that city council passing legislation could provide that legal reason basis that we're looking for. So it sounds like that's a possible opening.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you on this issue. This will not be the last conversation. This recovery is going to be slow. We appreciate all of the work all of you do every single day for the residents. Thank you.
Councilwoman, can I just say that in the past, when the judges have granted these stays, they haven't always worried about proper standing because they realize it's a public issue. And I believe the city council were to come together on behalf of the citizens and the homeowners, that the courts can take that very kindly. And I'm not an attorney, but I have seen it over the years that they have been willing to take similar steps, and I believe that they would do it now if council were to take that step. Although the sheriff should do it, by the way, of course.
Yeah, and years ago, the the courts, we had harder conversations. I will say that during our diversion conversations, I've seen a better willingness by the courts to work with us around some of this issues. So I feel like we're in a better place right now to be able to have those dialogues. And I look forward to working with all of you and the chairwoman as we navigate this. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so very much for your testimony, but I do really need to state this too, for the record, from a process perspective, because this is very important for the viewing public to know. The reason why council, when it first learned that these sheriff sales would move to a virtual platform, immediately contacted the sheriff's office, because as the independent elected official in office, whose responsibility it is to carry out sheriff sales, we in no way, shape, or form wanted to attempt to usurp that power and or influence to seem as if we were attempting to go around the sheriff's office to lead this effort on our own. We thought it not robbery to work in a diplomatic fashion in an effort to work with the sheriff in hopes that the sheriff in her office would in fact exercise their authority, so that, John Dodds, we wouldn't have to worry about the issue of standing. There's no question about whether or not the sheriff has any standing. But of course, we will continue to work with our law department on our next steps. But if anyone is questioning, well, why didn't council just do it? Because we have an independently elected sheriff, and we were trying to work with that office in order to see this delay through. With that said, I want to thank each and every one of you. I think Councilmember Derek Green had a question. Councilman Green, or was that earlier?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank this panel for their testimony. I guess one of the questions that I think, as you all were talking, and I guess the question I have is that there was a traditional methodology of how the office was providing notice to the general public, and I can't recall if I heard that earlier when the sheriff's office was testifying, but under this current process of virtual sales, my understanding is that notices still have to be provided, and I think this may even came up in the conversation with the representative from Allegheny County. From my understanding, notices still have to be provided in papers of general circulation throughout the city of Philadelphia, notices for sheriff sale, and how is that occurring now with the virtual process?
As far as I understand it, they're still including sheriff sale dates published in the legal intelligencer.
Mm-hmm. But in the past, my understanding that the sheriff sale notices were provided in the legal. I think they may have been Philadelphia Sunday Sun, the Philadelphia Tribune, but now your understanding is that they're just being provided in the legal. Right.
And the sheriff said something about neighborhood papers. The sheriff's commented that she was patted in neighborhood papers. I don't know how, yes, the sheriff's is there, but I believe that's what she had said.
Right. And that anyone from the sheriff's office could provide that information, but it seems that, at one point they were in various publications, like I said, I think Sunday Sun, Tribune, other locations. Now, from Ms. Nyland, you're saying you're just seeing them in the legal. And even the legal intelligentsia, which is something I have a subscription to, now that's coming virtual.
I think the sheriff has a...
Right, the chair recognizes Sheriff Bilal.
Thank you so much. We are still advertising in the two legal and circulation, and we still have the community papers. Because of the pandemic, there's only a certain amount of properties going up, so there's only a certain amount of money in the budget to be able to. In the past, they had went over the amount allotted to advertise to go into the hole. We are sticking to the budget. So right now, because it's only like 10, 12, or 17 properties, circulation, and then on a wheel, one of the community papers, 1 or 2. We still are advertising in that same manner. I guess you're not reading the Deal or the Sunday Sun, or which one?
The Metro.
The Metro or those papers. We're still doing that.
It's still in the Sunday Sun? No, I have the Sunday Sun right to my right. So I just had to left it, but it could be because the volume is lower.
Yes, because the volume to go to sheriff's sale is lower. So we don't go over the budget to advertise anymore. We stay within the budget.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green, and thank you for your response, Sheriff Bilal. Again, to members of this panel, thank you so very much for your testimony. And I do want to state for the record that we will be reaching out to each and every one of you about council's next steps, particularly for those of us who have been here, who fought predatory lending, who work with the mortgage foreclosure diversion program. Rest assured, we know that we won't move without having each of you as our partners, because you're the front line. You're the frontline agencies and organizations who, when we can't represent people because we can't represent them legally, even when we have attorneys in our office, we have to send everyone to you all. And so we will keep you abreast of council's future actions and at a roundtable that we will be organizing shortly. So thank you. Rachel, if there are no other questions for a member of this panel, will you please call the next panel scheduled to testify?
Yes, the panelists for panel number 4 are Jamie Lucas Bauer and Jason Powers, both from the city of Cleveland.
So, Jamie, I want to say a huge thank you to you for being here and being present, and to Jason Powers. Jason, thank you so much, my fellow middle neighborhood representative. And I want you to know that we are a little jealous here in the city of Philadelphia that your position even exists in Cleveland, because we don't have your counterpart here in Philadelphia. So, Jamie, we're going to start with you. We just want you to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Sure. Thank you for welcoming me. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee of Law and Government. My name is Jamie Lucas Bauer. I am here to testify on Resolution 210295. I'm the Neighborhood Development Project Manager for Old Brooklyn CDC. Old Brooklyn CDC is the nonprofit community development corporation that serves the Old Brooklyn neighborhood of Cleveland, Ohio. Old Brooklyn is the largest neighborhood in Cleveland at 6 square miles with 35,000 residents. We have the fastest growing Latinx and African American population in Cleveland, and we are a quintessential middle neighborhood. We never bottomed out, so not so many demolitions, but also means there's not so many big redevelopment opportunities. Currently stable, but at risk of becoming destabilized. I was asked to talk about kind of what's happening with us in terms of bulk buyers and out-of-town investors. Bulk buyers destabilize housing values for homes being purchased and nearby homes. They rarely make investments in properties. Homes become cash cows until the homes are completely deteriorated. We looked at one of our most egregious bulk buying. They're actually a property brokerage and management company. They have 177 homes owned by 117 different buyers. Over 85 of the properties, or almost 50%, are now code compliant. This particular firm seeks out-of-town investors with little experience as property managers so they can collect all the fees on repairs, leases, evictions. In census block groups in Old Brooklyn, where 35% or more of homes bought by bulk buyers, there was less than a 5% sales increase. Old Brooklyn has, in general, 22% of bulk buying and a 13% sales increase from 2016 to 2019. Digging down more granularly, on streets with 60% or more of homes being purchased by bulk buyers, the median sales price was $50,000 compared to $81,000 for our neighborhood overall. In addition, bulk buyers are buying up houses that are affordable to low and moderate income families, forcing them to be renters rather than building wealth through homeownership. They specifically target middle neighborhoods. They want communities that are stable enough to get $800,000 to $1,100,000 rent, have a mix of owner-occupied and rentals, and have incomes of at least $40,000. And they're looking for homes in a middle range price. And for Cleveland, there are homes between $60,000 and $120,000. And homes in this price range are exactly the homes that our low and moderate income families can buy. Low income families can afford homes in the $50,000 to $80,000 range, and that would be like 50% of area median income for Cuyahoga County. Moderate income families can afford homes in the $80,000 to $100,000 range, and that's 80% of area median. And unfortunately, once homes are in the hands of these bulk buyers, they will forever be rentals. They will never be owner-occupied again. Cuyahoga County, where the city of Cleveland is located, has also begun selling homes at sheriff's sale online in July of 2020. We don't have specific data yet on sheriff's sale buyers, but even before sheriff's sales, there was a steady and troubling increase of out-of-town bulk buying activity in Old Brooklyn neighborhood. They represented 24% of sales in 2019 to 2020 compared to 15% in 2017, 2018. Old Brooklyn CDC is working with other nonprofits, City of Cleveland, First Ring Suburbs, to find the best practices to hold local property managers for out-of-town investors responsible in housing court, and to make it more difficult for LLCs to pop properties back and forth when there are property tax delinquencies. We welcome idea solutions to curb the terrible effects of rapidly increasing bulk buying we're seeing on our community. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions if there were any.
Thank you, Jamie. Jason, feel free to proceed with your testimony and state your name for the record.
Thank you very much, Jason Powers. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker and the members of the Committee on Law and Government. I'm Jason. My colleague Jamie and I worked together at the CDC for a while in middle neighborhoods. And I'm the project director for Middle Neighborhoods in Cleveland, and we're excited about that program. We could talk about that as well. I'm here to testify, though, on the resolution 210295. Over the last 3 years, the City of Cleveland has explored the potential of creating policies and programs dedicated to what we call middle neighborhoods. Middle neighborhoods are communities that are neither deeply distressed nor the target of growth and investment by the private market. Another way to think of them is they're often the last stable communities in a city, or places that were stable as recently as just the last decade. These communities are marked by their above average housing stock, higher home ownership levels, and in many cases, their senior population. This last quality is of particular note as they make these communities particularly vulnerable to the disastrous effects of foreclosure auctions, where fixed incomes, aging populations, and oftentimes simple errors on payments can lead to the loss of long-term residents and dramatic change in a community. In Cleveland, we've examined 4 neighborhoods as targets for middle neighborhood investments. In these areas, our research shows that since 2016, 64% of foreclosure auction properties were sold to buyers or buying groups outside of the state of Ohio. Furthermore, 81% of purchases were tracked to buyers outside of Cuyahoga County. Large-scale purchasing groups make up as much as 70% of those buyers, and make no mistake, these companies are not interested in the stability of our neighborhoods or the quality of life of your residents. They're attracted to cheap real estate, opportunities for long-term low-income rentals, and limited risk in their portfolios. As you consider the change from in-person to online auctions, I must be clear in stating that our experience as practitioners and residents in the neighborhoods of Cleveland that the practice in particular of tax foreclosures is devastating to individuals as well as neighborhoods that they live in. Whatever benefits the municipality receives from revenues via auctions or sales or tax liens is far outweighed by the generational disinvestment that awaits your streets. This is a particular concern when understood from the context of race. One of Cleveland's middle neighborhoods is 87% black and home to a historically strong black middle-class community. This area has seen weaker home values since its development due to redlining and continued practices of discrimination in real estate. As a result, homes in these communities see less demand from local buyers, and in the last 2 years, auctions have been tracked to 90% out-of-state buyers. Furthermore, our rental records show that nearly 100% of these properties have been turned into rentals occupied by Housing Choice Voucher recipients. To be clear, the need for supportive housing options is very real, and the Housing Choice Voucher program is an essential component of providing housing and low-income residents of our city. However, the concentration of low-income residents combined with the low-investment corporation model operating these properties is producing dramatic and rapid destabilization in our communities. This serves neither the residents that are new nor the community as a whole. While I clearly urge you to go deeper and consider options to mitigate the devastating, unfair, and racist practice of tax foreclosures, I understand today we're specifically discussing the effects of using an online auction medium over the traditional in-person method. It is clear that the devastation occurring in our communities is caused by cheap and easy access to real estate. While in-person auctions do not eliminate the opportunity for large-scale and out-of-state or out-of-country buyers to intervene, they do create an additional hurdle. In the marketplace of foreclosure auctions, there are endless cities for these buyers to consider. Those that provide online access will very likely be more severely targeted. Additionally, the ability for local buyers, especially those who originally owned the home or their family, deserve the opportunity to attend a local auction. While online auctions create ease of access for out-of-state buyers, they conversely can create a hurdle for elderly or families without consistent internet access. In Cleveland, we have seen the radical effect of out-of-state investment and will continue to explore all avenues to reduce or eliminate these players. Avoiding an online access portal is one measure we deeply support. We encourage you to consider this as well. Thank you, and I'm around for questions.
Wow, thank you so very much, both for your testimony. Jason, I want you to go a little deeper for me, and just give me like the profile of those bulk buyers. And when we talk about bulk, educate Philadelphia, if you will, about, how many properties. When you're talking about bulk buyers, in Cleveland, what are you guys looking at? How many are you counting?
Yeah. So, the difference between the bulk buyer portfolio and the other types of landlords, that when the traditional landlord has a small portfolio, it can be a moderate income family or an individual in a community that has 3 or 4 homes. It's their retirement plan. The bulk buyers have dozens and dozens, and those are in different communities. And then they go to hundreds and hundreds. Throughout the county, we have some LLCs that have more than 1,000 properties in Cuyahoga County. But much more insidiously, these properties are part of basically a transfer of income to a real estate trust. So we have tracked some of these LLCs out of country to China, but we've also tracked them to Texas and to California, where wealthy individuals are using our residential real estate as their version of stocks. They create a cash flow incentive for them by buying $30,000 homes en masse. Buying 300 homes is like buying 300 stocks of an equity stake. And then the dividends are rental checks. And they don't care in the slightest what happens. And so what they do is they use a Cleveland-based property manager or developer who, this is their job. It, I suppose, creates jobs in that regard. But their job is to make sure that everything from the roof to the windows to the paychecks to all the things are taking place at a bare minimum, just enough to make sure that the home stays afloat. And if 15 years from now those properties are gone, they don't really care because it's been about the cash flow. And I know Jamie sees this all the time. We've recognized that about 20% of a street, when it turns over, that is the last leg of the street. And all of a sudden, the home ownership levels will diminish greatly and the property values will follow suit. And we're not going to find a way to get them back without a growing county like Seattle or Washington, D.C.
Jamie and Jason, I want you both to answer this for me. What is your response from your experience, what you've studied as it relates to best practices, and just how you would answer if you were to hear someone say, well, wait a minute. These same firms that the gentleman Jason Powers just spoke about that were in China and or in Texas, they could have someone to represent them at an in-person sale, and they could still buy. How are you, rationalizing? How can you affirm your statement, Jason, when you say that a virtual platform, in essence, makes it easier for them? I mean, unpack that for people in Philadelphia who heard earlier during testimony that these people could buy anyway. So how can you blame a virtual a platform for sort of making the process move at a more rapid pace?
So the property management brokerage firm that we find so egregious in our neighborhood, we at least know who they are, and they have real estate on our border, and we can find them. So if we eliminate the need for them to, well, we have eliminated the need for them to go to sheriff sales. Now somebody from Saudi Arabia doesn't need Holton Wise. They just can buy it on their own, and we have no idea who they are, what their local representation is, and in our case, this is something we're fighting right now, is that the city of Cleveland won't hold local property managers responsible in housing court for out-of-town owners, so they're just sending violation notices to China, California, and Saudi Arabia, which is not helpful. So we are trying to provide a cautionary tale for you to avoid this fate of, at least we know the devil we're dealing with in person, and we have no idea who we're dealing with online.
So, thank you, Chairwoman. I'll underscore what Jamie said, that first off, by creating that extra hurdle, you do see them using proxies, and those proxies are in our county. So not only do we have the ability to follow up with them as we go, but additionally, as we create new laws in our city council and in our county council, we are trying to find ways to hold them more and more accountable. If they are regionally local, we do have a better shot at that. But I have been listening to the earlier conversation, and I would ask for you to rigorously look at the facts to see exactly if that's true or not, because while it's true that proxies can be used, that does provide a hurdle. And I would argue that if there's a half dozen cities across the country that are online and then another half dozen that are offline, there is an incentive for these organizations setting up these real estate investment trusts to go where the easiest money is. And I really do believe they will do that. So let's set up as many hurdles as we can to protect our communities.
Again, thank you both so very much for your testimony and just sharing the Ohio, experience with us. And, we're doing our best here in this city council, trying to raise awareness about this issue in the hopes that we can avoid the pitfalls, Jason and Jamie, that both of you just described. So shout out to your city council, your mayors, your county officials, and we're going to let them know when we interact with them that you all came to help out the city of Philadelphia during this hearing. So thank you.
Thank you all. Take care.
If there are no other questions for this panel, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to ask Rachel if she will call the next panel.
Yes, this is the last panel before the public testifiers. We have Jenny Greenberg, Katrina Baxter and Ashley Gripper, Joseph Tan, and Adam Ehrlich, in that order.
Thank you so very much. We'll go in that order. And Jenny, are you okay? Jenny, I see your box. You're here. We're going to start with you, Jenny. I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony. And Rachel, I also want us to just check with our tech team. Last night, when I read the Tan testimony, Tan had some slides he wanted to put up. And I wanted to make sure that our viewing audience would be able to see the slides that he submitted as a part of his testimony.
Okay, yeah, I'll work to make sure that he can share his screen.
Thank you, Jennifer. State your name for the record and please proceed with your testimony.
Sure, thank you. My name is Jenny Greenberg, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Neighborhood Gardens Trust. And I just wanted to thank you, Chairwoman Parker, and the members of the Committee on Law and Government for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210295, and I'd like to express my concerns about how the shift to all online sales, sheriff sales, will exacerbate the serious threat that sheriff sales already play to the future of many thriving community gardens across the city of Philadelphia. I serve as Executive Director of NGT, which is Philadelphia's Land Trust for the Protection of Community Managed Open Spaces. And it's our mission to acquire and preserve community gardens to enhance quality of life in Philadelphia's neighborhoods. We've protected almost 50 gardens to date across the city and are working hard to scale our efforts to meet the need that exists to secure and protect many additional threatened open spaces. Most of Philadelphia's 400 plus community gardens were cultivated on abandoned land in neighborhoods that were historically redlined and disinvested. Through the cooperative efforts of local residents, they're vibrant, community-managed open spaces that serve as places of nourishment, healing, community connection, and self-determination across the city. And these essential, safe, healthy green spaces provide residents with access to land to grow fresh, affordable food, to gather with neighbors, to mitigate unsafe and unjust environmental conditions. And the future of many of these gardens is in jeopardy because the gardeners don't have secure land tenure. And NGT works with them to secure and hold ownership for the land long term so they can continue to cultivate food and community. For a number of years, we've seen how increases in real estate development and speculation are putting these gardens into jeopardy. And one of the biggest threats is sheriff sales. Often gardens comprise multiple parcels of land with different owners, and the loss of even one parcel to a sheriff sale can destroy the larger garden. We work closely with Philadelphia Housing and Community Development Corporation to secure and protect all of the land within the footprint of a garden. In the past 3 years, we've been able to acquire 32 parcels of land at 11 community gardens through nominal sale disposition from the city. And we also work with the land bank to acquire privately owned tax delinquent parcels. Multiple gardens, however, have tax delinquent parcels with U.S. bank liens, which is an issue that Ebony Griffin was speaking about earlier. This factor is the single biggest threat and deterrent to our ability to save these gardens. Because of these liens, Philadelphia is losing garden properties to sheriff sale or through private sales entered into by speculators. When we see a garden is on the sheriff sale list and it has U.S. bank liens, we know we're in trouble. In our experience, these sheriff sales are driven by Linebarger, Gogan, Blair, and Sampson, and we're left with few options, if any, in order to protect the parcels. At times, however, we're able to obtain temporary delays that allow us to find ways to save a parcel and the overall garden. Through no fault of our own, these temporary reprieves can sometimes come in at the last minute. And if Philadelphia switches to online sheriff sales, we believe the opportunity to save a parcel, especially when it comes down to the wire, will be lost. Until the U.S. bank lien issue is resolved, we call on the city to halt sheriff sales, whether online or in person. And I want to tell you about the Five Loaves Two Fish Garden as just one example. It's a community-based project to promote wellness and eliminate information disparities about health and nutrition in Hestonville, a low-income community of color in West Philadelphia, where food insecurity and chronic disease is high. There are more than 30 raised beds for community residents to grow healthy food. And working with the land bank, NGT was able to secure 5 of the 6 properties at the garden. However, the last lot, which is right in the middle of the garden, has more than $16,000 due to Linebarger for U.S. bank liens with all the fees, interest, and penalties, and an additional $8,000 owed to the city. I dread the day we learn that it's been sold online to a speculator in Texas or China or New York who does not understand the value that this garden has to the community. Since a system-wide solution seemed far off in 2018, NGT tried to take matters into our own hands to resolve the issue by submitting a proposal to U.S. Bank, asking them to assign us their liens on 10 properties within threatened gardens for nominal consideration in order to further our preservation efforts. The proposal was that they do so as a charitable donation. And after extensive research, we were unable to get a contact directly at the bank and were directed to submit the proposal through Linebarger locally, who said they would pass it along to their client for consideration. At first, Linebarger said they would have an answer to us within a month, and ultimately they never got back to us with an answer and stopped responding to my emails. I feel like we're in a position of just waiting to hear that another key parcel at another high priority garden has been lost. Until the city of Philadelphia is able to develop a system-wide solution to the U.S. bank lien issue, sheriff sales should not continue online or in person. This is a moment for Philadelphia to take control of its future and be intentional in supporting community-oriented land uses that provide for a more sustainable and equitable future for our city and its residents.
Thank you, Jenny, for your testimony. And if you can, I know you've been waiting a long time, but if everyone on this panel could agree to just stay around for council members' questions, we appreciate it, because I already have one council member queued up. The next person is Ms. Baxter. Are you here? It's Katrina Baxter.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Katrina. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
I'm here with Ashley Gripper, and she's going to be going first.
Thank you, Ashley. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Gripper. Thank you, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. I'm here with Katrina Baxter to testify on resolution number 210-295. We are speaking on behalf of Soil Generation, a Black and Brown-led farmer coalition working towards community control of food and land here in Philadelphia. Currently, we are working with Parks and Rec on a city contract to create an urban agriculture plan for the city of Philadelphia. I'm not sure if you are all aware, but there is a growing movement of Black folks striving to reclaim the legacy of agrarianism, growing food and living on the land. A different narrative has started to surface. Power being owning land and controlling what you eat. However, a century of land loss has been compounded by escalating real estate prices. In 1910, Black farmers owned 20 million acres of land. As many as 80% of Black middle or upper middle class were farm owners. However, due to racist policies and overt violence, fewer than 10% of that land remains, and only 1.7% of total farms are Black owned. This leads to enormous transfer of wealth from Black people to white people. The total economic hit to Black wealth from land loss could be in excess of $300 billion, a significant contributor to the racial wealth gap. Land is at the center of healing for Black and Brown communities. I understand that many of you may not know the mental, physical, and spiritual impacts that land and agriculture has on people's health, but they are real, I assure you. Not only have I and my comrades experienced these benefits in our personal lives, but through my academic research at Harvard, I have assessed the impacts of urban agriculture on the mental health, spirituality, and community resilience of Black folks. Our farms and gardens are at the center of our collective healing, our resource sharing, and our cultural heritage. Recognizing the value of land and agriculture for Black people in Philly and across this country is partially what led me to start Land-Based Johns. My dad and his life were also inspiration for creating this organization that focuses on food sovereignty, carpentry, and self and community healing for Black folks in Philly. My dad, Paul Gripper, was an incredibly well-known basketball coach throughout Philly and the tri-state area. He's known in the streets as Coach Paul or Uncle P. He showed up for so many young Black men and always gave his last resources to feed his players or make sure they could make a tournament. My dad passed away in April of last year due to systemic racism and due to food apartheid. So to honor him, my brothers, my aunt, and I want to expand on his legacy by hosting an annual memorial tournament in his neighborhood, which features a basketball tournament, a cookout, and a community garden in his name. We want to establish the Paul Gripper Community Garden on the block where he grew up in North Philly. My family has actually been on this block in North Philly for 4 generations, since the 40s. There are 5 vacant lots on the block, and they are all owned privately by investors or held by the city. Trash accumulates in these lots, while my neighbor's primary nearby food source is a corner store that sells mostly fast food and little to no fruits and veggies. These lots could and should be used for community growing spaces for our neighborhood. We are already struggling to compete with local developers and an inefficient land bank. Expanding Share Sell Online will make it just about impossible for my family, who has been on this block in North Philly since the 40s, to compete with developers and investors and continue our legacy on this block. This process already doesn't work for us. The current process is inherently exclusive, as we, the neighbors on the block, barely see the owners as is. There's a history of memorial gardens promised by City Council being torn down in this city. Similarly, land-based drones recently turned a trash-ridden vacant lot into a garden in West Philly at the request of most of our neighbors. This lot is privately owned by someone who is not from our community and does not live in our community. We already have to compete with local developers and investors who buy property for the sake of profit over people's well-being. Just think about how much harder it will be on community folks if we then also have to compete with out-of-state and out-of-country developers and investors. Data shows that 141 gardens and farms have already been lost in the city, many of which have been sold through sheriff sale. At the most recent virtual sheriff sales, around 8 gardens were listed for sale. Most of them had U.S. bank liens, further complicating the process to prevent them from being sold. The land bank was set up for community reuse of land. Every spring, many lots drop into sheriff sale, particularly those with U.S. bank liens. The only process we have is the land bank intervening at the actual sale, which is already incredibly flawed. These are some of the barriers we face as growers that we have been asking the city to rectify and address for years. And proposed changes like these actively work against us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Katrina Baxter. Thanks again for this opportunity to testify. When we first won land bank legislation, I had just started working at the Public Interest Law Center. And my colleagues and city folks had convinced me that this was going to be a bridge between the community and the city, and that this would help restore the faith that the community had with regards to city and land. Meanwhile, I consistently met elders in the community who told me that I was wrong, that they had seen these things consistently not pan out for us. And now I know that this isn't a land bank situation today, right? But what we are talking about is the continued inability of Black people to access land and the resources that we need to thrive and create enterprise for ourselves. Today is about the continued disenfranchisement of Black people. Sheriff sale is historically one of the biggest threats to Black land ownership, and that includes our gardens. The land bank was supposed to help with that. And considering we have yet to see how community farmers can get access to land or for gardens through the land bank, outside of NGT, despite advocates asking for more front door opportunities and more transparency, the land bank law stating that there should be a majority of gardens in the city, particularly in Black communities, have no front door to access land for growing food. So in this scenario, even when the land bank is not given priority, how much more will this affect Black farmers? Today, I heard at least 4 more layers of complications for growers to get access to land, over and above racial discrimination. So over 7 years that we've been attending hearings on land use and asking for more transparency and better access, each time we're placed in the last of these groups, like today, each time this categorization reminds us just how little this city values our Black farmers. So we keep pushing and we keep getting erased in the power dynamics. It seems of something that's really greedy when all we are trying to do is feed people and make a living. When Black people are offered the same opportunities as others to determine their future, that's when we'll stop fighting. We would ask that there be a moratorium on the sale of gardens. Again, we're asking the city to permanently remove garden parcels on the list that we gave them 3 years ago. You heard from our colleagues earlier today that there's been a ramp up of sheriff sales because of U.S. bank liens over the last few years. We've been actively working against that and trying that there's a list of the gardens that we know that need to be protected, that the city has access to. We're asking to take those lists off of the sheriff sale, take it and put those in moratorium until we can create solutions for our folks to have front door access to that. So currently what we know is that the Urban Ag Plan is going to come out with recommendations this fall, and then those recommendations will have in them proper procedures for us to be able to access land in a better way. So today is Earth Day. I don't know if you all know that, but as we sit here and discuss land, it's a fitting conversation, right? But we're not outside celebrating. We're inside. I'm here on my Zoom with all y'all lovely folks for hours now. But instead, I'm choosing to honor land by standing up here and saying that Black land displacement and land loss have been harming Black communities for decades in this country since the beginning of our history here. We cannot celebrate Earth Day without centering Black freedom and liberation. Black communities are disproportionately vulnerable to climate hazards. They live closer to toxic waste sites, as well as impacts from hurricanes and flooding. It is not only policing and prisons by a climate crisis, but a climate crisis that attempts to cut Black life short. So justice for Black communities and communities is a key pillar for building a regenerative and a sustainable future for Black farmers. And Black farmers are a huge part of making a sustainable future happen.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'm sorry. We're gonna. We have a little bit more to talk about.
Okay. I thought you. It was a long pause.
Yeah. It was a pause. It's a
That's
pause.
right. Drink some water. It's okay. I thought you were through.
No, Ash is coming back.
Please feel free to proceed.
Hello again, everyone. This year, senators in the U.S. Congress introduced a landmark bill to support the preservation and support of Black farmers and land in this country. After one of the most devastating years to Black communities, in 1920, as we mentioned earlier, there were 1 million Black farmers in the United States. Today, due to a history of discrimination, it is estimated that there are less than 50,000 remaining Black farmers. While the urban agriculture community here in Philly is always being treated as the stepchild in the room when it comes to land access, Philly boasts one of the most organized and robust Black-led urban growing centers in the country. This speaks to the right of all people to have access to food. But in order for that to happen, we must have access to the land. Senator Booker has stated, overtly discriminatory and unjust policies have robbed Black families in the United States of the ability to build and pass on intergenerational wealth. When it comes to farming and agriculture, we know that there's a direct connection between discriminatory policies and the enormous land loss we have seen among Black farmers over the past century. The Justice for Black Farmers Act will address and correct discrimination and take bold steps to forgive debt and restore the land that has been lost in order to empower a new generation of Black farmers to succeed and thrive.
Right. And so earlier, we heard the sheriff's office say that they had sales that would enable neighbors, that sales online would enable neighbors to purchase the lots on their blocks. But that is rarely the case. We know that. There's no real historic precedent that shows that city supports community purchase of land, much less gardens and farms. The public feels that the truth is that's the truth, and that's evident. The community is not being prioritized. I think we heard that over and over again earlier today as well, right? The urgent pace at which the sheriff's office is moving this process online feels deeply troubling, as this is a flawed buying process, period, and is bypassing community members' concerns. It's ignoring the harms that many have raised. Moving sheriff sales online will exacerbate the existing systemic issues of the process the processes that disproportionately impact Black and Brown community members who are currently seeing their neighborhoods change overnight. Bid for Assets had said on their website that the benefits of moving online would be the drastic increase of bidders per sale, maximizing proceeds, as well as the proposed efficiency of the system. But maximizing proceeds at the expense of Black and Brown residents is just the same profit over people. The testimony of the sheriff's office was compelling, saying that there are many avenues for community to engage the sale process. However, we know this story neglects the actual facts on the ground. I know just recently 3 people's grandparents who lost their homes through sheriff sales. And this is with enacting the power to petition and the sale and with also legal assistance. So let me give you a little bit of a personal story. I grew at a community farm in West Philly, One Art Community Center. And One Art Community Center for over 20 years has been a resource in the Black community of West Philadelphia. They boast a community center. They have a burgeoning farm to table restaurant, and they also have the community farm, right? So One Art has been has been also a hub for community commerce. So they provide space for entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs who would not be able to get space in other places elsewhere. Malika Gilpin and her husband and 4 children have created a huge safe haven in that city for over 20 years. And they had been working with former councilperson Blackwell to save these properties that they had been stewarding, right, in order for them to purchase those lots. And last summer in 2019, those lots got sold in sheriff's sale without any of our knowledge, not the councilwoman's knowledge, not Malika's knowledge, not the community's knowledge, who've been actively working and paying attention to these things for at least 7 years, and not the land bank's knowledge. So there was no notification posted, and the only time we found out is when the developer walked up onto the property and realized that there was a farm here with chickens and a beautiful horse and people gathering around, and he said, I own the lot right in the middle of where we have been congregating for years. And so now the process thickens, right? There's 2 other, and we found out that 2 other lots were sold as well. So 3 lots were sold out of the lots they've been working and stewarding for over 20 years. And these lots were supposedly put to the side in the land bank for community reuse for them specifically to be able to purchase. So in the meantime, they were sold off. And currently, because the situation is so complicated, we still have no resolution for that scenario. Even when the developer was clear that he was willing to make a deal and go somewhere else. There's still not a process. There's still been some kind of complication with them being able to access that land, right? So now, our communities have long been growing as a means to become self-reliant and resilient and to the shocks of our global system. The sheriff said that there were no properties on this list that are owner-occupied. The idea of owner-occupied, we think, is too narrow. So in reality, gardens and green spaces are occupied by the community, though that doesn't show up on a list somewhere on a computer screen, right? They play a critical role in our neighborhoods. We're feeding our residents with fresh organic produce. A year ago, when grocery store shelves were empty and people found their stores boarded up, these gardens provided fresh and affordable produce to our people. Not only that, but I saw farmers distributing food across the city along with our council folks all last year. More food than we've ever given out before. These spaces need to be permanently preserved. The practices of community gardening and farming have been an integral part of the survival and the independence of communities for generations. We hope to underscore that the urgency to continue to support that work is very needed now. So, more importantly, Soil Generation is working, in closing, Soil Generation is working with the city-funded Urban Agriculture Strategic Plan. Right now, this is the first ever Urban Ag Strategic Plan for the city. We've been working really hard to gather community input, data, and stories to develop a set of recommendations that the city can clearly work towards. Again, we're asking that the city protect our Black farmers while you figure out this process by placing a moratorium on community farms and gardens right now, and make moves to permanently remove garden parcels from the sheriff's sale list, recognizing that we will be providing the city with a set of recommendations this fall that will outline a community-informed process for gardens designed to prioritize community members first and foremost. These recommendations will help enable the city to shift from being reactive to harmful practices to actively facilitating a process that can help Black and brown farmers thrive. And I just want to say that as I sat here today and watched this hearing, it was not missed on me that it is harmful U.S. policies that turn Black folks against Black folks by putting the difficult decisions before us to either protect our neighbors to stay in their homes or protect ourselves as Black people from being unemployed, because we are always the first ones on the cutting block. Thank you.
So, one, I want to state for the record, for the benefit of the viewing public, this is the final panel, but our last 2 speakers are going to be Joseph Tan and Adam Ehrlich. And so now I just quickly want to say to you, Jenny, Katrina, and Ashley, thank the 3 of you so very much for your testimony and for affirming how the sheriff's sales moving to a virtual platform will impact the preservation of community gardening, particularly while we are in the midst of what you described as the first and historic urban ag strategic plan for the city of Philadelphia. So I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your work and thank you for hanging in. Ashley, I don't know Paul Gripper, but listening to you talking about your family's history in North Philadelphia since the 40s and his commitment to young people was extremely moving. But for you and Katrina, I have to push back on something you all said that really moved me the wrong way. And that was, you said where you were in this hearing wasn't lost on you and that you were last. I just have to, right? Because now I want you to know how hard my team has worked to cross the T's and dot the I's to make this happen. And that's Max, so excuse me. To make this hearing happen. This is the final panel because you are in order by the time that we were in contact with you. As a matter of fact, you signed up last Friday and my staff met with you on this Tuesday, and we credit Ebony Griffin, who gave the dynamic testimony on our second or third panel, giving us the history about the tax lien sale from 1997 and its negative impact on the city of Philadelphia, and we thanked her for putting that on the record. But Ebony, because she represents a legal aid organization, was placed on the legal aid panel. So Ashley and Katrina, leaders of this land-based joints, with you 1,001%. Looking forward to the urban ag strategic plan. I know all of my colleagues are, to see how we can be supportive of you, but I got to push back on that one for the record, because where you are placed in no way, shape, or form affirms how we value your perspective and your contribution to this discussion. So that's important to me. I now want to recognize my colleague, council member Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and can't remember if it was Ashley or Katrina who said that it wasn't lost on you all that this was Earth Day, so this conversation was appropriate. Well, we know that it's Earth Day because our colleague, Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, took the lead during our session today to remind folks, and several of our council members honor Earth Day today in their own meaningful way. So Councilwoman Catherine Gilmore Richardson, are you still present, and do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have a quick comment, Madam Chair and our Majority Leader, and I just want to thank you for recognizing the hard work that was done relative to the resolutions in commemoration for Earth Day today. And I also want to thank you and your team for your work, your dynamic and dedicated work in preparation for this hearing, and all the exhibits that were shared in the meticulous way in which you have put together these panels. I rise to say thank you to the panelists from Panel 5 who are really community garden leaders and leaders in this space, particularly Jenny. Jenny, I think you've been with us all day. You've been with us since we talked about the resolution honoring and recognizing our community garden leaders for their stewardship and service on the occasion of Earth Day. And to Katrina and to Ashley and everyone on this panel, I thank you for your testimony, because we have to recognize, particularly today, that the crisis of climate change will continue to threaten the health and well-being of our planet. We are continuing to deal with food access and food insecurity, particularly as it relates to what we've experienced with COVID-19. And you are correct in that the farmers were helping us to ensure we receive fresh fruits and fresh vegetables that we were giving out all across the city of Philadelphia. And community gardens really have allowed us to address a number of challenges that we're facing in the city of Philadelphia by creating safe, community-driven green spaces where residents can grow fresh and nutritious food, where they gather, right? It's a gathering spot. It's a common ground for our neighbors and for our community members, where we all can partake in not only physical activity, but skill building for our community. So I just wanted to thank this panel in particular for your work and for your service, and Jenny for being with us all day on the council session and then for this hearing. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member Gilmore Richardson, and we appreciate your leadership in this council, particularly as it relates to the environment, climate change, and again, making sure we didn't forget that today is Earth Day and we needed to lift that up. Chair now recognizes Council Member Isaiah Thomas. Ashley, you heard me mention that I didn't know Paul Gripper, but I'm proud to say that we've got a council colleague who does know him well. Council Member Thomas, are you still with us?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you. And I too appreciate the testimony of the witnesses. And I'll start by thanking Ashley and still offering my condolences to her family based on what happened to who we used to call Uncle P. Paul Gripper, great guy in the city of Philadelphia. Madam Chair, if we were in a position when Mr. Gripper unfortunately passed away last year to be able to pass a resolution in his honor, we would have, because his work was that significant. But we were at the stage of things where we were still trying to figure out legally what we were able to introduce and what we weren't. And if you remember last spring, when the coronavirus crisis first hit, we could not introduce resolutions. We could only introduce legislations that spoke to a state of emergency. So seeing Ashley here today and thinking about the great work that her father has done and his son, Joey, is kind of carrying that torch right now. Last I talked to him, he was coaching at Coppin State. That was before the pandemic. I don't know if he's still there or not, but I heard Ashley speak about her and her brother looking to carry that torch and continue that legacy. So that just warms my heart in the midst of a lot of the things that we heard today that wasn't necessarily good news. That's great to hear. And I did want to offer my support to her and her family. If there's anything that we can do as a legislative body to support them, we are here. I hear her advocacy, so I know she has that same fight that her father had, and she wasn't lying when she talked about the fact that he would give the shirt off of his back for a child in the city of Philadelphia, in a climate where we've seen a lot of folks looking to make $1 off our children. That really just wasn't his agenda. And then also I wanted to thank Katrina as well too. I know she talked about this advocacy, and she mentioned my former colleague at Sankofa, Malika, who I had the pleasure to work with for years together. And I know her advocacy, her family advocacy through the One Art Establishment, which I believe is in Councilmember Jones's district, and the great work that they're doing out there. So I just wanted to say thank you, and most importantly, pay homage to former Coach Gripper and Unc P. And Madam Chair, maybe we should revisit that resolution now that we are able to actually do that. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. And I agree with Madam Chair. You are not at all at the bottom of the totem pole as it relates to your advocacy, your work. And I can tell you firsthand that your testimony touched my heart, and it will be something that I'll remember. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much, Councilmember Thomas. And Councilmember Thomas, you make sure you let all members of council know. Ashley, now we don't usually do it this way, but you're going to save us some time now. We're going to ask you to forward to us a copy of your father's bio and all of the information that you have for him. And our Councilmember Thomas, who knew him personally, give our City Council of Philadelphia the ability to recognize the giant that your dad was in our city. And so Rachel in my office will contact you, and David Maynard, David Maynard at phila.gov from Councilmember Thomas's office just typed in the chat. You can get his email directly, but we will also contact you just to make sure we don't get lost in the loop. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Kendra Brooks for a comment.
All right, there I am. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ashley for sharing your story, too, about land-based joints, your family's time on your block, and the great history of Black farmers in the city and how racist policies have shifted generational wealth away from Black farmers. Your testimony in honor of your father, Coach Paul, is inspiring to me, and I look forward to co-sponsoring the resolution in his honor. And I look forward to working with you and Katrina to pursue a moratorium on gardens to help create green space that honors your father's block in North Philadelphia. And also, Katrina, thank you for the work that you've done for years to map community gardens and urban agriculture strategic plan. And I hear your urgency, and I hope we can continue to work together to highlight the community efforts to preserve Black and brown gardens and farms. Some of you guys already know I have like a mini passion for farming and gardening. And I was looking to expand and grow that whole concept, but I know that I can continue my work with you guys and do it in a different capacity, maybe further away from home. But we're in this together. So I'm really excited to actually continue the work of my stepfather, who did urban farming and gardening in our neighborhood. He had went on to move to Florida to where he could really have some space. But thank you. And I look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Brooks. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Gim for comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'll just be brief because I think my colleague said a lot. But, first I want to, again, thank everybody for the passionate testimony that you brought forward. Ashley and Katrina, the work that you've done at Soil Generation and beyond has been completely transformative for many communities. But I'm so grateful to be able to hear just more of the personal story that Ashley shared. And I will also look forward to co-sponsoring, being a partner with you to realize something different here in the city of Philadelphia. I also just want to speak to some of the frustration this hearing has been a real investment. And I want to thank the chair and the sponsor of the resolution for just, extending this amount of time to it. And it's unfortunate that it's taking, the kind of the impending nature of these potentially mass sheriff sales to restart this conversation again. But we hear your frustration. We are going to exercise as much as we can. And we just want to know that you'll have partners no matter what moves forward. So thank you all so much for being on here and for staying with it. With this hearing in particular, we're just really incredibly grateful for you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gim. The chair now recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank this panel for their testimony. As you were testifying, it made me really reflect on a phenomenal book by Isabel Wilkerson, The Warmth of Other Suns, and the Great Migration, African Americans over the history of this country. Many people in this city have strong connections to North Carolina, and that was a migration point, just like Virginia to New York or Mississippi to Chicago. Philadelphia became the home of many North Carolinians. I know it's something for me. It's very a close family connection. And so when anyone talks about farming, as a third generation farmer, we still have our family farm outside of Greenville, North Carolina, and I can reflect on growing up and my aunt and uncle who lived on Ontario Street, having their little plot in the back of the house where they would grow tomatoes, and so many African Americans have that same history. And so the need to continue locations, and that's why I'm so supportive of community land trusts as a way to maintain urban gardens in our city. And I think about the Glenwood Gardens from one time I was at Meridian Bank. So the work that you're doing and your testimony really speaks to the history and the lineage in this city of farming, especially Black farming. And then when you tie that to the loss of economic wealth, it's something that's also very poignant to me, because I have done a significant amount of research on the history of the loss of Black farms across the southeast part of this country, especially as many people were forced off their land through legal dynamics and others. So thank you for your testimony, thank you for your work, and look forward to continuing the conversation, as well as continuing your work as we're working with our colleague, Councilmember Gaudier, regarding community land trusts. So thank you for being here and providing that point, especially on a day like today is Earth Day, and shows the connection that African Americans have had to this concept of sustainability and investment in the earth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I don't see any other questions. I'm going to ask if there are any other questions for this panel and or comments. Hearing none. Again, Jenny, Ashley, and Katrina, thank you all so very much for being here. Rachel, the next two people I believe are Joseph Tan and Adam Ehrlich. Joseph will begin with you. If you could just state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony. And I think our technical team has given you the ability to show your screen. When I was reading your testimony last night, I said, wow, thank you for investing the time and even putting them, it together in slides. I thank you for that, because that signals how important moving sheriff sales to this virtual platform and the concerns that were raised are important to you. So feel free to proceed with your testimony.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government. My name is Joseph Tan. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210295. I've submitted the points. I've submitted the points I'm about to review in my testimony. So let me see if I can share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So I'm a Pennsylvania resident who lives right outside Philadelphia. I've been an individual local investor who's been investing in Philly for almost 10 years. I've been to the auctions in person, and I've tried to use the bid for assets in the last two auctions. So my experience using bid for assets was frustrating, and it mirrors that of Councilwoman Brooks' experience with it. I agree with her in that there are significant obstacles that will prevent local individuals from participating in the virtual auctions. But just as important, I think the current setup with bid for assets is bad for the city for several reasons that I'm about to present. So if you look at the presentation I have up, the first point I'd like to present is the high fee being charged by bid for assets. I've looked at 45 cities and counties that are using bid for assets for their auctions, which include the 5 counties in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is by far the largest city by volume, and it has the highest fees at 10% for tax sales and 1.5% for foreclosure sales. And the next 2 points I like to make are these. Given the high fees involved, if you look at the projections using 2017 numbers from the Revenue Commissioner, bid for assets would have received $2.4 million just from tax sales. And I'm estimating that bid for assets will receive over $4 million in fees from tax and foreclosure sales if this were to continue for the current year. And I think it was mentioned in the sheriff's testimony earlier that in 2019, I believe it was, they had about 60 million in sales total. So part of that I understand to be foreclosure sales, which would have a lower fee, but it will definitely be in the millions that bid for assets will be receiving in fees if this were to continue. The fourth point I like to present is the true bearer of the cost for using the online platform. The sheriff's office has stated that using bid for assets, it's a win-win for everyone because they're saving money from holding the auctions in person by using the website, and that only the buyers are paying the buyer's premium fee. But that's not entirely correct. So what the sheriff's office hasn't made clear is that the cost is now transferred to the property owners who are losing their homes. So let me connect the dots for everyone to make this clear. Like every buyer and investor, I determine how much I want to pay for a property based on all the costs. And because now there's an additional 10% fee for tax sales and 1.5% for foreclosure sales, I'm going to set up a lower price because of that additional fee. So this means that the homeowners will recover less at the end. So if bid for assets collects over $4 million per year, that means homeowners indirectly will be losing $4 million per year. So if the city were to select a vendor to do this, would they really be willing to select a vendor and pay $4 million a year for that vendor to perform this function? And if the city isn't okay with that, why is it okay for this cost to be shifted to the homeowners who are losing their homes? The last point I like to present is the real cost for using bid for assets. Now, I've submitted an article for the hearing for a county that contracted with bid for assets last year, Lake County, California. In the article, they state that the contract was for $260,000 per year to have bid for assets perform their auctions for their tax sales. So as you can see, there's a big discrepancy between what it actually costs to what the city of Philadelphia is actually paying indirectly. Chairwoman Parker and members of the Committee on Law and Government, I appreciate the council looking into this matter. I think having an independent entity looking into this is important. Thank you for including my testimony for today.
Thank you so very much for being here, Joseph. And again, I thank you just for the time you put into preparing not just your testimony, sharing it with us, but also the research and the article that you found for us. That will help us as we as the council gather to figure out what our next steps will be. So thank you so very much. Adam, are you still on with us, Adam?
I am.
Thank you, Adam. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony. And Joseph, if you're still with us, don't leave. Council members may have questions for you, so we'll need you to stay on if you're still here. Thank you. Please proceed, Adam.
Hi, am I coming through?
Yes, I can hear you well. Just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parker, Sheriff Bilal, and the members of the Committee of Law and Government. My name is Adam Ehrlich. I'm the president and chief problem solver of Trading Places, LLC, and I'm here to testify on resolution number 210295. Just a little background on me. I'm a Philly guy, born and raised. I have a lot of pride in my city, and I'm happy to be doing whatever I can in my part to help sustain and improve the city of Philadelphia in an ethical and responsible manner. I started participating in sheriff sales back in 2012, and it is my belief that from 2013 through 2019, I've been the largest purchaser based on the number of properties, not total value of the properties, but I've been the largest purchaser of vacant land and properties in general at tax sale. And before everyone starts booing at me, I would like to make clear that a matter of principle and personal moral code, I have never evicted a single person in Philadelphia or anywhere. This is based on my personal moral code and belief that the sheriff's sale and eviction process is in fact highly flawed. So in order to still wanting to participate in Philly real estate and trying to do a share, to help out in my community, I've only focused on vacant land and unlivable shells that are in the worst of conditions. My number one criteria when deciding whether or not I want to bid on a property is, to the best of my knowledge, is this an owner-occupied property? And when it is, I either avoid the sale or back when properties were cheap enough, used to get things cheap enough to then offer them back to the homeowners to allow them an opportunity to get their houses at a severely discounted between taxes, water, all the liens are on there, that if I could go and help somebody maintain their properties, that was most important for me. For me, it's not about trying to make the most money you always can. It's about trying to do the right thing whenever possible. And I've been lucky that I found a nice little niche that it's possible to make money while doing the right thing if you care to do so, which I do. I don't have, I've also created around 40 to 50 first-time homeowners in the process, especially back when properties were on the cheaper end, properties used to sell for $2,500. And for me to help somebody who didn't maybe have credit, didn't necessarily know about the process, to help people maintain houses in their community was something that I found that I was able to go and do, and was, in my opinion, a very good service. I am never going to put grandma out on the street. I think that there's a lot of the process that could be helped, could be changed. But for me, that method was by going into the process and participating on the buyer side. I will say that my first big issue is I can't imagine if at the live sheriff sales, if there was a $35 cover charge to get in. And if you went and you told the participants showing up, if you didn't pay us $35 in advance, you're not allowed to participate in the auction. Right now, in order to participate, first of all, you need to go and wire your money in 7 days in advance. Now, that creates tons of problems. First of all, for people who don't have a lot of disposable income, taking that $1,535 and tying it up when you don't know if you're going to buy any properties or not is a financial burden. If there are 4 different sales, they want you to make 4 different deposits. That's now $6,000 and change just to show up and be able to participate. And that $35 number is really, you have to make 3 different deposits in order to actually finish and complete a sale. So that's an extra $105, which Bid for Assets takes, I think they say, to defer their costs, but they're going to make millions and millions on this. So to put that extra barrier to entry, that's something with all the money they're making, they should be able to absorb in order to go and help making this accessible to more people. Also, if Bid for Assets wants to go and run sheriff sales in Philadelphia, they really should have a presence in Philadelphia. Right now, in order to go and get money to Silver Springs, Maryland, and that takes more time. If a lot of people, if you don't have the financial literacy to wire money a lot of people show up to sheriff sales with money orders instead of cashier's checks because they don't have the accounts necessary to get the necessary money orders. And getting a wire transfer is significantly more, it's a harder process, much more costly. In addition to all the fees charged by Bid for Assets, financial institutes usually will charge, $25 per wire. Now, that's just a tip of it. 10% premium that they're charging for real estate is insane in any measure, any property auction. 10%. On all real estate that's sold at tax sales, I can't even imagine that. And part of the reason that number is high is it doesn't really appear that anybody was advocating for the cost. It's always just assume, those buyers, they can just spend more money, it doesn't matter. But as was brought up as a very valid point, that takes away from how much we're willing to spend on a property. And that means less money to the city to cover the taxes, and ultimately less money, if there's any money left over, for those people who are losing their properties. I think Bid for Assets should have a location in Philadelphia where someone could come in person and make a deposit and not have to do those wiring fees. I think Philadelphia, all that money, Philadelphia isn't going to receive any tax money from those earnings, let alone the state of Pennsylvania. I think that they should be, or whoever is conducting these, should be based in Philly and paying those Philadelphia taxes. Let's see. I would go and say, I missed part of the earlier questions, but I would want to make sure that 10%, nobody's getting any kickbacks. Is any of that money going to this? If it's going to the sheriff's office directly, are they allowed to receive any more money than just poundage that they would normally go and collect at the auctions? And if individual people are going and getting these funds, that's obviously a whole nother avenue of issues that would need to be addressed. Let's see. There is an issue with how, with the sales. First of all, you don't know who's the winning bidder. Part of participating at a live sale was you had an opportunity to meet all of the other Philadelphia residents who were there and participating, and the other developers, which meant You got to hear about other projects. You got to go and learn about more things happening in the city. And that is useful to go and make sure that people developing in certain areas can try to complement and help each other whenever is necessary. Right now, when there's a winning bid, you get a whole bunch of stars. You have no idea who won that property. I know that if I had a vacant lot and the lot next door went up for too much money, I could physically walk to that person and say, hey, I have the property next door to yours. If you're trying to do a project, I'm the person, I'm your neighbor, and maybe we can collaborate. Maybe I can help you out. Now there's no means for me to know who the winning bidder was. And I don't think you can even go onto the website for more than a month to even see what sale prices were, who the winners were. At least on the Philadelphia Sheriff's site, you could go, and when a property sold, you would have a historical record of who the winning bidders were, what those prices were. Unfortunately, when the new administration took over, it appears as though all that historical information from Sheriff Jewel Williams' term was erased or moved or some way not accessible. But going forward, I'd love to see that back, but also going forward, that should be public information. We can't have people bidding where you have no idea who the bidders are. Are they people? Are they corporations? Are they local? Is it foreign countries, etc.? Right before the sale started, I actually contacted Jesse from Bid for Assets because I had a ton of questions and concerns. And I actually spoke to them for around 2.5 hours on a Zoom conference discussing a whole bunch of issues. I am shocked that they didn't find this meeting and city council and this process important enough to participate. I'm pretty sure there's somebody here listening in and hearing what we have to say, but to not recognize the importance of their participation either shows a lack of understanding of Philadelphia or of the importance of city council, or just a lack of interest in being a part of the community of that nature, which to me creates an issue. One thing, when you have sales, local buyers, you can usually tell if a homeowner or someone is trying to go and purchase a property on the block or on their neighborhood. And it's not uncommon for the local regular participants to, when they notice that a community member, someone from a block is looking to do that, to step back and to allow those non-regular purchasers who obviously have a specific interest in a property to in fact participate. And to me, it's very good that people are willing to do that. Right now, we have bidding. It's like bidding with internet trolls who don't have that caring. Now, one thing for me as a sheriff's sale participant, first of all, I completely agree with everything that Soil Generation said. Very, very important about the gardens. And as a participant in those Limebarger 6,000 sales, I know that tons of these lots have come up for sale. One thing that I've done is help those homeowners try to acquire those lots whenever possible. For example, there was the first speaker in this panel was supposed to be a woman named Aviva, who is from the Arts and Humanities, the Village for Arts and Humanities. They have mosaics set up all throughout the city. You might be familiar with the Secret Gardens on South Street. But if you travel into North Philly, on Alder Street, on 10th Street, there are a whole bunch of these artwork installations available to the public for free out on their property. When in 2017, by error, a couple of their lots were sold at sheriff's sale, I made a point of acquiring them solely to make sure that the organization was able to get them back. And through that process, was able to get those sales canceled and have them get those properties. More importantly, has everyone seen Concrete Cowboy yet? Having to do with the horse stables and urban riders up on Fletcher Street. It's a movie that came out on Netflix, and it highlights the black cowboys who have been there for around 130 plus years. And one of the issues is they've never owned land of their own. Back in 2015, I donated a 7,500 square foot lot to them just to make sure, with all the gentrification coming, that they had some land and real estate so they could have a voice and be part of that game. Since then, I've acquired about half of Fletcher Street solely to make sure that developers don't come and build on those properties. And I wish the city had a way to step in and secure these properties for them. But as a community member, seeing that this was definitely a flawed part of the process, wanted to make sure that I could go and do my part. One thing that, for people who saw the movie, might not know is that those horses, which they go and they feature, they're featured on the Barnes Foundation documentaries in this movie. Just recently, the city of Philadelphia tore up all of Fletcher Field. And I have photos which I submitted. Unfortunately, I don't know how to share these. But the land that those horses that were featured in the movie used to run around was taken away from them, even though I and many people wanted to get historical designations, wanted to go and make sure that Black culture was understood and preserved. Right now, and they go and they have animals and goats and chickens, and they go and right now, it's hard. To me, being a local participant means that I can go and help do right by Philly. I think I'm not a big fan of gentrification. For me, I think there are a lot of parts in the city that can be improved, but they need to be improved for the people already in the neighborhood.
Mr. Adam, listen.
What?
I'm going to have to give you 1 minute, Adam, and you're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, so anyway, I want to say one of the issues with the online sheriff sale process is a lot of the information is incorrect on city records. Right now, part of the sheriff sale process, before each sale, they would make an announcement. This property has been demolished. This property is imminently dangerous. This one is unsafe. Sheriff's office never gives out information that they don't need to. Everything that they provide, they are legally obligated to do and won't tell you anything else. Right now, with the last sale, there's a property I was interested in, and I did my research, but it was at 2368 North Colorado Street. When the list came out, there were no violations on the property. On April 6th, L&I turned this into an imminently dangerous property. From no violations to imminently dangerous. There was no notification. One of the reasons bidding goes up a lot higher for these online sales is people don't know that properties are demolished. People don't know that they have these conditions because they're not presented as they're legally obligated to do, which is a huge issue. Now, a lot of times, what you would do is you'd put up a deposit, and if you had to lose that deposit, which happened a lot because there was something wrong, some issue with the sale, you would lose your deposit, but you'd move on with your life. The way Bid for Sale has it set up, if at any point you do not settle on a single property you purchase through them, you will be banned from participating in bids for assets indefinitely. Which means if somebody went and bought the lot on Arrett Street, which showed there being a $160,000 house, and didn't know that the house had been demolished for at least 6 years, if they didn't follow on that winning bid, based on the incorrect information and the fact that Bid for Assets did not share the defects in the property, then that person will not be able to participate any further, which is going to create additional issues, create legal liabilities. You say you want to take out everyone who's a homeowner. You could take a look who has a homestead exemption. There are multiple properties that had homestead exemptions, which is a clear sign that that is an owner-occupied property that still sold it off.
Adam, I've been more than generous, Adam, with the time, just because you guys hung around with us all day today. But we still have a group of folks who are scheduled to give us public testimony, and they are on waiting as well. So what I am going to ask you to do, Adam, is any additional comments. I'm going to let you complete your testimony with 2 sentences right now, and then anything additional that you want to add to the record, I want you to feel free to give it to me. I'm going to take responsibility to make sure the stenographer gets it and it becomes a part of the formal historical record for this hearing and will help inform our future efforts. So please give us your last 2 sentences.
Sure. Bid for Assets is a hot mess, and and I would love to see in person. There's so many reasons to have it in person, and I will be more than happy. This is my contact information. I invite anybody from the process, any city council, to reach out to me where I can give any additional information about the minutia issues with the property. They don't have tracts of assets.
Okay, Adam.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. And if there was anything you said today, Adam, that I will make sure, and I know my colleagues pay very close attention to, we have to pay very close attention to those folks. You heard me ask the sheriff a question about those folks bidding on property who are tax delinquent in the city of Philadelphia. And she affirmed us that you can't stop anyone from bidding, but they won't be able to get through the process without a certification noting that they are not tax delinquent in the city of Philadelphia. And so what you've reminded us that we need to do, Adam, and I want to say that I appreciate this, is that we have to pay very close attention to those people who are tax delinquent in the city of Philadelphia, but they also buy lots of land right through different LLCs, so their tax delinquency may not come up. So we're going to make sure that we pay a close attention to that. And again, any additional comments that you want to put on the record, feel free to send them to our office. With that being said, let me ask whether or not there are any more comments or questions. I'm looking in the chat box for my colleagues. Hearing and seeing none, Adam and Joseph, I want to thank you so very much for your testimony. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the committee? Okay, hearing none, we will now move into our public testimony portion of the hearing. Adam and Joseph, you can disconnect. This is where individuals who called my office to sign up to testify will be dialed into the hearing. So we're going to take a brief few minutes recess to give our technology professionals some time to connect the individuals who signed up. I do want to note for the record, as we get ready to work to do this, that Sandra Camacho or Camacho, I hope I did not mispronounce your name. We have been attempting to reach you nonstop, but unfortunately, no one is answering. So I just want to let you know that we've been trying to reach you. We're now going to take a quick break and give our tech team the time to do what they need to do. Thank you so very much for your patience.
Thank you for calling Philadelphia City Council. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on the
Madam Chair, council members, and participants, we are now live.
Thank you so very much. We are now in our public testimony portion of this hearing. Rachel, I'm going to ask that you please call the first individual who signed up to speak. I also want to note for the record that public testimony is limited to 2 minutes. Thank you also very much for your patience and for just staying and making yourselves available for this hearing. Rachel?
Sandra Camacho.
The first two people are not on the line, but if they call back, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Sam McCafferty.
Good evening. My name is Sam, and I'm an African-American female millennial who is currently in pharmacy school at UST. Over 1/3 of Philadelphians are millennials, so approximately 528,000 millennials live in Philadelphia. We represent the largest generational cohort in the city. I mention this because not one did I hear any council member mention how these properties can benefit us. As a millennial, I contribute to my community every single day by furthering my education, by working in a pharmacy in our urban areas, and by faithfully paying my taxes. I was raised in Southwest Philly, went to high school, and now college in West Philly, and currently live back at home with my parents in Southwest. So I see abandoned homes every day. I have to legally sell needles at the pharmacy in which they go into those vacant homes and shoot up. Not only do I live in these areas, I'm aware of the struggle Philadelphians face during these times. However, I represent those millennials that will rebuild our community, be the first in our families to have home and business ownership. We will be that generation that will renovate those vacant homes and rebuild our hoods. We are the generation that invests, have better opportunities than our parents, and have the higher rate of graduating from college. We have investment plans, and we can receive funding for homes. Madam Chair Parker, you established a program, Power Up Your Business at CCP, to help new business owners to receive assistance. 90% of students at CCP are millennials and Generation Z. So why assist us when obviously right now you don't want to hold us back from owning? I guarantee you, more than 90% of the panel members today went to college and had the same mindset that I have now, to graduate, to start a career, and to own their own home. I work 8 to 12-hour shifts at Rite Aid Pharmacy. I'm here now about to administer Moderna shots. So I don't have free time. When I discovered the sheriff office was taking an innovative route to virtual cells, I was pleased with my community finally growing with times and accommodating the younger generation, who have proven to be the generation of change. I was ecstatic to know that I can try and find my first home in the comfort of my house or the convenience on a phone or laptop at work or school. Councilmember Gardier, you stated that the citizens didn't know how to use this virtual site and the manual was confusing. You know why? Because 9 times out of 10, they weren't millennials. They were older citizens who failed to learn or adapt to technology. Millennials were raised on the internet. We learn from the internet, so we support technology. As a millennial, I represent progression, innovation, and effectiveness. This city council committee has been established since 1951, but only a few years ago elected its first millennial council members. How are you here to understand community needs, protect the public interest, and to ensure we are all treated fairly if you do not hear from the millennials who take up majority of the city? Councilmember Gim, you name every scenario these properties could go for: low-income housing, community parks, and nonprofit organizations, but not once mentioned a millennial who just graduated or has successful business to own these properties. Madam Chair, you did a very patient virtual conference. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Sam, I'm going to have to ask you. You heard the timer from our team, so I want to give you a second to wrap up your testimony, Sam.
Okay. I just want to let you guys know, Madam Chair, our millennials are professionals, entrepreneurs, investors, and realtors. We're hard workers who have the funds to purchase their first home or business. So give us the opportunity to bid on properties through a platform that we millennials knows best, the internet. The internet is powerful and it's not going anywhere. So if this committee continues to ignore the needs and progression of millennials, I'll make sure every Philadelphia social media platform be aware that the members that we elect and serve us are not truly here for us in the advancement of Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam, for your testimony.
Next up is Jesse Dykes.
The next two people have not called back in, and I believe the next person up is on Teams.
Yes, I believe Benjamin Miller somehow connected via Teams.
Benjamin, are you present? Benjamin C. Miller, are you present? Can you hear us?
We can move on. If he's available, he'll let us know. And I believe Connor Rogers is not available, correct?
That's correct. He will send in an email. The next person on the list was Ms. Walker.
Mrs.
Wanda Walker.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Are you connected?
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me. I've been waiting since 1 p.m. to talk.
I know I have 2 minutes, so I want to start with saying thank you to our Sheriff, Rochelle Bilal.
Excuse me, Miss Walker. Miss Walker. Good evening. You are connected. Please proceed, but state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay, my name is Wanda Walker, and I am calling because I want to say thank you to Rochelle Bilal, the sheriff, because I have a personal experience with the sheriff's office. I don't agree with the sales being online 100%. I think that we should have several different ways, the old way and the new way, so the millennials can do it from home, and the older people that we should honor and respect that aren't tech savvy can still have access. And I also think that something should be put in place where citizens of Philadelphia get first dibs on properties being sold in their community. So that creates reinvestment, pride, and it stops the plight. With my situation as a landlord, I sold 2 properties February 2020, February the 7th and February the 27th, 2 properties that were generational wealth that was slated to go to 2 of my children, and gave the city over $80,000. And that was February. 6 months later, they lost and misplaced $50,000, didn't know where it was. And I was told when I called in to try to pay licenses that they were going after 2 more of my properties. So I stood to lose 4 properties that I had since 1993 and 2007 within 1 year. And all of my properties are generational wealth. So as a small black, brown business person in the city of Philadelphia, we only represent 2.5% of the business population, yet we're 50% of the city population. And when these decisions are made and we're not considered, bad things happen, and it creates a ripple effect. So it was only the sheriff's office that was able and willing to help me during this time. I think it was June last year, June, July, August. I was calling just about everybody. I didn't call you, Sherelle, but I called a few others. I'm not going to mention the names, but no one was able or willing to help me. It was Bilal's office who actually put me in touch with the proper people and stopped my sheriff's sale. I also want you all to know that that the sheriff's sale is the end product or result of the bigger problem that keeps going on with property owners losing their property. Thank you. I think the thing is buzzing for me to stop.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Walker, and we appreciate you, just staying with us and being on all day long. And thank you for putting your testimony on the record. Rachel? The next person.
Yes, the next person is Jihad Ali.
Jihad,
hello,
are you with us, Jihad?
Yes, council member.
Hey, Jihad Ali, good evening. Thank you so much for being with us. You are connected. State your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Jihad Ali. I'm here to testify on Resolution 210295. I'm a member of the African American Real Estate Developers Group. Good evening, Council Member Parker, and thank you for having this hearing. And good evening to all the other council members. I'm here to answer one question that you had several questions in the resolution on page 2 in the second paragraph. And one question was, how will the online sales process impact local non-professional bidders? I do like the online sales. I think the sheriff I think that's an initiative that's timely. I think I do like the disclosure requirement for the owners and LLCs and all the comments that were made about the owners of vacant properties sometimes, and vacant lots is hard to find them. So all communities are concerned about that. I think one tweak that I would have is on the listing that they were separated by zip codes, because zip codes is another way that they could separate as a separate line item. I think the issue about bank transfer, the transfer of funds document was difficult to find on that site. And also there's a 15-day hold. Should you not win a bid, there's a 15-day hold on those funds. I think that's excessive. And I think that if the issue is if we're trying to encourage black and brown people, developers or homeowners to bid on properties, the $10,000 requirement per bid could be excessive. It seems like there could be a way that they could, if you're not the successful bidder, they could roll that over into something else. So I think there's a lot of tweaks that could happen. But I do want to say before I close that I think the Sheriff Bellel is dedicated as public servant as the sheriff from Allegheny County. And I think that she's only as good as her team. And to hear her deputy sheriff to talk about the way that they chose this firm didn't leave me a sense of confidence. I think the attorney, I agree with the council member that said that he was upset at the tone of the thing, and I would agree with that. And I think that the testimony of Mr. Dobbs was outstanding, and I think he answered the question for the sheriff attorney. He gave him reasons to go to the court. But I do think it's a step in the right direction, not taking away from any of the panel. I think it was an outstanding hearing today. Thank you.
Jahad Ali, thank you so very much for your very, I believe, well-balanced testimony. You made clear your perspective, but you also identified some important issues, as did the other people calling in for public testimony. So I personally just want to say thank you for that. Rachel, the next person.
Next up is Patricia Sanford.
Are you connected, Mrs. Sanford?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
you,
Mrs.
Chairwoman.
Sanford. State your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony. You'll hear the buzzer when the time's up.
You got it. Thank you, Chairwoman and council members. My name is Patricia Sanford. I'm the CEO of Alexander Perry, Inc., a minority and woman business owner. And I came here to know that there was a constituent services in the sheriff's office through my PR lobbyist, Bellevue Strategies, who then put me in touch with Wanda Daniels from the constituent department of the sheriff's office. I had encountered a large factor company who attempted to conduct a sheriff sale on my small business office as well as my small business bank accounts during a pandemic. And this was last year. I had not received PPP funding or anything, and so I was definitely appreciative of the services that were provided. The Constituent Services Department quickly intervened, and that was Wanda Davis, who quickly intervened and asked appropriate questions, allowed me to know what my protection rights were. And so at this point, because of it, I was able to delay anything happening. And my case, where it was turned down at the city level, is now being reviewed at the Supreme Court of PA level to have the factor company prove that I owe the money that I have paperwork to prove I do not. So I'm just wanted to say thank you that because of the services that were there, I was able to continue operating my business without delay. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, Ms. Sanford. And you and I can agree on something, that Wanda Davis is awesome, and she spent her life doing her best to help people. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. Thank you for your testimony. Rachel, the next person scheduled to testify?
Emmanuel Bussey.
Mr. Bussey, are you here with us? Are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey. Good evening, and thank you for staying with us today. Just please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
My name's Emmanuel Bussey. I'm a different kind of Democrat, and I'm a member of Professionals for Progress. So is Miss Wanda Walker. Just wanted to put that out there. When I testify to City Council, when I present myself to you guys, I'm presenting myself on behalf of 80 activists and community organizers. Sheriff Bellel participates every Sunday for 1 hour listening to community activists and community organizers. I'm going to try to paraphrase what I believe what's going on today, which, unfortunately, I know, some of you don't want to hear this, but I'm really disappointed in what I believe to be the best city council when you first joined, that the city's ever seen. Okay, here it is. The city raises our taxes. The city also says now gas and water are taxes. So when the old lady down the street can't afford our taxes, the city petitions the court to take the old lady's property. A judge says, okay, City of Philadelphia, since you want me to take her property, I'm going to take her property for the taxes that you say she owes because she can't pay. The judge tells Sheriff Bilal, Sheriff Bilal, take that lady's property and sell it. Sheriff Bilal, who campaigned on, I don't like sheriff sales, I want to stop sheriff sales, we shouldn't have sheriff sales, who campaigned on this and won, says to the judge, Judge, there's a pandemic, can I delay it? The judge says, okay, delay it. Goes to him again, can I delay it? Can I delay it? So for over a year, the sheriff delays the judge's orders. The judge finally says, hey, the city who raised the taxes on the old lady, who now made water and gas that the old lady has to pay part of taxes, that they can take that old lady's property because she can't pay water, wants you to take that property. When can you take it, Sheriff Bilal? So after delays, the sheriff says, all right, okay, I'll come up with a process by April to take the lady's property that the city told me to take, that the city raised her taxes on. So in April, the city executes the taking of the property. This hearing is not about not taking the old lady's property. It's about the process in which we take that old lady's property. And what I'm so disappointed in City Council is that because you guys are such much potential, this hearing shouldn't be about how we take that lady's property. It's about how we not let it go to the judge to order to be taken in the beginning. Can we have hearings on that? Can we have hearings on the
Mr. Bussey, I've let the
7 hours.
Mr. Bussey, I'm going to ask you. I let the bell ring as long as I could. I'm going to ask you, sir. I'm going to ask you, sir, to close your testimony with 2 additional sentences, sir.
All right. So I'm going to close with the 2 additional sentences by saying this. This meeting was confrontational, combative, because of the leadership of this meeting. It didn't have to be confrontational and combative. We don't have to come at a black woman who's trying to do her job, who actually said that I'm campaigning to run to stop sheriff sales. Can you imagine if a bank goes to court and tries to sue the city for her delaying it for false reasons?
And Mr. Bussey, thank you so very much for your testimony.
Stop screaming at me.
We greatly appreciate your being here today, Mr. Bussey. We appreciate your being here today. That will conclude your testimony. Now I want to ask, is there anyone else here to testify for the public comment period who we missed? Did I see Mr. Benjamin? Yes, Mr.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Benjamin, please state your name for the record and feel free to proceed with your testimony. You'll be given 2 minutes, sir, and you'll hear the bell when your time's up.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you for Council for hearing my testimony. I'm a homeowner in Southwest Philadelphia in 19142, and I've been able to through the old system of sheriff sale purchase a couple of the lots that were next to my house. For a pretty cheap price. And it was a pretty simple system where I would walk in there with a money order in my pocket and I could bid on a property that's right in my neighborhood, now which I'm growing vegetables on. So one of the young people in my neighborhood saw me working in my new garden. He said, "How did you do that? How did you get into the sheriff's cell?" So I wanted to show him how to get through the system. And so I started to research about the virtual system, and I found that I felt that it was kind of restrictive in the fact that you can't just show up to the auction anymore. You have to really be prepared at least a week in advance, get the $1,500 deposit in there, and now you're not just competing against people in the neighborhood, but you're competing against, it could be somebody in Japan that's bidding on these lots. And while the city might be getting more money, it's not necessarily going to help the neighbors. So what I did and organized along with Councilmember Brooks' office, that we're going to hold a teach-in right at the vacant lot next to my house on Monday to try to teach people in my neighborhood how to get access to these auctions, and so how they can bid on things, because I really want the people on my block to own those lots on the block and not outside people that are going to sit on them and wait until the neighborhood dilapidates. So I think that the Philadelphia people should be the priorities, and I think that the access and the ease of going into the system and being able into the building and being able to bid on things it was actually more accessible for people in the community. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Miller. And Mr. Miller, just for the record, I want you to know when you bring up that Philadelphia preference, I want you to know that we were thinking along the lines of you. And so we asked our law department to give us an opinion about whether or not we had the ability to do that, because we were trying to figure out how we incentivize this for Philadelphians, and we'll make sure we make the ruling public. But I want to thank you for your testimony, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just hope that the education and the information gets out there to regular people, so how they can bid on the vacant lots in their neighborhood. I think the education part is really important.
Thank you so very much. Rachel, is there anyone else scheduled to testify for public comment who has not been called?
There is no one else on our list.
Okay.
And I don't believe, has anyone else joined from tech support, Modesto or Lonnie?
No one joined.
Thank you.
So formally, for the benefit of our chief clerk, Mike Decker, who is a stickler for this, I need to ask it again for the record. Is there anyone else here to testify on the resolution whose name has not yet been called? Are there any final questions or comments from members of the committee? And I see my colleague, Councilmember Catherine Gilmore Richardson.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your leadership in this hearing today. As one of the two first millennials on Philadelphia City Council, I just wanted to thank you for your leadership and how you have given us the opportunity to really listen to and think through the challenges around the sheriff sale process here in the city of Philadelphia. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to the follow-up that we will do in this body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore Richardson. Thank you for staying with us, through the end. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually in a parent-teacher conference as we speak, which we all relate to for many of us who are parents. But this was a very hearing, a lot of different bits of information. Gave us a lot to think about, and also some action items forward.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Green. There being no further questions from members of the committee or no other witnesses to testify, I will ask if there's anyone else present in this hearing whose name we have failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on a resolution being considered today. Hearing none, I want to thank each and every one of the panels and the witnesses for their participation today. I want you to know we value all of your opinions. To our stenographer, you know, we've been here, but guess what? Michelle Murphy is our stenographer, and our city council technical staff, Lonnie and Modesto and Channel 64. You all worked late today. You were Johnny on the spot. We didn't miss a beat. No, technical difficulties. We don't get through this without you. I also want to say thank you to all of my colleagues. For those of you who are in the viewing audience, you will notice that there were several colleagues who stayed with us, throughout the day, who are not members of the Law and Government Committee. But you saw members of City Council present here today because moving sheriff sales to this virtual platform is an issue of great concern for all members, all 17 members of our City Council of Philadelphia. So I want to give a wholehearted and heartfelt thank you to all of my colleagues for their questions and comments and participation today. I'm going to close where Jihad Ali left off. And Jihad Ali said, you are only as good as your team. Let me say this to you. Hillary Emerson, my staff lawyer, Rachel Meadows, who directs policy, Heather Pierce, my chief of staff, Keisha Tyson, all of my staff members and William Bailey, who made sure he was running back and forth with testimonies and this binder, I got to show it. This is what the organized hearing looks like with the tabs, and all of that comes from my team. And I just need to say, I love each and every one of you, and I thank you all so very much for your efforts. City Council will gather as a legislative body. We will work with our law department. We will work with the sheriff's office. We will work with the courts, but we will keep you posted on our next steps as it relates to this issue. I might be dreaming, but I'm hoping I'm going to wake up tomorrow or get a call and someone's going to tell me that what we are all hoping occur, and that is a delay, particularly until the American Rescue Act dollars delivered to the state makes it to Philadelphia, that we get a delay in the sheriff's sales. If that does not happen, council will be exploring its next steps. And guess what? When we do it, we won't do it in a silo. We won't do it in a vacuum. We will make sure every stakeholder, as many community-based organizations and individuals as possible, the viewing public, that means you Philadelphians at home, that you know about our efforts. We won't work in isolation. With that being said, this concludes the public hearing of the Committee on the Committee of Law and Government on the resolution 210295. This also concludes the business entirely for the Committee on Law and Government today. I want to thank you all so very much for your attendance and your patience. Thank you.